Good morning, all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are live. Hello, happy Wednesday. Wednesday, what day is it today? Wednesday, the 15th of July. What a monumental day today. Today is the day that we go through to the World Cup finals. Woohoo! Woohoo! Or so we're led to believe. Don't know whether that's going to happen or not. I'm not a big football fan, but don't know whether that's going to happen. But I'll be shouting at the television later, saying, "Come on, England!" A bit like all the Spaniards did last night. And it worked for them, didn't it? When Spain got through and not a favourites. Francais. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. So we'll say a couple of good mornings. My screen is all to pot over here. So let me just grab my little mouse. Put that there. So we've got EDM. Good morning, EDM. Good morning, Edinburgh. Good morning, JFix. And good morning, anybody else who are lurking about. 1 on Twitch and 4 on YouTube. So good morning, one and all. We're on live chat there, aren't we? So click on that there. And I should now, hopefully, be back up and running. Oh, so we've got a few in today. Didn't work yesterday. Well, I did work, but I just didn't stream yesterday. Had a few come in. Quite a few people collected yesterday, which was the aim of that, because my living room was getting rather chocker. So I've still got, I think, a couple of collections today. I've got some parts arriving for what we've got sat on the shelf up there. They're out for dispatch. Got a full strip down and new system to build, which is sat through there. Those should arrive this morning, I think. Just looking at the delivery thing, so we've got a full system in there, which is it's an AM4 system. The one what we quoted for on stream on Tuesday, I think it was. Some of the parts turned up yesterday. Rest have turned up today. We've got one sat on the bench here already, shit, which is the one we're going to be working on first of all. This one is running slow. We did some testing on this on stream on Tuesday, and it was thermal throttling, and I think it's probably the AIO, because that was making a right racket. So we're going to take the AIO out, shock on that one, and we're going to be putting in a new cooler. So we are fitting a peerless of all coolers, as you will know. Good morning, S-Cugs, over on Twitch. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're going to be fitting a Peerless Assassin 120 digital in white. So that is the one with the temperature sensor and display on the side. I've got 2 of those in stock. I've spoken to the customer. I said, look, it doesn't quite match the rest of the system, but I've got 2 in stock. I'm just waiting for some others to come through. So there we go. Morning, Gear. Good. 1,384 Ford. 80 Ford. Morning, Puddle. Grass Puddle, GP. Good morning, GP. Have I got my sounds down? My ship command didn't come through. Now, I did have an issue with my sound not coming through because it was set to headphones for some unknown reason. No, it's still set to right one now. Don't know why it didn't come through. Let me just have a look on there. That should. Yeah, it's a bit grubby and greasy. Yeah, a bit grubby and greasy. Yeah, that should come through. I don't know why that's not coming through. Bizarre. Bizarre. Anyway, ship command was loud here. Oh, it was loud there. I can't hear it here. Sorry if it is too loud for you. I just cannot get the commands to play through on this. On my side, they just don't come through. Let me just have a look on alerts. Properties won't let me do properties because it's a scene. Wonderful. So I can't. Got a ship command on here? Yeah, it's there, and that is coming through from
PCDD, little shit.
No, it definitely comes through on mine. I just don't know why it doesn't do it when it gets triggered. Anyway, forget about that. Just 1 second. I've got my telephone ringing. 1 second, guys. PC repairs. Good morning. Yes, 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 yes. Hmm. It's wiped everything out after update. I have never ever known it do that before. I mean, there should be no reason why Windows Update does that, because I know it does make system changes, but you've got more than one hard drive in the computer, haven't you? It's not booting from the wrong hard drive, is it? R- Right. Um, I mean, if all your data's disappeared, that says to me it's loaded into. Well, I can't see why Windows Update would ever do that. I've never known that, because it's quite a. There's a lot of protection in place to stop it doing that. It's more likely that it's loaded into wrong profile or the wrong drive. So, e.g., it's loaded on one of the other drives, which would your data's still there. It's just not visible to that operating system. I mean, your best bet with that is probably to drop it in, and I can take another look for you. Um, yeah, that's probably what I would recommend with that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, right. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's a bit bizarre that, but yeah, I mean, if you want to let me know when you want to drop it down, I'd have to take a look and see what's what and see what's happening with it. But yeah, I'm not sure why it's done it, because obviously if it was all working right and then Windows had done an update. mm, Yeah, yeah. I've never ever known it. I install Windows probably, I don't know, 300 times a year, and I have done for a lot of years, and I've never known it happen like that. So I think it's probably something simple with it booting off the wrong drive. But just let me know when you want to drop it in. I'm in about until 5 p.m. today. Okay. I'm closed from Friday for a week because I'm going on some cyber security training for a week. Back open on the 28th. I close at 6. Yeah, I mean, I close at 6, so it has to be dropped off before 6 o'clock because that's me closing time. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I open at 9 till 6 are my opening hours. So that's Monday to Friday. Then I'm open on a Saturday, 10 till 11 for drop offs. But I'm closed this Saturday because, as I say, I'm closing from Friday to get everything sorted for my week off for training next week. And again, I don't know, without looking at the configuration and things like that, to see why only one screen is working as well. I would have to. It's one of those. It's difficult to diagnose over the telephone. So yeah, I mean, when you pop it in, I would have checked when you brought it in on Saturday that it was all working on multiple monitors. I normally try it on 2 monitors at the same time, so that would have been a tick box in the checklist anyway. So, but again, if it was working before the update and not after the update, it must be some. I think what we'll find is I think you'll find it's probably booting off the wrong version of Windows or something like that. I think that's what it'll be. So it should be relatively straightforward to sort out. Yeah. 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 Well, give me a ring when it's convenient for you to drop it in. As I say, 9 till 6, Monday to Friday, or I'm open 10, 11 normally on a Saturday, just not this Saturday. And Saturday after I'm closed to. Yeah, it would be 2 weeks on Saturday then, because I'm closed for the next 2 Saturdays. So, but yeah, just give me a call if it's still doing it, and you can get it slotted in for it relooked at. You can do that if you so wish, but obviously, if it is just booting off the wrong operating system, if you start wiping disks and things like that, you might end up wiping wrong disk or something like that. So I would say it depends how confident and how comfortable you are with it. If it is just booting off the wrong disk, it just needs swapping over in the BIOS, and it'll boot off the correct disk, and then it'll work. So if you start reinstalling Windows, you might reinstall it to a drive you don't want to reinstall it to, and have some issues, because I think you had 3 disks in it. Yeah, it will be there, but because you had 3 disks in there, I think your BIOS is selecting the wrong disk to boot from. That's what the issue is. And obviously, if you start installing Windows, you might install it over a version of Windows we want to keep rather than not, and A, not sort the problem, but B, lose your data. Right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Well, as I say, give us a bell, because I've got another 4 people waiting now. But give us a bell when you're ready to bring it, and I'll get that slotted in, and I'll try and have a look whilst you wait as well for you. All right, no problem at all, Evan. See you later. Bye bye now. Sorry about that. Right. Just press that one on mute. Your data is going to be things like your photos, your music, your documents, and your videos. I cannot move software. So a good example of your software might be your antivirus. If you're running Norton Antivirus, McAfee, AVG, Avast, or
I think I've got 2 of them. That's why I want 2 viruses. Two different. I've got Norton and McAfee. I want another one, so I'm not surprised that I've got this virus.
Yeah, you can't run 2. They don't play nice together. So one will insist, other comes off anyway. But yeah, McAfee and Norton are terrible, terrible piece of software. So when I reinstall Windows, I'll wipe it back to factory settings for you. I'll put your data back on there, but all your software will be gone.
Yeah.
And
So,
then And then I would then recommend probably using Windows Defender instead of Norton or McAfee or AVG or Avast, unless you want another one. The one I use is called Kaspersky, but you can use whatever you want.
There's some things I tried to put on and they say it's not modern enough. It wants updating type thing.
That'll be Windows 11.
Yeah.
So I'll force Windows 11 to go on there.
How long are you likely to be?
It should be ready probably tomorrow, late on tomorrow. I would have thought.
Fine.
Yeah, if that's all right.
And how much is it going to cost me roughly?
All done and sorted for you. All right, no worries. See you later. Bye bye. Sorry, guys. A very long phone call, that one I did on Saturday. He's updated, came back absolutely fine. In his words, absolutely working a treat. He's done a Windows update yesterday and it's wiped his entire system and deleted all his data and software. And he was saying it was something I'd done. I said, well, it was working fine. He's got three or four disks in his computer. So I think probably what's happened is, because he's one of those where he's put another disk in and installed Windows again, put another disk in or cloned it or whatever. It were cloned because I had to clone the one he had. Oh, no, I didn't clone that one. I think it's just booted off the wrong drive. But then he's saying, well, shall I just reinstall Windows? Because he's wanted to bring it tonight at between 8 and 9 o'clock. And I explained I was closed, or he can come at 7 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm closed then. And he wanted to bring it this Saturday. Unfortunately, I'm closed this Saturday. So I couldn't help him on any of those, even though I did it same day before for him. So it's what it is. Anyway, what do you sounds like? Yeah, I don't know why output's coming like that. If his profile, your person will see the user new. Yeah, I think Escugs. I think you're right. I think it is. How dare we close that out? I got a joking apart just before I get onto that one. I got a message last night off somebody at 22 minutes past 10. Okay, PM, saying I've only just picked your message up. Can I come and collect it because I'm on holiday tomorrow? I went, no, I shut at 6 o'clock. He went, well, it's not my fault I've missed the message. Like it were my fault because he'd missed the message that I sent to him. I went, no, I'm closed. I'm really sorry. He said, well, can I pick it up on way to airport tomorrow morning? I says, yeah, I'm open from 9. He says, no, my flight's at 7 o'clock. We're leaving about 4 a.m. I went, so, and I actually put on the text message. So you're telling me that you want to pick it up now, which is now 10:30 p.m. because we'd exchanged a couple of messages, and I've said no because it's out of hours. And you think 4 o'clock in the morning is suitable? I don't know. It's probably just me. I mean, is that reasonable to think, you know, every single business should pamper down to consumers because they want to pick it up at 10:30 at night or 4 a.m. in the morning? Really don't know. I live in a residential street. I work from home. Crazy. Crazy. So yeah, going back to that other drive one. Sorry, I just had to tell you that. I think BIOS has got confused, or he's done something with the update or something like that, and it's triggered one of the drives, which is his other installer Windows. That's why his data or everything else has disappeared, as he's saying. And then he's saying, well, shall he reinstall it himself? Well, if he reinstalls it himself, I think he'll reinstall it on the wrong drive. I know, and the flexibility, that's why I get terrible reviews on my business, James. I have had people front up after 10 p.m. at night. I have had people front up after 10 p.m. at night. And I have had people turn up 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning and knock me out of bed on a weekend. And normally I usually just say, I'm not open, go away. I have bit a couple of times at people and I went, really? You coming at this time? What gives you the right to come to my home address at this time? Yeah, I've gone off on one if they catch me on a bad day. Yeah, I channel the Dirt Diggler, which is never always good. Never always good. Anyway, so yeah, Escugs, I think it is a used Dataflow, but because he's got 3 drives, trying to explain to him because I don't. Well, he's got a very strong accent, which I was struggling to. Phone call coming through. PC repairs. I can try. What's the issue with it? What's the problem with it? Uh-huh. Oh, okay. I would say don't turn it on, mainly because it sounds like there could be something serious with it, and what you don't want to do is cause any severe damage or any other damage. Just let me know when you want it looked at, and then we can get that booked in. We can do some tests, we can do some diagnostics on it, and we can get to the bottom of that and get it sorted out for you. I've not done house calls since 2019, unfortunately, no. You can just drop it in. I don't work on a diary system, a booking system. So you drop it in, and I would normally aim to get it done and repaired in 1 or 2 working days. Just bear in mind, I am closed next week for training. I have 1 week off for training per year, and next week is it. So if you are wanting it done pretty quick, you would have to drop it off either today or tomorrow at the very latest. But yeah, just to give me a fighting chance at getting it sorted before I close. I know it's up against it a little bit this week because of me close next week, but I'm confident we'll get that sorted pretty quick for you anyway. Or I'd certainly try my best for you. Mm-hmm. Who was that? Who was the one who monitored it? Which company was it that you was with? Right. Ah, okay. Yeah, they're usually extraordinarily expensive for your annual contracts. I had a customer the other day who was paying about £600 per year for one of the repair contracts. They're crazily expensive when you consider that quite a lot of the repairs are about £60. It's crazy. Well, as I say, quite a lot of the repairs are covered under the £60 charge, so that's probably you could be looking at that. But without actually getting hands on, it's difficult for me to say. Obviously, if it turns up and it needs a X, Y, and Z, it's obviously going to be more money. So it's impossible for me to say, oh, my computer's not turning on, how much it's going to cost to repair. Right. I do have a colleague who works for another company who I refer him to if you do need somebody to come out, but they have a standard charge which is £60 for the call out and then £60 per hour. So you could be looking at a couple of £100 before you've even really started. They're quite expensive for the call outs. Yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of the people in the area, that's what they charge for call outs. And it's one of the reasons I won't do it because I think, you know, for the call out charges, which we've got to charge because it's, you know, times money and fuel and insurance and everything else, which is all rolled into it. It's a lot of money when you consider the repair itself might be a simple repair. So I do urge everyone to kind of bring it to me. Hmm. Yeah. If you dropped it down tomorrow, I would aim to get it done either depending what time you drop it down. Obviously, if you drop it down at 6 p.m., it's not going to be done tomorrow. But if you drop it down, you know, tomorrow morning, for example, I would aim to get it done either tomorrow or the day after for you, depending again what's wrong with it. I do keep quite a lot of parts in stock, so if it is something that I can repair and get hands on straight away for you, I would normally aim to do that. But I would say a good 95% of my jobs and work is done in 1 or 2 working days. Antivirus. Yeah, yeah, we can sort that out for you anyway. It comes standard with Windows, so I'll make sure that's turned on and configured for you. Makes two of us. But yeah, no problem at all. Just let us know if you are popping down, and then I can make sure because I work from home. You see, I've got a home office, and you can just let me know if you're coming in, and I'll make sure I'm going to be about for you. All right, you have a good day. Thanks, then. Bye bye now. Sorry, guys. Put that back on there. Where was that? We'll get some work done in a minute. I mean, we've only been streaming 30 minutes. I ain't touched the computer yet. Oh, my Streamlabs thing is working as well. Woo! What training am I doing? I cannot remember, Scugs. It's one which it's an annual one for. It's actually a 2-day and a 3-day one I'm on. The 2-day one is some security, I call it cybersecurity training, but it's system security training, things like that. And then the 3-day one is, sorry, no, the 2-day one is business management for new regulations for HMRC and some other bits and bobs that I've got to do for insurance and for data protection and anti-money laundering, just run-of-the-mill business stuff. And the 3-day one is the IT one, which is there's a day on security, cyber security. There's a day on oh, crack, I can't remember what it is. Is it electrical safety, stuff like that? What I've got, and something else. It's a 2-year one, which I go on every 2 years for that one. So yeah, so that's basically what it is. I can't remember. I booked it a while ago. I think I booked it a year ago or 18 months ago. I generally book it well in advance, which is next week. It's actually all on video. I'm actually here. It's just I booked the week off because it's all on video calls. So I just do it all kind of online as such because they do it in modules and then you have tests and they do it in more modules and speaking. And I think there's about a dozen of us on it. So it's like a big Zoom call, like a lot of them are nowadays. So we do that, and then it's interactive, and then you go into breakout rooms, or if it's the same process we did last year, we're going to breakout rooms with different scenarios and things like that, and whatnot. So it's yeah. But anyway, a young DXD. Hi, can you help me choose a laptop? ThinkPad T14 Gen 2 Ryzen, ThinkPad L15. Let me grab my telephone, guys. Sorry. One of the things about working for yourself. PC repairs. Hello. Oh, hello, Craig. Hello. Right, yours is the Dell computer, isn't it? It is, yeah. Excuse me. So looked at it, stripped it down, and everything on. I don't know what day on Monday, I think it was, and it's looking like it's your board and also your CPU. Now you've got a strange resistance on your 12-volt rail. think it was about 40 ohms, which you shouldn't have. You've got a resistance to ground on there. So what makes it really bad news is that it alters when you remove the CPU, which means it's obviously gone direct shorted via the CPU. But the resistance on the CPU is 6.9 ohms, so you've got a partial short through that. So it's looking like whatever's gone, I suspect it's probably capacitors, because you've got quite a lot of old electrolytic capacitors on there, is shorted through and may have probably put the 12-volt rails directly through to your CPU, which is taking your CPU out. And obviously that rail is normally around a volt, so putting 12 volts through, it's probably not done other things on that rail any good either. So with you saying that cost-wise, it doesn't want to be too much, I think it's probably going to make this one uneconomical to repair. I have tried other CPUs in it, because I have some test CPUs, and it's not responding to that. So it is certainly more than just the CPU as well. It looks like it's taking the board and the CPU with it. So the hard drive itself should be easily transferred. So if you got another computer, it would just be a case of taking the disk out and popping it in your new computer. It'll need a bit of configuration and things like that. If it's a like-for-like machine, it should just slot straight in and work, because all your drivers will be there. If it's a different machine, it just might need some drivers installing and so on with that. Yeah, yeah. I can. You're looking for the strip and the in without any issues, e.g. it just plugs in and everything works. I'll just do that as part of everything anyway. Obviously then, but if I've got to start, you know, configuring and chasing internet for drivers and this and that, that can eat considerable amounts of time. So I'd probably say if it is drivers and things like that, have a go yourself, because it's all it is a case of searching the internet for manufacturers and downloading drivers, and there's no point paying me to surf internet for you, if you know what I mean. When Yeah, well, things like that you'd have to do probably with your CNC machine anyway, to make sure it's all configured and things like that. So that would be something I wouldn't even do. I don't support third-party software, because it's probably software driven, that. So you'd have to probably contact or look on some of the forums, 'cause I know you said you'd looked on some of the forums already, just to configure it. But a lot of that's done in software, I would think, anyway. But I'm happy putting this hard drive in your other machines. No problem at all. I'll pop that through for you. I am, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm closed until the 28th. I mean, I am open Saturday morning. Is that any good for you? Well, it's tomorrow, this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning. And what I'll do, I'll put the drive in whilst you wait if you want. What time's that? Yeah, yeah, that's no problem at all. Just drop me a text message when you're on your way to confirm, and I'll do it while you're here. Well, yeah, I mean, booting up won't is irrelevant anyway, because obviously we're putting your other drive in. So that's the thing, what needs to boot anyway. So as long as it switches on and you get some type of picture on screen, everything else is pretty irrelevant for it. Yeah, absolutely fine, no problem at all. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, you're probably looking at somewhere between sort of 80 to £120, I would have thought. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm. Yeah, 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 no problem at all. Yeah, no problem. Just drop me a text when you're on your way, Greg. All right. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Sorry. Another one. Done. Right. Sorry, just catch up with some of this chat. So, Young DXD is just posing a question over on Twitch. I think he's on. Oh, he's on YouTube. Can we recommend between the a T14 Gen 2 Ryzen or a Gen 2 Ryzen EliteBook 845 Gen 8? Well, I've got an 845 Gen. Well, I don't know what generation it is, but the EliteBook for me is a better quality machine. I am right in thinking they're the business grade, higher spec business grade machines, the EliteBook. And if they're similar, Gen 8 v Gen 2, it all depends on what Ryzen it is. And there's a lot more contributing factors in that. So how much RAM's it got? What hard drives are installed? That's the big thing for me. If you're wanting to future-proof it, has it got TPM2 in it? Because I'm not familiar with the computers themselves. To have it fully compatible, obviously you can force Windows 11 on that anyway, and then it's whether, because if the mechanical drives which are in there, are they aged, and so on. So there is a couple more rather than just looking at model numbers and spec. They're all second-hand laptops. Also, yeah, battery health is a good one as well. You can download free health checkers off the internet, battery health checker off the internet. Have a look at that. And things like, make sure if they are second-hand laptops, make sure all the keys work. And if you're using it just on the touchpad, see what the touchpads are like. I think the EliteBook will be better built than the ThinkPad, because that's more commercial grade, consumer grade rather than commercial. So there's a few more things that I would have a look at, but also have a look at what you plan on doing with it. If there's a big difference in cost, I don't know what each one of them costing, but but if the one of them's twice the price of the other one, do you really need to spend the money? If there's any cost in it, it's down to that then. So have a look at that. I think that is where we are. So anyway, let's get back on onto this one. Busy, always busy. Okie dokie. So this one, we did testing on Monday, and it was getting too hot. So I've spoken to him this morning, and we're going to take his water cooler out. His water cooler is too bad. Put him in a Thermal Master Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 digital in whiting, which is going to sit about there with a nice temperature display and everything else on it. Connect everything back up, do more stress testing, and see if I can get it to fail. If I can't get it to fail, I'm going to reinstall Windows, because he says it's running slow and clunky, which is either in mechanical drive, his SSD, or his M2. It's got an M2 in it, an NVMe drive, sorry. Sat down there, and we'll see where it goes from there on. But I do suspect the slow running is that. Thank you for your explanation. No problem at all. No worries at all. But it's a bit more than just choosing two specs on there. Okie dokie. Right, let's see how this is going to disconnect. So we need that one off there, which is just the fan, so no fancy RGB. So we've got that off, and let's take the. Oh, we've got twin fans on there, so I'm going to leave water block on and then take its fans off first. See if I can get these off there. Not the easiest to strip down and do. Yeah, so I'm probably, unless we get some time off next week, I'm probably not going to stream next week, because the last thing I want to do is spend 8 hours a day on a video call or video training, and then then do some streaming after it. I'll be all talked out and all streamed out for next week. So probably not streaming next week. What I might try and do is put a VOD out for the members if I get time to do one this weekend, that is. Might do a little VOD or something similar. Let's see if I can get into these correctly. Unplug that from the board. Those are taped together. Wonderful. Back off. He has had all this to pieces and stripped it all down and cleaned it himself, and he's made a right good job, in fairness, cleaning it. But we all know my opinion on coolers. They're never water coolers, certainly. They're not my favourite thing, are they? I've had notification that the parts are out for delivery for the other 3 machines, so hopefully we'll get those today as well. Take these off and loosen diagonally just to relieve the strain on the CPU equally, and then once you've got some loosening off, it can all come up. You can just take them off in any way, shape or form. It's just taking the initial pressure off the springiness of the cooler. The same when you're going to refit it as well. We're going to take the GPU out. Once we've got this off, I'm going to have to take the back plate off here as well. I didn't even check to see if this is the cooler which will fit, in fairness. Didn't bother looking. Put those to one side. Oops, I've got thermal paste on my hand, but it's not particularly sticky, that one. Let's take his GPU out. So the one we're building, the customer has specified that he wants to keep his case, because his case has his DVD in and 2 SD card readers built in. Well, one built in, and I think one built in and one is fitted afterwards. But it's quite a small case, so reluctantly I've agreed to build it in his old case, because it is an old case. Well, case must be 15, 16 years of age. So reluctantly I've agreed to build it in his old case, so he can retain the use of his bits and bobs. I could have got a new case with whatchamacallit on, with his with a CD or 2 CD slots in it. Either 2 CD ROM things. CPU in here is an i5. We can't see on camera because of reflection, but it's an i5 4690K, so it's the unlocked one. 4th gen CPU. Make sure there's no damage to the socket, because obviously customers decided to take this out and clean. Now, I can't see any damage to anything in there. If you look at reflection, there's no pins reflecting wrong, and underneath it, CPU is nice and clean as well. Carefully put that in. I think everything on there is looking okie dokie. Pushed in okay. You know what, his power cables weren't pushed in very well. I wonder if there's just a power cable issue. His power cable here and his 12-volt one for his CPU up here, both of them were slightly out. And remember, we did this once before. It was one of the pins which had come out partially in his in the power supply plug, and what that was causing was intermittent. As the computer was heating up, it was just creeping out a little bit more, or coming slightly out of the socket, one of these pins, and was causing the machine to switch off. And it was somebody in chat which noticed it when we went into the BIOS, and he noticed I think it was the 3.3 showing as low. Yeah, it's a bit strange on that one. Don't need his sound card out. We'll just check his BIOS battery while we're sat here. Why haven't I got my... There we go. Meters on. Turn my power supply off because I don't need my power supply switched on. Yeah, it's that one. Yep. So we'll check it with voltage on screen. The multimeter, when it decides to wake up, at the there we go. And we have 3 volts, just over 3 volts. So that is fine for me. Morning, Oldham. Good morning, Phil. How are you doing? We're doing absolutely fine here. Absolutely splendid. Splendid, I tell you. Splendid. How's life in the fast lane treating you? I've not seen your VODs or videos in a while either. Must be quite a few months actually since I've seen one of yours. Well overdue. Well overdue. Get his new cooler down. Slightly different model to what we normally fit this one, but it is because this is the only one I've got in stock. These coolers are brilliant, and anybody who watches me regularly, let me get the telephone 1 second. PC repairs. Yes. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I can You bring your power adapter with it. All right. All right. See you later. Bye bye now. Right. Okay. We are going to be fitting a PLS Assassin 120 in here. Microphone back on. This is a socket 1150. I want to make sure this particular one, these coolers are amazing, but I just want to make sure, yes, it does. It fits that one. I thought it did. We'll look at English version because I can't read Chinese. So this particular cooler will fit all sorts from AM4, AM5 platforms. And again, regular viewers will see me fit this model series an awful lot. I fit the 120s and I fit the 140s as well regularly. It'll fit AMD, AM4, AM5. It'll fit Intel 1150s to 1200s, and it'll also fit 1700s 851 sockets as well. If it's not covered in here, you need to go for the 140 version, which covers a few more other different sockets as well. On the Intel brand, not really any more on the AMD brand. But yeah, the other one does cover a couple more sockets because you get a slightly different bracket with it. I think I kept. No, I didn't. I don't know. It's gone. You get a slightly different base bracket, which is adjustable for the pin locations. So we're going to fit that. Oh, morning, Ronnie. Good morning. Good. Hello, younger people. Hello to the older bunch too. I am certainly in the older bunch. I got another call centre ring me yesterday, and I answered the phone. It confused them terribly. I weren't streaming. I just took the call. Dirt Diggler's Dolphin Daycare. And I took them all the way down the line of buying a card machine from them. And I said, could they invoice the boss? I says, and that'd be fine. So yeah, what's the boss? I says it's Euro Disney SeaWorld section, and I give them the postcode to send the invoice to and everything like that. And I think they were thinking then that they'd got the entire contract for Euro Disney. They did thank me. Anyway, let's get on with this. So we get a couple of white fans with this, which are sat here. And let's get the cooler out. Get a box of bits. And that's the fan itself. So this is a bit different to what you would normally see with it, because this is the one with the display. So this one's the posh one. So we've got a top cover display. Still put one fan inside, one at the front or one at the back, depending what's picking up. And then that's just, I think it's magnetizes itself into place. So that's the digital display. So on here, once we've got it all up and running, this will show us the temperature and bits and bobs like that. I think it might show us, fan spin speed, I can't remember, but it certainly shows us temperature, and just makes it look a little bit more flashy. These are extremely good at cooling. You'll see how good they are. These will cool better than the AIO. These will cool as well as vast majority of the twin fan AIOs as well. And the benefit is they don't have any water in them because they're air coolers. And when you consider this version here was £23.90, less than £24, so less than $30, let's say, or €28. You're buying a cooler which will do this. You don't have to buy it with this gimmicky thing on. You can buy them in different colours. They come in black, white, grey, silver colours as well, with and without this, with and without RGB. So the Peerless Assassin's just amazing coolers. So we are going to get that fitted. So first thing we've got to do is remove the old pegs on here. So we'll take the rest of the case off. My desk really isn't geared up for working on big machines like this, and it is a big machine. They are very tight. I'm glad he cleaned it. At least I'm not working on me. At least I'm not working on a filthy machine. Windows 7 Home Premium. This has got a serial number on for. Woohoo! Take his plate off, which I will need a pair. Can I get my? No, won't get my thing on that. So I need a pair of pliers. So I'll just loosen the old nuts. Taking a little bit of tension off them. That's it. Should be able to unscrew these now. So if it is still crashing after we've done this, because this, I think it's two separate issues. I think the crashing might have been caused through the overheating, but the slowness, what customer complained of, probably isn't. I would put that down to probably one of the drives. Now I have tested the drives, and the drives are all coming back okay. None of them were showing any smart information incorrect, and the speeds were a little bit slow, but they used drives. So there was well where I would think is acceptable for any type of used drive. So the wonderful thing is we need an AMD base plate, whatever you call it. Let me see if I've got one. Please say I have a AMD base plate. Yes, I do. Sorry, oh no, been Intel base plate. What am I doing? Intel CPU. Why am I going for an AMD base plate? Get our box of bits out. Good at that screen there. So we're going to be looking at. Move that to one side. We've got a 1150 chipset. So on the base plate, it simply says which model it'll do. You normally get two in the model, but that's that. So we'll need the bits which will fit onto there as well. So these have a writing on. So for example, that is AM4, AM5. That's something else. Can only just see it's 1700. It is right on there. So they're the ones that we're going to need. You can see there. We're going to need those. Oh, I can open it. Those are the height spacers, and then we're going to need the screws out of the other Intel as well. We need to open the blue and take the screws out because they're the same screws, just different spacers. Put those there. We don't need the blue. So all that is free stuff. What we don't need in there. Need these. These are for the fans to clip on. That's the fan splitter. We need their brackets as well. You get AM4 brackets or AM5 brackets. They're multifunctional, AM4, AM5, and then you get your Intel brackets as well. So again, we'll put the stuff we don't need to one side. So with the Intel stuff, zoom that down a little bit, you get markings on. Oops, can you see those? And you need to align into the correct grooves of the thing. So this is already set for 115. But if you had a 1700 chipset, you just move it down one click, so it would then to align to that. So we're going to leave it on where we need to leave it, which is there, and just make sure they're all lined up, and they all are all lined up. The same on here. So you will have 3 grooves actually, difficulty, but you have got 3 grooves. So if you refer to the instructions, it will tell you on the instructions which ones to set it to on there. And on that, as you can see, the mounting hole is the one the closest to the inner ridge down there. So that's the one we're going to be going for. The mounting bars go vertically towards the ram as well, unless you're fitting it the other way, but we don't. Going to be, because we've got airflow coming at the front and expelling at the back. If you had airflow any other way, you'd fit it a different orientation. So we just need to make sure we get the screws in the ones closest to there when we screw it down. Let's just put some of this stuff to one side. My telephone. Yes. Somebody bring in a computer. There. Quickly run out of space on my desk when I'm working on desktops. We need to fit the base bracket in. And it's that one there. So this is the underside of the motherboard. This is the base bracket, what we've just adjusted. You get two little sticky tabs. If you ever are fitting a base bracket, I would urge you, if there's not glue on it already, put a double-sided tape on there. We've already set that up. This should go in either way because it's mirrored, as you can see. Even though we've only got cut out at one side, it won't make any difference. Align the holes on the back. Down, down, down. Gentle but firm pressure to do it. That's stuck in. The reason why the sticky pads are there, and I always put it on even if it's not got it, is that the next thing you're going to do is turn the computer upside down. If you're not stuck it in place, it falls off, which is never good. Make sure we get the peel reveal. Beautiful, highly polished surface. It always looks beautiful, does that? Really, really nice. One thing I do like about these, the reason why they perform so well, is that the heat pipes, which are these, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heat pipes. So not 12 in total, but they're double-sided. So there's a small amount of vapor in here, so which condenses down on the block here. The CPU heats up, turns it into a gas, which travels all the way up here into the pipes up at the top, which are sealed. The fins then conduct the heat. The fans blow through here, cool it down. It turns back into some type of vapor or liquid and runs back down and repeats the process. And that's how it basically picks the heat up from the CPU block and moves it through here and cools down. So it's kind of it's the same way as excuse me, most vapor chambers do work. But what I like about this, some very cheap ones, these pipes here are actually on the surface of here, and all they do is just squash it down, then machine it a little bit. Yeah, these are encased in here, and I find that that's why it gives it a lot better performance than some other ones at the similar price point. So again, these are £25 or £24, less than 24, £23.90 with it on. And these just perform exceptionally well. I'm not affiliated, I'm not sponsored with them. I just think they are brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So we'll set the brackets up next. As I drop one on the floor. Use the black studs here. One on there, one on there, one on there, one on there. We'll then get the screws and the mounting brackets. If you can remember where we had to put the screw, which was in the one closest to the inner. So we'll go like so. We'll put that into place there. I like to just hold it down with a little bit of tension, if I can find my screwdriver. Otherwise it will fly all over the place. Just taking the slack off so it doesn't move too much, and repeat the process for that. So same hole goes down there. Oh, I missed a subscriber on Monday, I think it was, on Twitch. Ryan, thank you very much for subscribing as well. 2 months in a row, I think that is, on Twitch. If nobody knows, you can subscribe for free on Twitch. You can go to your favourite creator. If you've got Amazon Prime, just simply go onto Twitch, log in with your Amazon Prime ID, and it'll give you 1 free subscription. So you can go onto there and you can support your favourite streamer. Don't have to be me, just any of us. And Amazon pick up the bill of your subscription for a month. So you can watch them on Twitch free of charge. without any adverts. And also we get a little bit of a kickback. I think it's about £1 or something like that. So it's never going to break the bank, but it's always a nice thing to have as well. So thank you very much for Ryan. 2 months in a row with my first subscriber on there. So yes, thank you so much for that. So if there is anybody on YouTube who wants to do that and they're not using it, you renew it every month, and you can just choose a different person every month if you so wish, or you can just keep on going with the same one. But it doesn't cost you anything, and it's always nice to do. Oh, good morning, just inspired. Morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm off for a few days. Dog sitting for a friend. Oh, wow. Terrible mobile internet here in the countryside, so probably won't stick around for too long. Oh, no. Can I just ask, though, what dog is it you're sitting? And I would imagine if you've got terrible mobile internet in the countryside, it must mean you're quite rural, which must mean you must be in such a nice place. Right, let's get big long-haired German Shepherd. Ooh, long-haired German Shepherd, lovely. Hope it's well trained, or is it training you? So we'll put a bit of thermal goop on there. We're just going to seat this and try this on there. Are you a dog person? You must be if you're house sitting a dog, I would have thought. I have fancied a German Shepherd myself. Never had one. I also fancied a Doberman, but yeah, couldn't get one at the time for a number of reasons. So when you put in these screws in, just put them in alternate, and it just takes the tension down on the die a little bit better, rather than going down all at one side. And it just spreads the load a little bit. They will just go to a point where you can't tighten anymore, so you don't have to worry about anything else. We've got a nice secure fit there. And if we could see, we would see that I have put the perfect amount of thermal paste on. Not too much, not too little, just right, just like Goldilocks. She's called Tess. She's a very good pupper. I'm both dog and cat person. I love animals and wanted to be a vet when I was a kid. Oh, wow. It's a hard career, is being a vet. I think a lot of people think being a vet is just looking after nice cuddly dogs and cats and things like that, but yeah, I don't think I'd want to do some of the things that vets do. Certainly not some of the more challenging side, let's say, and things like that. But yeah, I'm very much an animal lover as well. I've got to be honest, though, I'm completely in the camp of a dog person, not a cat person at all. I don't. Yeah, I will reserve judgment on cats. I don't think they're a particularly good house animal for some people's pets. I have friends with cats, and what they allow the cat to do is quite remarkable. If my dog did it, everyone would think, hold on a minute, why are you letting your dog do that? But we let cats do it. Right, we do have down here, we've got two. We've got a CPU fan and a CPU optional, which can be used as generally an AIO or a second fan for your CPU. The reason why I'm going to put the splitter in and split it is because if you're coming off two sources, you've got to match the fan profiles more or less exactly, so you get nice airflow coming with the fan speeds. Okay, so it's not impossible. It just takes a bit of messing around and a bit of tweaking and things like that. So it's not too much of a hassle because we're going to fit two fans on here. If you use the splitter going into one, you can just let one fan speed control it all. So that's the reason why I use the fan splitter rather than anything else. Put the fan splitter in at this stage, and it will make life so much easier when we're going forward, because I am trying to do this without seeing where the hole is, because I'm trying to do this on camera, so this might be a little bit tight down here, but yes. There we go. So I've got that in there. I can imagine being a vet, though, you get some challenging ones because you've got to know about everything. You know, being a doctor, it's like human anatomy and things like that. But being a vet, animals are completely different to each other. You know, if you're looking after a snake, or you're looking after a rabbit, or you're looking after a dog, there's 3 different things, isn't there, to what you've got to kind of look after. Crazy. One other nice thing about these, you get little rubber vibration guards on both sides of this model, but only if you get white fans. If you go for the standard black or silver ones of these, where you get the black fans, you only get 1 set of rubber pads, which is crazy. On the 140 version, which has got the bigger fans, you do get double, but on the black version, you only get 1 side, so you just basically take them out and stick them on the side, so it's not a problem at all. Obviously, directional fans, the air blows that way, so it always blows through the bars. So it takes it from this side, blows it through that side. So we just need to make sure that we're getting it through. Because we don't have a rear fan on this machine, and customer hasn't asked for one, and I'm not going to fit one, I'm going to put one at the back there, and then one in the centre. So we're going to be using suction to come through here. This fan will obviously suck it through there, then expel it through there, and then that fan will speed it up and get it out of the back to give us a fighting chance of getting some of the air out of the back as well, at getting it through. Do you know what I might do, actually? Because these Corsair fans which are sat here are really clean. I might put one of these in as a back fan, so I might still go front, middle, and then a rear fan there to actually, yeah, I think I will. So we'll cut one of his things, because that's not going to cost him anything to get done. That'll be better. So we'll just snip the cable clips off, cable ties, and we'll use one of those fans as a back exhaust fan. A bit better for him. So we will go front, middle, and then the back fan on the case will pick it up and expel it at the back off there. So we need one at the front, so we're going to put clips on here and clip it on, and then we're going to repeat for the centre and front. So we'll get that one on. We'll use these as a push configuration rather than a pull. So we'll put the centre one in first. Should go like that. The reason why I'm putting the centre one on first is because it's going to be the more tricky one to get. So the friend of mine, I've texted him on Saturday to say, just leaving now to come to yours. And he's only just responded to me saying, all right, I'm sorry, I've only just seen this message. That's a tight fit down there. That's it, we're in there. Clip that one on and get my fingers down there and clip that one on. Yeah. These need to be completely flush because the magnetic cover at the top, if it's not, won't go on. The temperature cover won't go on. One down. That's in. That's in as well. That's first one in. Done. It's coming down by 1 millimetre. Yeah. That's it. Lovely. That's one fan in. Rinse and repeat with the second one. You've only got 1 stick of RAM, so I'm going to fit the fan first, and then we'll fit the RAM after. Come onto that side. Rinse and repeat. Again, what I like about these, I do like these. I know I'll bleat on about them. What I like about these, the actual clips, if you look here, are shapen here. So this means that once these are inserted, you only get this on the white or the 140, but when they're inserted like so, they actually lock like a locking pin, so they don't fall out like conventional ones do. They do lock into place. So again, I do like this a lot. And I'm not affiliated, don't get paid, I'm not on commission or anything else. It's just I think they're for the value what they offer, they are brilliant. Again, we need to get this positioned just right. Don't fall off unless you knock them off like that. That's it. We'll get this one mounted first, which is always the tricky one. You mount the far one first, and there you go. Gone straight on. Wonderful. So we're not going to get nice airflow because he's got CD-ROMs in it, but we have got a front fan just here. So this fan will be blowing air in here, this general thing. That one will be picking it up, taking it through the first cooling tower, onto the second fan, which will be keeping the pace and the speed, through the second cooling tower, and then we'll put in a rear case fan in from his cases, his case fans that he's got. So we'll stick that one in that hole just there. Corsair. Have I got a white fan? I've got a grey one. What I might do is put a grey one because that's closer to. I think I've got a grey. Oh, we've got a subscriber. Thank you very much for your Rastaman Gaming and Music. Thank you very much for your subscription. Hello, hello, hello. I 3D printed a lot of handy things for repair. Where you at, mate? Europe. I'm in Europe. United Kingdom. UK. England. Down near London. No, it's Australia. How do they talk in London? I've moved around a bit. But yes, thank you, Rastaman, for your subscription on there. But yes, Dissident Saint? Dissident Saint? I can't read. Yes. What sort of things have you printed? Because you were doing a lot of repairs the other day, weren't you, Ronnie? I know you do a lot every day, but you're doing quite a few. I want to put him a grey fan in here. Take that a bit. Because I keep looking on AliExpress and going, could do one of them. But there's nothing taking me fancy. And I always think, I might buy a 3D printer so I can start designing it, but I'm not that good with software. And then I watch people like Tony, you know, in Northwest Repairs, and he prints a lot of his stuff. So I'm going to put him in because I've got one. A Noctua fan. These are brilliant fans, Noctua fans. They do work really well. Just ignore the paint on there. These are out of my old PC, but I'm going to give him this one, so we're not charging him. So it is a 1700 RPM fan, 12 volt scale, taking about it'll be about 1 amp. So it's a watt on there, 1 watt of power. So there we go. That's what we're going to put in. So we'll pop that into that hole just there, which is his system fan hole. So cooling is all about getting air, making it hot, and getting rid of the hot air. So it's not about lots of air. It's about removing hot air or removing heat. And a lot of people do make the mistake about get some fan screws. Put silver or black in. Let's put black in. Fan screws, fan screws, fan screws, fan screws. I do get some people saying, I want another fan in my computer because it's overheating. And by the time I've explained to them, they're coming to one or two camps then. They either come into camp where they listen to me, or they come into camp and say, no, I still want fans, and then don't bring it to me. Not that I've refused to do it, I've just tried to say, you do it wrong thing. Because they want another 3 fans at the top of the case because they think it'll make the computer run cooler. Probably not. If you want it for RGB, yeah, fine. But you're going to get a lot of disturbed air patterns doing that. Because it's keeping air flowing, which is the idea with removing heat. You need it to come in, cool, get to where it needs to be smoothly, and then get out smoothly. So in and out, in and out, in and out. And putting more fans in, you're just going to get turbulent dead spots of air, which then heat up and don't give you optimum cooling. So I worked on one not long back, and he had 11 case fans scattered around different places, and he wanted more. And I think I showed him, I took it down to, I got rid of them all and I left 3 in. So I had 2 intake ones at the front and 1 external at the back, expelling at the back. I just disconnected the rest, didn't take them out. And his temperatures dropped by about 7 degrees. And I says, you've just literally got the wrong airflow patterns coming through. Then that's what the issue was. He'd got wrong airflow patterns rather than anything else. So he was like, oh yeah, but he didn't want to lose any of his fans because he wanted it to look pretty. I said, well, you can either have it looking pretty or running cool. So he wanted it looking pretty. So I did tweak it and messed around with him a little bit more because he'd got his fans positioned. He'd got not enough positive pressure. He'd got too much negative pressure in it as well. I redid that. And put this RAM back in the same. Fingers. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, watch them. They are sharp. Put this RAM back in the same slot as it came out of. See that one just there. Always a bit of a faff when you've got a fan in. Well, we're in. And it is extremely snug. And I mean extremely snug. Oh, Dissident Saint is how you pronounce it, sorry. Dissident Saint. Oh, too bad. I need someone to build me a NAS for my... Oh, yeah, sorry about that. There are plenty of creators in chat, though. If you've got Discord as well, I can point you to a couple of Discords as well, where there's a lot of creators as well who are all over the world who can probably assist with that anyway. But they're a good project to do yourself. They're not as hard as you'd probably think if you've got a little bit of technical knowledge or just follow some of the YouTube tutorials. I've set a couple of TrueNAS systems up, and I mean, my one I used to run from my home was a TrueNAS build with an old desktop PC, an old AMD CPU in it, 8 gig of RAM. I've upgraded since then, but yeah, they're not as hard as you would probably think. I'll send you a picture of what I printed last on Discord. Oh, let me have a look. I will open Discord and wait for that to come through. I'll have a quick look at that, Ronnie. Look at Discord opening. So we have that. We need to find a USB for that to plug into, and I bet there's not one down there easily accessible. And I bet I can't get the cable down. Oh, very nice. Thanks for the info. Yeah, I want to do a budget TrueNAS with like an old workstation. I built my whole lab with decommissioned Lenovo's. Oh, very nice. The only thing I would say with some of the older stuff, if you are going to build a NAS out of it, I've done it myself, is just watch for power consumption. And that is because some of the older systems aren't as power efficient as certain newer chips. And I worked it out. My new NAS, because I went to I've gone into a small form factor one now and it works as a router, a VPN, a hardware firewall, and also my NAS on there as well. But I only run a 20 terabyte NAS. I ain't got anything too big as my internal storage. I think the box when I bought it was about £200 from AliExpress, bare boned, because I had the RAM and I had the drive. So I did that, and that sits upstairs in my spare bedroom, really, where I keep all my comms, all the bits and bobs. And it's up there. But I worked it out within a year, just the cost saving on the electricity, because it was a lower performance chip, a lower power consumption chip would pay for itself. So I've had that now 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, something like that. So it's easily paid for itself. So just be a bit careful with the older stuff. It is sometimes a false economy on that one. And I did notice that quite a bit. My power consumption is now, I don't know, 12 watts, something like that, as opposed to my old AMD system, which was running at about 120 watts, something like that. So it was quite significant drop down onto that. Yeah, real significant drop down. And I'm talking out of the wall 240 volts wattage there, consumption, not CPU wattage or anything like that. ITX case and some other stuff. I printed some stuff for the old hardware. Ooh, yeah. Quick look. Do you know what? That alligator's just come up actually, Ronnie. Oh, they're good. I like them. Am I right showing this on stream, Ronnie? Yep. So this is, if I go to, oh, look at this. And we should, yeah, we do. This is what Ronnie's just printed, which I would imagine they're RAM storage kits. They would come in so useful for me. I'll show you where I keep them at the moment. They would come in so useful for me. And then obviously you've got laptop RAM ones there as well. And I suppose the nice thing is, because all desktop RAM and laptop RAM are the same size, no matter what revision they are, you can just make one of these for each revision rather than anything else. Yeah, I don't have a lot of those, but they'd be useful for that. Because at the moment, I just keep everything in. I think I've shown this several times on Stream Hunter. That's the extent of my RAM sorting, as you can see. I really need a better solution for, I think we were discussing this the other day, for my CPUs. Because again, my CPUs are starting to get damaged. Because that's how I keep CPUs, which isn't bad for Intel, but the AMD stuff, yeah, it's not good. But ones with pins, it does knock them off a little bit. But yeah, they're it's fitting the need, isn't it, to what you think is required. I'm gonna have to find a USB header for this, so let's cut that. Oops, cut that off. See if we can get this through and under. Right, go to that one there, go to that one there. Let's stand this up. You can print large one for CPU storage drawers. You can find them free online. Yeah, I just ain't got a 3D printer. I think the last time I wanted something printed, I got a new car, and the because it's got a phone holder. A phone holder in the car. But because I'd got the Max version of the iPhone, it didn't fit it. So somebody had designed a 3D printed adapter to go on the back of the kind of phone holder. So I just put a shout out on Facebook and said, has anybody got a 3D printer who can print me this? And a few people came back, and one guy went, yeah, I'll do it for you, no problem at all. And he only lived about 2-3 miles away. So he printed it off 3 times for me, because first 2 went wrong. And I went to collect. How much do you want? He said, oh, I don't want out. So I just ended up buying his kids some sweets and whatnot, because he wouldn't take any money for it. But because they needed to be quite strong, it wasn't strong enough to what I needed it to do anyway. So it didn't actually fit the need that I needed, or fit the purpose that I needed it to do, which was a bit of a shame, but what it isn't it. But I think that was down to probably the stuff he was using. So I'm just trying to get this in. I can't multitask, you know I can't. Oh, fiber? No, what do they call it? Not thread. Filament. filament he was using on that one. But yeah, some cracking stuff. We should have a bit of a peel reveal on here. So this just magnetizes on. We'll get this off. These do look a little bit scary. So we'll get a beautiful peel reveal. Look at this. Woohoo! I know you like a bit of a peel reveal. Should we, just for the dads, we'll give it a bit of a close-up action as well. Look at this, a Sharon Stone moment. Wow. Wow. Oh, control yourself, guys. Control yourself. We'll get that magnetized. Magneto. There you go. Clip into place. That cabling down there, without taking the motherboard fully out, I'm not going to be able to get the cable too neat and tidy down there. I'm not going to take a motherboard out, just tuck it down one extra hole, so we're going to stick it down that hole there. But I will make it look neat when we have done. So we've got the cooler now fitted. We will try the cooler to see what temps we are getting. Let's see if we can toast this into the BIOS. With a HDMI lead plugged in. We should have onboard. Will the K have onboard graphics? Don't know. Let's put his graphics card back in. Excuse me. One screw in. He had normal screws in there, so we'll get one screw in just to secure it a little bit. So okay, the back that was plugged into there, which is 12-volt PCIe GPU plugs, which aren't particularly going in too. Yeah. They're a little bit spongy, those ones. Brilliant. Let me just trim. I don't know if it's laziness, that. Morning, Chill. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're doing well, Mick. I retired after my run last night. I think it was last night when I was talking to you, just before I went on the run. 10k really took it out of me last night. I felt every step of it. I'm running again tonight, and yeah, I think tonight I'll take it out of me as well. I'm only doing, I think, an 8k tonight. But yeah, in this heat, we're running a bit shorter tonight because of football. So I want to get home, have some tea, and get ready for the 8 o'clock kickoff. So yeah, by the time we've run, had a socialised drink of water or lemonade or whatever it is, because I don't drink alcohol, and get back, showered, and ready for the kickoff at 8 p.m. Mickey and Keely turned on and plugged in. Wonderful. That would have killed me. You get used to it, Mick. Get used to it. I'm not particularly quick at the 10k thing. My record on 5k is about 29 minutes. So I'm not super quick at all, but I am quite old now and not particularly fit. So yeah, it's I have done it in just under an hour, a 10k, a couple of years ago, but yeah, I'm probably over an hour now. Well over an hour. Woohoo. I'm going to turn big light off. So light will come off so we can see what's showing on here. There you go. We've got spinning round lights. It will look better when it starts to come up. If I zoom down a little bit, it'll pick up the white balance a little bit better. Oops. That one there. Yeah, believe it or not, that is flashing. You can just see it on there. But we'll turn the computer on. We'll see if we can get into the BIOS. Find the power button. Right. See if we can get into the BIOS. So keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner. Down here. Right, we've got picture there. Right, and we'll go into that view there. We're just going to see how well. This is the one with the stupid BIOS, isn't it? I think it was that one to go to the normal BIOS, and then F7.4. No, not that one. Where was advanced? Put my glasses on and see. Meters off. That one there. PCI health. I'm looking for temperatures. There you go. CPU temperature on there, 32 degrees. I think that was sitting at about 50 degrees on water cooler. So that has, I mean, it's dropped. I know we're not putting it in any load at the moment, but we will put some load on it in a second. We'll build it into a memory stick. So we've now got nice flow coming in, coming out, and everything else. So we have got air. So again, it's about keeping it nice and smooth. We've got air coming in here. Ideally, I'd want that fan more in line with these, but obviously they're in way, so I can't. So we have got air coming in here. And again, ideally, you want a positive pressure case. So a positive pressure means more air coming in than coming out. That's two reasons. One reason is so you've got more cool air in the system, so it can expel it, so it's not suffocating and creating like a vacuum effect, negative pressure, because you've obviously got double fans on here, which are expelling out the back of the GPU, and you've got a exhaust fan here. So it really does need another case fan here. But unfortunately, on this case, not a case I've supplied, it's a PC specialist case, it's only got room for one. So we're going to have to make do with what we've got. The other thing about having a positive pressure case is you tell it where you want air to come from. So you have the fans where you want it to suck air from, as opposed to it sucking air through any nook and cranny that it can find, which might be unfiltered, which sucks dust in and dirt and debris, which then insulates your system and can cause your system A to get dirty, which is unpleasant, but B, the works as an insulator and things start to get hot. So you can keep control of it if you have a positive pressure case, because you tell it where the air is coming from, and also you then dictate to the airflow. This one is going to be a little bit starved, but we can't really do much about it. So we have got air coming in here. Some of it is going to make its way up to here, going to get sucked through here into the center fan, which is here, expelled at the back, so through the double towers, and then expelled with the Nokia fan there. And it is extremely quiet. So again, going back to there, we're sitting at 32 degrees C. So we'll get a test USB stick plugged in. We'll get this posted to some diagnostic software, get that in the hole there, and we'll see how well it performs. So we'll just do Control-Alt-Delete, go back into that one, we'll boot up into the USB stick. Come on, boot into USB. It didn't do this successfully the other day. Yes, it's doing it now. And no idea where that is on there, so we'll just use these commands. And we'll say we want to boot override into that one, I think it was. That's the one which worked. Yes, it was. And we'll boot up into Ventoy. And then we'll use Sergio Shreliak to do that. So we'll select normal boot, and then it'll give us an option between Windows 10 and Windows 11. And we'll select Windows 11 just because it looks a little bit prettier. And we'll get rid of my ugly mug on there, and we'll let it load. Yeah, I could put a better CFM fan in the front. Yeah, you're right. If I put a higher volume fan in the front, it might increase air. I could actually get one in down here at the bottom, just down into this section here. So I have got room for one because the cage is there for it, and it'll blow over the drives, and it will introduce more air to come into it. But I want to see what the temperatures are like. We could also put one in up top here as well. I could get a thin fan put in here on low RPMs. So I won't want a high RPM fan there, because if I put a high RPM fan there, it would be causing turbulent air, because you'd be getting air coming here and air coming down here, and that's the turbulence. If you think about air like water, you'd then get turbulence, and it wouldn't have a smooth laminar flow of air coming through. Is laminar the right word? Don't know. It sounds right to me. But you wouldn't have a smooth flow of air. So yeah, I agree. Another fan here, or as you rightly said, a better fan with more pressure. Something like one of these Noctua fans are really good because they kick off probably twice the amount of volume of air as some of these cheaper fans. If you just look at the blade angle and also how much gap there is between the blades, you get a good idea on them. And some of these Noctua fans, because they were designed for their coolers, they have higher pressure fans, which means they work better at moving air through under pressure when there's resistance. So you get a nice airflow coming through from them as well, and you don't get as much turbulent air from better quality fans as well for that. But we'll monitor the temps and see what that comes through at as well. But yeah, good point, Retro. I could do that. I could probably get a 140 fan at the front as well. To see what that is like. So anyway, let's just test it. So before we were hitting 100% on temps. So let's have a look now. I think we had hardware info opened. So we'll start that and we'll just put it into sensor mode, which is that one. Get that put to one side and we'll get the temps, which is this column here. So that is the temp what we will be looking at just there, and we'll get, I don't know which version of OCCT we use. I would recommend anybody wanting to do any testing use OCCT. Brilliant piece of software. You can subscribe either annually or monthly on their Patreon website, and it's a brilliant piece of software. Highly recommend it, or you can use it free of charge if you are a single user. But please do support them. They do an amazing job. It's a brilliant piece of software and it gives you the facility. This is an old version, but the newer version will let you test so many different components, either multiple at a time or one at a time, which not all software allows you to do. So we will do a benchmark test here. We're going to benchmark the CPU. We've got it under extreme load, and we're going to go large data set, and we'll leave it at steady. So that's really going to put this under some stress and pressure. But again, I'm wanting it to fail as well. So this is not just a test for the CPU cooler, it's a test to see how well it is. So if I press start there, you'll see the 100% usage up there. And it will actually give you temperature and everything on here, but we'll look on here so we can see where it is. So the old water cooler was capping out at 100 degrees. We're capping out at 100 degrees. So maximum temperature on this new cooler is 50 degrees. When I tell you these coolers are brilliant, we had a Corsair AIO cooler in this machine. We are running the CPU at extreme, and we were only running it normal last time. We're now on extreme, steady as well. So it's running it as a permanent load, not a variable load like it was running last time. And it was capping out at 100 within a few seconds. We're now sat at 51 degrees and the CPU has been running for coming on a minute. The fans aren't even kicking up. I'm going to take the microphone off and put it next to the fans just so you can hear how noisy this is. I bet you didn't even hear them because I can't even hear them. Look. The system is just whisper quiet. The honestly, these coolers, £23.90 I paid for this cooler. £25 usually. They go up to about 30 quid. Please, if you're building a system, don't put water cooling in your system. Get an air cooler. Get an air cooler. Thermal Master, they make some brilliant coolers, which are really affordable. And I know I'll bleat on about it. I mean, regular viewers will know what I'm saying. But yeah, they are very good. So I think that's proof in point that I don't really need to test this any further on heat because it's doing its job. It's just doing its job. The fans aren't even kicking in. It's just doing its job really well. And that is, again, CPU is sat at 100% usage there. As you can see, it's only a 4-core processor, this one, because it is an older system. But even so, 100%, all 4 cores, we are absolutely fine. So there we go. Now, the other thing to bear in mind is how well it dissipates here. So 53 degrees, we'll just click stop on there. We'll bring that back up. So we have stopped this. You will see this dropping down. I'm not too sure how quick this responds, but you're looking now, current temperature is dropped to 32 degrees within 3 or 4 seconds. So again, that is because there's enough thermal mass within the actual cooler. Forget about the fans. It's like having a small engine and a big turbo. If you've got a small cooler and big fans, it's going to keep it cool at high speed, but you're going to get noise and you're going to get lag and things like that. If you've got a nicely balanced cooler, you've got enough thermal mass, you've got enough heat pipes, you've got enough heat transfer, you've got enough metal in there for the cooler thermal mass to actually absorb the heat and then the fans to dissipate it. This is why they can run cool and reasonably quiet as well, because there's a lot of thermal mass, and the indication of that is the time it takes it to return down to a sensible limit, that it's dissipating the heat from the amount of thermal mass it's got really, really well. So again, I know I bleat on, guys, but yeah, buy one of them. Buy them. They are brilliant coolers. I need an affiliate link, in fairness, in my description, because I do publicize them a lot, but I publicize it because I like them. So we will just do a quick 512 test on all the drives. Customer has got 3 drives in here, probably broken into different partitions and so on, or volumes, but we are going to be testing his C drive, which is I presume that is his Kingston M2 drive, which should be performing better than that. I don't know how he's got his system configured. That could be an SSD, but I doubt it at that speed, because an SSD won't read at that speed unless it had a cache, and it's probably a cacherless one in here. That's going to be his mechanical drive, which is a 2 terabyte mechanical, because I think his M2 drive is only 512, and that is his SSD. It's a Kingston SSD, so he's got a Kingston M2 drive, NVMe M2, not a SATA M2. He's got an NVMe M2. He's got a mechanical drive, and he's got that all down here, just either my disk or recovery partitions and the like. So we'll just do a quick read and write test. Ideally, you test this at 1 gigabyte or above to give you a better, because if it was a cached drive, so if there's some DRAM on there, you'd get artificially inflated figures on some of these. So that might read 800, but because the cache had filled and then it had emptied for this, that might read at 5,000. Well, not 5,000, but might read at 1,200, which is wrong. They should step down on each occasion, which these are. That one there seems incredibly high for QDIP 3. These you get sequential, which is basically writing data in sequence. You then get random, which is that the random one there, the random ones. So your random ones are always going to be a little bit lower, and then you get random down there as well, writing 4 kilobits at 1 thread down there. So these are the 2 which gives you an indication. Certainly this one here, how snappy and everything Windows is going to be. So I'm going to repeat that test, because that figure there is quite a bit of disparity. You would sometimes get a better write speed, but I wouldn't want to see it twice the amount like that. So I'm just going to rerun that test, and I'm going to run it on 1, and to make sure we've got NVMe selected. Yeah, there we go. I'm just going to rerun that with a 1 gigabyte file, just to make sure that that doesn't repeat, because that one there is a little bit off where I'd want it to see it. So that one's pretty okay. We're at 1 gigabyte now, write file. It'll do all the reads, and then it'll do the write tests as well. This is a free piece of software, anybody watching, called Crystal Disk Info. Sorry, Crystal Disk Mark. Crystal Disk Mark will speed test to some degree your drives. It's only a basic test, but it'll give you an idea, even if the info is reading as correct, give you an idea of where it is out. Right, so this one here we were getting 63, so you can see this one's a little bit higher and that one's a little bit higher as well. So I'm happy that that's right. I just don't really see that about 150. This could be an indication that if it is coming as that, it could be normal for this drive. I would like to see these a little bit higher, but we are on a 4th gen CPU, So the limiting factor, I think, is the generation of CPU rather than the drive. So I think it's probably either bandwidth or computational power of the CPU, which is limiting that, because the drive should be easily into thousands on there. So I don't think it's an issue with the drive. I think it's probably an issue with CPU and bandwidth or motherboard or chipset or something like that. And I don't think it's an issue as a problem. I think it's an issue as in age-wise, because it is an old system for the throughput. So again, repeating this test, if they are similar scores to this one, yeah, it is. So I don't think that's a controller issue on there. We'll do this quickly test on here. This is his mechanical drive, and we'll quickly test his SSD whilst we are looking at that. So we'll run these tests together. These are on separate SATA buses, so we can do these two at the same time. So your theoretical maximum, I believe, is 350 to 400 megabytes a second. So that's obviously got a bit of cache RAM on the 120 gigabyte drive. That's a good read speed on a mechanical drive there. Really good read speed. Because a mechanical drive will never perform to the maximum of the SATA bus. Ooh, that's quite low though. That's dropped right down. I would expect QDEP 4 to be around that, let alone QDEP 3. So that's his mechanical drive. I think that one there is too high. Yeah. So those two numbers look about right compared to each other, but that one there looks wrong compared to that one. I would expect that to be probably somewhere between 5 and 10 rather than down to 1, but we'll see what the right is. If the right is probably similar, I think we are there or thereabouts correct. But again, I think the limiting factor here, because those three numbers there are very similar, I think the limiting factor is probably board or CPU rather than drive. And we are working on a small file size anyway. Yeah, so we are down where it needs to be, and then this one will probably be something similar, I would have thought. Yeah, that one is way out again, but if you look, that one's quite a bit out to each other as well. So that's all three drives which are writing at QDEP 4 substantially higher. I just wonder whether that's a chipset thing, which is writing at that, because they're not going to be. I mean, that's going to have some. It probably only have something like 64 megabytes of flash on there, with it being mechanical drive. It's not going to be anything higher than that, so it's not going to influence that on a 512 megabyte write too much. It's a bit high as well, but I think with all three drives performing the same, it's probably a limitation on the motherboard on that. So let's just give it a quick crystal disk info, which is the blue one. This will tell us the health of the drives. So the Kingston one, it's only done 133 hours. This is M2 drive, NVMe M2 drive. Yeah, 32 degrees, that's okay. This is his 2 terabyte. Done some more, but only just over a year and a bit. Coming to 2 years of use. About 2 years, 10 months. So, and he's at 850 on there. Probably they was the original drives, obviously. I think that was probably his original boot drive with a secondary drive. Then this one's been added at a later stage. But again, none of them are causing any issues. That there is probably getting down to a point of having some influence on performance, but Samsung tend to deal with that pretty well. That's probably a cache. Did Evo on that age have cache? I can't remember. It may well have some. Can't see it on there whether it has. I see GPL. No, I don't think it has. got a cache on there. But even so, 89% is probably where I start saying to people, you need to look at changing it. But if it's only used as a secondary drive, it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. So I don't think on there there's any other problems. So we're going to shut that down. Back into here, and we'll get it posted into Windows. And start. Do that top button. These look a lot better when they're not blurred out like that. They're quite a thing. I think the temperature comes on here, but I'm going to have to install some software on this to get that running. But I'm quite impressed with how well. Keep that bottom right hand corner to see if we get a picture down here. Quite impressed on how well that is handling the temperatures. I do run Prime occasionally, but not very often. I know Prime is really, excuse me, Prime is really punishing on CPUs for how it works, because it multiplies prime numbers and so on, doesn't it? But I normally find that the vast majority of issues are more noticeable just by if there's a boot issue, because it can be CPU, if it's one of instruction sets or something wrong with the CPU internally as it's kind of triggering itself through the post process or the boot process, or temperature related. Those are the two prime ones. That's if the CPU is working. So a simple or something like OCCT, when it's putting all cores under stress, would also get that to come out as well. This is because of changes of fan. How do you mean this is because changes of fan? Are you referring to? Yeah, to see the temps on load. The OCCT has dropped the CPU temperature by 50 degrees C. So under full load, the old cooler, which we've taken out, which is the all-in-one, we've taken that out, was thermal throttling at 100 degrees, which you would expect. It's thermal throttle out and start thermal throttle before it cuts out about 110. So this dual cooler, what we've put in, has obviously done the job at keeping the temps nice down to 50 degrees under the same, or actually under more load. So this cooler here has worked tremendously. My concern is we don't have a picture. That's it. I flicked over to the wrong screen. So there we go. We've now got a Windows picture. So it could have already done the damage to the CPU. So the CPU might have already started suffering from some type of thermal damage with that. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to plug this directly into my monitor, because I don't know what customer information we have on screen, and obviously I can't show customer information, so you just have to kind of work in the dark a little bit whilst I press a few buttons and just see if I get a picture. Okay, see what they've got on, and we've got nothing on there. Just make sure we've got nothing identifiable in here, and then we should be able to get this back on and probably do, yes, we can plug that back in. Wonderful. So we can do some testing from within Windows on here as well. So we'll get this back up on OBS when this decides to come, and then we'll do testing within Windows. Customer had said that they had reformatted and reinstalled Windows, so we'll have a go at seeing if anything does fall over and die. Press that one there, and we should get a picture. We have picture. Oh, my telephone is ringing. So let me grab my telephone, gentle people. PC repairs. Depends what's wrong with it. Probably steer away from that. Try. How old is it? Right, right. Have you spoken to Apple? Because on that age of computer, they might do it outside of warranty as a repair. They'll still charge, but it'll be similar price to what an independent repair will be charging because we've got to get screens from them, you see. Right. Oh, even if it's out of warranty repair? Right. No, it's got a worldwide warranty on it. That is a load of. But yeah, well, that's warranty repair, but you're not after a warranty repair, are you? Never heard that before from them. So yeah, it's bizarre, that isn't it? Yeah, it probably wouldn't be something one I would do if I'm being honest. But I was going to suggest that's what I normally suggest to people if it's anything sort of 21 and newer, because the costing's virtually the same, but you get the warranty with them. But yeah, I wouldn't be the one on that one, unfortunately. Sorry about that on that issue. Yeah, good luck with it. Yeah, bye bye. How bizarre is that? A customer wants a iMac, a MacBook screen repairing, and he's been into Apple, and because they bought it from UAE, even though it's out of warranty, and he said, "I just want to book this in for repair," they won't even repair it. They've told him he's got to take it back to UAE and book it in there, even though he's paying for repair. And he said to Apple, "I'm not flying all the way back to UAE to get it repaired. I'll book it in and do it." And he's just like, "What? Crazy." Anyway, let's get some Windows testing done on this. Stick my memory stick in. Make this big, as the vicar said to it. Let's get this big so we can see what we're doing. 100%. Let's get that on 150. So at least I can see, having bad eyesight. So let's click in there, and it's sluggish, isn't it? It's like walking through treacle. That one. And my diagnostic disc. Oh, it is really definitely not good. So let's get that on the desktop. Yes, we want to do that. Of course, we've got viruses in it, and we want that on the desktop as well. And let's put furry donuts on the desktop as well, because we like a bit of a furry donut, don't we? Just make sure this is reading the same within Windows as it was before. 99, yeah, 89 done. Eject. Done. Windows 11 on. Yes, go away. Performance, this will be a quad-core processor, as we can see, and we've got 8 gig of system RAM, 1 stick, so it's not even running in dual channel mode. Just want to make sure our figures are, yeah, run, yes. Windows 11 is brilliant, isn't it? And ask you 36 times whether you're really sure that you want to be doing what you're doing. Of course I do, I wouldn't have done it otherwise. And the ones we're looking at is the temperature just there, and oh, we've got Sally and Albert subscribed. Thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome. Thank you for subscribing. What was? Did I see AVG and Avast? Yes, they have got an AVG antivirus. Do you know what? What always gets me? Some people will put Thunderbird and Firefox on because they're worried about the privacy, and then they'll put AVG and Avast or Norton and McAfee on, which steal all your identity anyway. So it always makes me laugh a little bit that they're ultra paranoid about doing that, or use DuckDuckGo, and then they've got an antivirus on there which is manipulating the DNS and tracking all the data and selling it to highest bidder. It just blows my mind a little bit. Do all the things to protect your privacy, not just because you believe Firefox is best way forward or DuckDuckGo is best way forward. They're all going to track you. They're all going to do it. Just get rid of your antivirus, which is significantly impacting your performance and stealing and manipulating what you see and do on a daily basis, and probably slowing your computer down. Yeah, it's slow development. It's a good one, but realistically, let me start that off. Extreme, and I can't multitask, sorry guys. Realistically, what Thunderbird offers, I think it lacks in usability. And are you best off, if you want as much security as you possibly can, you'll be setting a Gmail up through Thunderbird for privacy and whatnot. Just use Gmail website. Yeah, Proton email. It's finding one which isn't going to monitor it, but there's no point having a Gmail account or a Hotmail account fed into Thunderbird because you've still got the same issue. You might as well just use a web-based email system and then use Proton email or something like that, or use Gatormail or something like that. I use them quite often as a throwaway email box to get round having to register and not getting spam. So they're always useful. Right, so we're under full load again. Because this is within Windows and we've got drivers installed, it's probably pushing CPU a little bit more. So we're at 64 degrees there. And we're on all cores, and that's under extreme load again. If we look up here, we're running at 100%, around sort of 70 to 75 watts of power, sitting at 64 degrees temperature on the heat cycle. So if we keep an eye on this number, actually, keep an eye on this number here, the 62 degrees. We know it's not going to overheat. I can tell it's not going to overheat. So when I click stop, just see how quick this actually drops back down. These temperatures here will be dropping back down. Because see how quick it's suddenly gone down to 34 degrees. That's the sign of a good quality cooler. I do feel like it's an infomercial about these coolers, and it's not. I just love the coolers. Just love the coolers. So I don't think there's anything wrong with cooling on this machine. So let's just bring Furry Donuts up and see what this is going to say and do. Make sure it's not a heat issue with his GPU. I doubt whether it is. Add a shortcut to desktop. I can see chat moving. I'll read that in a second. I'm just staring at a screen. Launch. I'll get this running. Oh, we have somebody at the door. We have somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. Give me 2 seconds, gents. Right, just 2 more dropped off, gents. One of them we did the other day on stream, actually. We fitted a... did I do it on stream? Sure, I did it on Monday stream. We fitted a... sorry, just pop that on the floor, if you would. I will get that one looked at sooner rather than later for you,
Yeah.
and then I'll have to get that one fully stripped down. So I'll text Stacey about that
Yeah.
one, but I'll text Stacey about that one as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, see you later. Bye bye.
See you later.
Yeah, they've took this one back and smashed the screen of the car. So that one's now coming 2 days later for a screen. Oh, I think they've probably smashed it in the car or something. I'm not too sure what's happened, but now I've got a smashed screen. You can see impact mark on it actually. You can see where it's been cracked and smashed. Oh dear me. There's a discount code for Thermal Master cameras, by the way, in my description. I don't know why that keeps coming up. It's come up twice. Don't know why it's done that, but hey. Right, let's get back to PC screen. No, not that one. HDMI, that one there. So let's start Furry Donuts off and just see if this is. I am dictated to doing it on 720 because it's through OBS, so I can't do it on anything other than that. But this will give us a. Ooh. Ah, that were interesting. Now that was very interesting. Did we see what happened there, guys? It suddenly went off. Computer shut down. Just went off altogether. Let me just have a look, see if that's a driver issue. Because the customer has installed Windows, and I wonder whether he's not. Oh, we've got it there. Right, let's have a look at Furry Donuts again. Now that could. Just let me see if I can choose settings. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Yeah, it's not good at all, is it? It could be power supply. It's a Corsair 750 watt power supply. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take his GPU out. I'm going to put a temporary GPU in. I've got a couple up there. I've got about 8 up there. Put a temporary GPU in. Try the same stress test with the temporary GPU to see if it's power supply. It's still doing it on temporary GPU. Swap his power supply, which I'm going to look forward to because that connected down there. And then yeah. I wonder if OCCT. Let me run OCCT. So this is where that OCCT will come in useful because I can do it. Excuse the dog. She's probably seen something out there which she's unsure about. Let me run this because it could be Furry Donuts which is interfering with it as well. It could be software related on there where this will stress test the actual core differently to what that is. Wow, no clue what's running. I'm dragging 900 watts of electricity when I was doing that. Wow, that is so much going. Dog, shut up. I don't want to do all GPUs. I just want to do GPU number 2. That one there. That one there, which is the GTX 970. I'm going to leave it on variable, and I'm just going to start that off on a simple thing. So we'll see We'll see if it's power supply related, because this will still ramp it up and this will kick it. And I can do a power test in here as well. So rather than swapping, could just be a Furry Donuts issue, software related. Right, that's gone down again. It's gone down again. Interesting. Reliability monitor. Yeah, that's definitely not. I mean, customers. The complaint was, it falling over basically. Now it's not posting. So I wonder whether it is his GPU what's gone. Let's just see if we can get it posting. So we'll keep an eye on bottom right. We'll get a picture down here somewhere in this little black screen if it posts. Doesn't seem to want to post at all at the moment. Grab another graphics card. See what we've got on the shelf. We have got a 750 Ti, a GT710. These are all my test cards. We've got a 1060. Might use 1060 actually, because 1060 will be. I've got a 1070. We've got a 1050 and that Quadro. I've got a 1060. So let's pull that 1060. Dogs, there's nobody outside. Oh, wait, there is somebody here. Dog's barking because somebody here. We'll pull the. Oh, no, somebody coming. We'll pull the. We'll put 1070. Put the 1070 in, because 1070 is going to pull more than 1060. Oh, it's postman. Oh. Right, we'll put 1070 in it, because there's no definitely. Oh, we have got post. We do now have post, but we'll put 1070 in. We've got quite a big 1070 there. So we'll put 1070 in it. It is a big, humongous 1070. So we'll shut that down. And we'll see where, how, what, if. You can remove the MSI and use integrated GPU to see if the same happens. Yeah, we can. I'm just wondering if we put another GPU and it doesn't happen, we've narrowed it down to GPU. If it still happens with the replacement GPU in, it could be power supply or not. So yeah, we can do it that way as well. It just means I won't be able to get the same kind of current draw with integrated GPU. Tight as a proverbial. And I have got several GPUs to test with, so we're pretty much. I've got a 30 series kicking around somewhere as well, and a 20 series for testing, I am sure. Put the customers one on the floor. I think I've used this one actually. I've got this one a while ago, not used it. It's a bit of a big. Dogs, there's nobody out there. She's barking at nobody now. Oh, gosh, how this computer's been built. Snip. Need an 8 pin rather than a 6 pin. And cable tied them all together. Wonderful. Right, so this should tell me whether it's the power supply or GPU. If it doesn't crash, I will have to install drivers. If it doesn't crash, I think we can say it's GPU. If it does crash, it then needs bit more investigation. But it also could be software related as well. There we go. So keep an eye on the bottom right, see if we get a picture. If we get a picture, I will swap it over. Yeah, we've got a picture. So let's get that onto HDMI. So we know the graphics card is working, and we'll get our Snappy Driver install put in there. And we will go into that. It's installing drivers, that's why it went blank. Don't worry too much about it. Get onto Ventoy, Snappy Driver, and get some drivers installed. Pull about sound, select all, install. I'll just let it install the drivers. Back again, what is happening now? Cooler's in. That's dropped it from 100 degrees thermal throttling under 75% load, and under full load now it's sat at 50 degrees, 60 in Windows under full load. So we've dropped about 40 degrees in total by swapping the cooler, which is good. We've now done other stress testing on it. We've tested our drives. Our drives are okay. Ran Furry Donuts and it crashed on 3 attempts on Furry Donuts. And then run OCCT for a test on GPU and it crashed. It just instantly turns off. So it's either pointing to GPU or power supply or a problem with something on the board. I've now put, it's had a 970 or something like that in it. So I put a 1070 in it. So we're going to get a new generation, probably more current draw, stuff like that, working a bit harder. And I'm just installing some drivers and we're just going to repeat the test with the 1070 in it. Hopefully, if it then doesn't do it, we can then say it was the graphics card. If it then does do it, we're then going to be looking at power supply or something else. I was gaming with friends till late. Feeling a little tired. Do you know what? This morning, Ronnie, I woke up at 17 minutes past 4 a.m. And I am absolutely exhausted already. So I've already been up. I'm coming up to 8 hours already. It's just coming to 12 o'clock UK time. Absolutely exhausted. So I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Oh, there's only 2 to install. And second one's graphics card driver. Just get that installed. Give it a quick. Yeah, 1070 is what's in here. I've got a 2070 and I've got a 3060 kicking around. I'm sure I have 3060 Ti as well for testing. I just don't know where it is. I wonder if I lent somebody. I have lent a couple of bits out to customers, and neither one as yet have brought them back, which is really, really annoying. You do it out of, oh yeah, I'll get you out of a sticky situation. So you lend them something, and it's and then they basically steal it from you. Don't bring it back. Then they think that's fine. It just means I stop lending to everybody then. What were you playing? What game were you playing, Ronnie? Are you is it a WoW game or something similar? Apart from F1, I don't participate. I've got a driving cockpit. That's the only game I particularly play. Oh, I've got many messages. Oh my gosh, I've got like 9 messages. Let me have a quick look at that. Don't want that. Discord. Not that. Ah, yeah. Just while this is installing last driver, I will just check up on the messages because I've got several from customers. Done. Oh my gosh. Done. Done. is done and done. Wonderful. That's nearly installed. So as soon as that is installed, we can installing. You can see there it says installing. And just underneath that bottom one says installing stage 2 of 2. Once this is done, we'll put it into a stress test and see where it's going. Could really do with a full upgrade this. I mean, 4th gen Intel CPU. It's probably had better time of its life, hasn't it? I mean, it's running Windows 11, but there are going to be some compatibility because the CPU isn't fully compatible with it, and yeah, it's probably have driver issues as well. Oh, that'll be graphics card driver installing. Don't worry about the black screen. That's only because the driver is installing. So as soon as the black screen disappears, we will get back up and running. Look at that screen, then we can see it in the bottom right. I'm saying we'll get back up and running. Come on, black screen. Don't let me down. Need to figure out where I can get the drivers from for that Thermalright cooler as well. It's in the instructions. Here we have picture. Thermalright.com support download. There we go. That's where we go to. We'll download that as well. Or customer. So we'll do select all. There's just 5 quick ones to do. 4 quick ones, 3 quick ones, 2 quick ones, 1 quick one, and we'll just make sure there's nothing else. If anyone's wondering what this software is, this is Snappy Driver, and it's a wonderful piece of software. Wonderful. Just get a connection to the outside world. Plug a Ethernet in, and we'll get the Thermalright software as well. And go to the web address, which is thermalright.com. Yeah, go away, you stupid thing. Downloads. We'll get some software. Oh, I want to speak in English. Can't read anything else. Downloads. And I want, which download is it? No good, that's in Chinese. Can't read Chinese. It is support downloads. Oh, brilliant. It doesn't say which one, it just says good at downloads. Go away. I know I'm connected to a new network. Watch the video. No, don't want that. My thumb drive. Oh, wait. My thumb drive with Medicat just broke the casting. It was in, so printed a new casting quickly. Took 50 minutes. That is, oh wait, critical model verification. I don't want any of them. That is the thing, isn't it? When you can do stuff like that. I presume that is the only one we've got. Let's see if that is the one. Oh, go away. AVG, just leave me alone. You're a horrible piece of software. I wanted you to interfere with everything I did. I would install you. Oh, somebody has. LED numerical devices. So we will go to open file. We'll go to install, open. I wonder if this will do it without extracting it. Hopefully it will. And hopefully we will get a pretty picture. Is it a good quality? Well, it will be a good quality. One of the super fast thumb drives. I like the SanDisk Pros. I know I use them all the time. That's what I'm using currently. They do
PCDD, you little shit.
We've got sound. Let me turn that down a bit. Kiki, hello, good afternoon. Or good morning, or good evening. Not too sure which one it is for you, but it's good no. Yes, good afternoon. 1 minute past 12 for me. Wow. 870 megabyte. Well, that software, that is 100% bloated with random stuff you don't need. Yep, damn right. damn right. What are you trying to say about these Chinese manufacturers? That when I turn my computer back on, it'll install a PDF reader from somebody I've never heard of. It'll install 3 media players that I've never heard of. It'll install Norton antivirus that I don't want. And other stuff. Just don't want you new. There we go, runtime. I am reinstalling Windows on this machine anyway for him, so we might be okay. So we should have in here. Oh dear me. That's the one we want. And let's Gear. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, Gear. Oh my gosh. Very, very, very kind of you, Gear. Guys, if you Gear's an amazing supporter of the channel. Really, really do appreciate everything he does. So guys, if you receive a very kind donation of a membership from him, Letters Repair, please show him some love in chat, but also please pop over and show him some love on his channel as well. What an amazing creator. Doesn't stream anywhere near as much as he should. Amazing guy. Really generous with his time and everything else on the repair community front as well, with so much interaction behind the scenes as well, not only on stream. So thank you so much for that, Gear. Or Letters Repair. Yes, Scugs, it's to show CPU on not on this screen. It's to show it on the LED screen. You know, the one on the thing there. What I'm trying to get running. I do remember when I did this before, it was a bit of a pain in the backside to try and figure out how to use it. So we'll see if we can get that running. I'll keep an eye on the actual unit. You should just be able to see it a little bit down in the bottom right hand corner. But hopefully. Hey, guys, we have... I will see if I can zoom down on here and show you what it looks like. I will see if I can clip it. You see that? There you go. So you've got temperature. Oh, it's got GPU temperature as well. That's interesting. Didn't know it had GPU temperature. I don't know. And I would imagine that's usage of the core, CPU temperature, and usage of GPU. That must be internal GPU, I would imagine, rather than anything else. And then I think it changes color depending on the temperature. So when it gets hot, we'll show that in a second. We'll see that. So we will run a stress test on the CPU just to see if that is actively showing correct. Just do that. So that's pretty nice, isn't it? That is working. Let me just run this OCT, because we need to run this anyway. So it's gone to yellow at the moment. Tell you what I can do. If I remember how to do it, which is that one there and that one there. I go to my, no, it's that one there. Go to my channel. I think I can also gift 5 memberships. So gift memberships for free of charge. Send 5 now. There we go. We'll send 5 now. You have gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. If I go back to that again, I think You have 5 gift and membership left to send this month, and we'll send 5 more. There we go. There's the free ones for this month as well. Might as well use them or lose them, which is what it says. So there we go. I hope the recipients like the gifts. So, but thank you very much, Gear, for yours. Cancel, we don't want to update that. We just want to do the CPU one again. I'm just going to put this under there. We'll do start. And start. So keep an eye out on this here. The trouble is it don't go above 60 degrees. I think the issue we might have if we do it on extreme, we might run into a bottleneck of, let me change that back to normal. Variable, normal, auto, there you go. So it might run out at performance with it only being a quad-core processor. Not be able to report through the reporting software and also run the stress test. With it being an older system. There you go, that's a bit better. 41 degrees, 100% usage. So if we click back on there, so we can see the temperature is, yeah, I don't think it changes colour. It is getting a little bit purplier, is that a word? Yeah. 2% GPU usage. Yeah, it's just fluctuating colour, I don't think it does. But yeah, we are sat at 100% usage on the CPU. That is really, really bright. The good thing about this, you don't need to leave it on. You can actually take this off and just disconnect it if you don't want it on. And it just turns it into the normal fan. Or we can leave it connected on there. Let's come back to the microscope and turn that off. Go back. Okay, so we want to see if the GPU is still falling over and not being very well. So we've got the 1070 installed. Let's ring Firmark or bring Firmark up. If this fails, I'll do a power test as well. I don't want to download the latest one, that'll do. And we'll do GPU stress test. Yes. Gone off. It's died. Oh dear. So it's not GPU related. So let's try it on power. No, because power will do that. Let's try a different power supply. Oh, I didn't want to try a different power supply, but it is looking like it might be power supply related now. Oh. I'm going to try one more GPU in it, which is a GPU what's not powered from power supply. No, before I try the power supply, because power supply is going to take a little bit more jiggery pokery to get in and out. .33 degrees on temperature. It's really clear is that here. It's just because camera's washing it out a bit. And close and close. Done. Let me try one which doesn't need a 12-volt power supply. Source. My trusty GT710. It's powered by PCI slot rather than anywhere else. Ouch, that's hot. Now, this also could be something like chipset, which is not very well, which is causing it to fall over and die, because then if the chipset's overheating, when it's taking the additional load, that could also be causing the issue, or it could just be something else. But hopefully, I want it to die doing this one because this will negate it being a CPU and board issue and push it towards an issue on power supply. That's why I want it to not fail. Sorry, no, yeah, not fail. I don't want it to fail doing this. We've not got a picture yet. Stuck in post. Reboot that. That's better. Felt drive's come alive then. We're not getting picture. Keep an eye in bottom right hand corner down here. That's where I'm after. Doing that. Power supply's not warm. What fluctuation have we got on the PSU power? Find a decent ground, which will do in there. And see what is 12 volts sticking out. Meter up 12.164. That's stable enough if you look at the power draw, the multimeter up there. So yeah, that's right. Let's try one more post. We've got a picture this time. There you go. Might disconnect his other drives as well. We're still reading 12.165166, so that's a stable enough power supply. So we'll try the same stress test. We are not using anywhere near as much from power supply on this one because we're not powering a GPU this time from the power supply. We know the computer will do a stress test on CPU absolutely fine. So I'm not thinking it's power related. I am thinking it's more maybe CPU related. So it could have damaged the CPU. We have a subscriber there. I can't see the name. Ahmed Seaton, I think it said. I can't see on there, so I do apologise. Oh, Ahmed Seaton, thank you very much for your subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Okay, so this time it thinks there's only an internal graphics card. What? You can't even see the graphics card. So we'll stress test this. Yes. Yeah, didn't think you'd be able to do that. So why can't it see that graphics card? Is it because the driver's not installed? Bet that's why. Yeah. So let's pull up Snappy Driver and just bang the driver on for it. Not particularly an exciting one, this one, is it, guys? Let's bang the driver on. GT710. It's my go-to graphics card. CPU sat at 39 degrees. Power supply sat at 12.1. Is, let me just check, 5 volt and 3 volts. So 3 volts is 3.36 and his 5 volts is, I can't quite get to where it is. Yeah, 5.06. So it's stable as anything is his power supply, which you would normally see some fluctuations in power supplies if it was a bit iffy on voltage. I'm wondering whether it's CPU, whether the overheating of the CPU through the thermal cooler, through the old cooler, has actually damaged the CPU in some way, shape, or form. Fortunately, I do have other CPUs to pop in, which means taking this cooler back off, which is a pain in the bark side. But we'll need to do that. If it's then not that, I think it's board issue. And we might have an issue trying to replace the board because it's such an old one. Unless anybody in chat has got any suggestions on what they think it might be. Anybody, any ideas? I mean, power supply is one of them. We'll test power supply as well, just to ensure or make sure. But I think we can say it's not GPU. We can say it's not cooling now, like it was before, but the cooling was ever so high, so that could have damaged the CPU. We've got another subscriber, GT710 Trooper. Oh yeah, you can't knock it. Can't knock it. Power. Beautiful game. This would have been somebody's pride and joy at one day, you know. Somebody would have looked at this and gone, yeah, this is mine. I'm going to have to play Pac-Man at full resolution now. Right, see if it now falls over. At least we've got both graphics cards showing. GPU stress test. Right, so that's good. So I think that saying it's working, to me, would say it's not. There's no point in me running it because it's working. Because now we've got graphics rendering, the CPU talking to the graphics card, I would say is working. Because it was a 780 which had failed. So the only difference between the 780 and the 710 primarily is how it draws the power. PSU and PCI slot. Yeah, it could be. Could be the slot. But it also could be, I think these are 4X cards, both of them. So I don't think it's a CPU. That's what I was trying to get my head around, whether it's a CPU or PCI allocation, so something wrong with the CPU. But I don't think it is on that. With the two other cards both failing, the 1070 and the 970, sorry. The primary difference is the 970 and the 1070 that I've tried are both powered cards, where this is a PCI slot powered card. So I don't think it's a power delivery problem with the board or the chipset or the CPU. I think it is pointing now more towards power supply. So we got there in the end, didn't we? Shut down. Let's change, or let's put a temporary PSU in there. Oh, lovely. We'll put a temporary PSU in. And that one down there is going to be a so-and-so to get to. Where's my CPU? There, GPU. Have a CPU extension. Is there. So if I can get that plugged in, it might be a bit easier. Trying to get that old one out. That's going to be the tricky bit. Yep. I'm going to have to take that fan out. You don't need many jobs like this, isn't it, do you? But again, I wouldn't have thought it was power supply because of the way the voltage was being handled by the, you know, there was no voltage dropping or picking up or anything like that. Why do I make these so difficult? I always put sharp things down there. That's it. That one out. That one out. This temporary one in. GPU. Well, I just put that CPU cable. Just had it in my hand. Oh, there it is. It's an 8. So I'll stick that 8 down there. This will be so much easier to get out, mainly because I'll show you what I do to my cables. I cut the, see the little clasp tag, so you don't have to squeeze that in. I've cut the end off so it won't clasp in, it'll just pull straight out when I come to do it. So it's easy with test cables like that, and I do it on them all. So if you are doing this and you've not done that, I would recommend doing it. So you can see on there, it's just missing the it's missing the bottom section of the clasp, so it won't clip onto the thing. But because it's in and out so often, it just makes it easier when you're getting into tight spacers. And it's easier then to put it on the floor like that. And again, if you use extensions, it makes it a bit easier as well. Clip them two together because that needs to go in here. Okay, just make sure that's still plugged in. So I'm going to post with the 970 still in, so that's last working state that we had. I just want to prove that it's still working. Not going to bother putting the rear fan back into position. I don't think there's any point. So we'll post on the 970. We've got new power supply or test power supply on the board and there, and that is on and on. Okay, so we've now got picture, which is good. We probably won't get all picture because I've only got one drive plugged in, so it might work a little bit quicker. It can, yeah, it is looking like it's failing on load on that one. If it is the power supply, I'm going to do a power test, which is something else you can do under OCCT. When it decides to wake up. So we have a power test here, and we are just wanting to do it on that graphics card there. Should we do it on them all? Yeah, let's do it on them all. It could pull a little bit more. So this will pull maximum power that it can from the board on that. I bought recently a 9700 XT. I'm tired of broken NVIDIA drivers. 566 is still the best for the 3000 series. Yeah, a lot of people have been complaining about the drivers late, aren't they, about that? That they're quite buggy. I rarely game, but my 5090, I must say, has been okay. But I cap my 5090 at 75 FPS. I do a global cap on it, even though the monitor hangs up to 240. So whether that is something which lets it go a little bit better, I don't know. So power test is not failing. So we're going to take this card out and we're going to put a better card in now. We're going to put 970 card in. How are you finding? I mean, I fitted a 97 XT yesterday for a customer, I think it was, the day before. Something I did it on stream. The one where he blew his 9950X 3D CPU. And he bought a graphics card thinking it was a graphics card and it weren't, it was a CPU. But I've never gamed on one. Never gamed on one. And I'm always a bit hesitant when I build systems to say, let's fit a AMD or Intel GPU. Because I know Intel ones are pretty darn good as well. I'm going to fit customers' graphics card here anyway. So I might as well, rather than fitting mine, we'll fit customers. See how that performs. Glasses on, see if I can see. But I'd love to know real world experience, whether it really does hinder you in games or not. Because say I've not never experienced one myself for gaming. I should be back up and running with that, so let's post it. We have a picture again. So we'll perform the same test. So now we've got customers set up just with a test power supply. So hopefully it won't fail. If it doesn't fail now, it's power supply related. If it does fail, I need to take customers' GPU out and try a test GPU. But I've just tried a test GPU, but I need to try a powered test GPU. So it will flash on and off a couple of times because it will be installing the correct drivers. We'll just make sure it's detected his. I can't remember what his is. His is a 970. So it was Furry Donuts, which was initially causing the issue. So we'll do a GPU test. Yes. Power supply. Power supply. There we go. So Escugs hit the nail on the head with that one. Hit the nail on the head. Power supply. Yeah. This one also failed. So I suppose that's better than a GPU. Bit of a pain to do a power supply in this because I need to set the board out, which means taking cooler back out and everything else. Oh no! Taking everything to bits. I still have a 3080 I bought in 2021 from German store. Yeah, I've got a I need a piece of repairs. I saw. Yeah, I have known it myself. I think like I said about it's usually under load. I did a 1000-watt power supply a couple of weeks back, and that was the same. It was only failing when it got to about 600 watts of use, which was really strange. That 90% of the time it would run the PC absolutely fine. But let's start that off. Under extreme loads, it would cause its failing. The system was pulling about 680 watts on power supply, so it weren't even running anywhere near maximum capacity at power supply. And that were 1000 watts. It were a HX 1000 Corsair power supply, so a good brand of power supplies on that one. I repaired a Founders Edition 3070 Ti Tuesday, I think it was, on that one. Kiki. I had a 3080 Founders Edition. I managed to buy it when it was new, and I ended up swapping that for a 3090, which I kept a while. Kept me 3090 a while, and then it was selling me 3090 when I got a 4070 Ti, because the 4070 Ti performed just as well as the 3090 did, but at half the thermal temps and half the current draw, half the power draw. And for what I did, it was more than adequate. And then I had a 4080 given, which I then swapped for a 5090. That's how I ended up with a 5090. So ended up with 5090 for nothing in essence. It was really good. Ooh, got a telephone. 1 second, guys. Telephone's ringing. PC repairs. It is. Okay, what's the issue with it? Oh, yeah, that's definitely not behaving itself, is it? Okay. Yeah. Is it a desktop one or is it a laptop? Okay. Do you know what size it is? 21 version. Okay. They do have some known issues. They have known issues with the power board failing on them, but I don't think yours is probably a power board issue. Because when they usually go, they usually blow completely. I've got a couple sat on the shelf where I've replaced power supplies in them. It could also be something like a RAM issue, CPU, or hard drive issue. It's unlikely to be software on that one because Apple do tend to work flawlessly on software like that. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. So we just have to have a look at it. But what I would say is, don't turn it on, because the more times you do turn it on, the greater the chance of losing all the data on there as well. So if there is things on there that you want to keep what you've not backed up, I would say don't switch it on. So other than that, we just need hands-on and do some tests and diagnostics for you. No, something like that you'd have to bring to us anyway. We don't do house visits, but something like that we'd need on the bench. We need to do a full strip down and everything else on it. It's a big job to do. It's just not, there's nothing we can just plug in and go, oh, that's broke. It's a bit more hands on with it. Yep. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Say yes, mainly because they can be a little bit picky sometimes if you've not brought the one which it's installed with. So yeah, just bring those two with you, and then at least we've got it in case we need it. Chances are we won't, because I've got virtually everything you can imagine, but just in case it wants to get a little bit awkward, at least we've got that one to fall back on. So yeah, just bring those, and then just don't need anything else. It depends what's wrong with it. It all depends on what's wrong with it. We have a standard diagnostic charge, which covers all your initial inspection, your diagnosis, and your initial repair attempt. So if it is repaired all through that and needs additional work, additional parts, additional components, and things like that, it all depends on what it needs. But probably a good 50 to 60% of our work is completed within that. Yeah, until about 5 p.m. It is. I Uh, if I was a football fan, maybe, but yeah, not a great football fan, but it will be on. I will say that I'll be screaming at the TV when we win, if we win, or when we win. Let's be positive about it. Yeah, no problem at all. We'll see you when you arrive. No worries at all, Barry. I'll see you when you arrive. See you later. Bye bye now. Oh dear. Right, so somebody else bringing a machine in. 5090, that's a bit crazy. I know. i5 4060 potential upgrade to i7 57. Yeah, this I could put in here. I have got actually other CPUs which will fit in this board. Just going back to the GPUs. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how much stuff when you're in this industry. And I had one just after lockdown, and it was a girl, lady, female, woman, whatever you want. And she brought me this computer, and she says, "This is my ex-boyfriend's computer. Can you wipe it, please? Or can you have a look? That's it. I need some information off it." I said, "Oh, what do you need?" She says, "I need chat records and text records and whatnot." I says, "Oh, okay." I said, so I got all ID and proof that it was her machine. And I recovered what data I could for her. And she says, "Do you want it?" I says, "Do I want it?" She says, "Yeah, you can have the machine." I said, No, I can't have the machine, because these are just pie in the sky specs, so please don't quote me. But I know the graphics card was a 3090 graphics card, because I'll tell you why in a minute. And it was something like an i7, top end i7, 30th gen or 12th gen or whatever it was at the time. And 64 gig of RAM, and a couple of M2s in it, things like that. Really nice high-end PC. Custom built, a lot of good gear. And I says, no. I says, as much as I think it's a nice gesture, I says, I can't in good grace take it off you. Sorry. She said, "Well, don't charge them for that. Just have the computer." I said, "No, your computer's worth £2,500. I says, "It's clearly not very old." She went, "No, it's not mine." She says, "Actually, I bought it for my boyfriend." She says, "But obviously this has confirmed what I believe, that he was doing things he shouldn't be doing with other people." It turned out one was with a sister and one chat's with a best friend, so it was prolific by the sounds of it. So I said, "Look, I will sell the computer for you." She says, "Well, you can have what it makes." I says, "Look," I says, "I've got a graphics card. If you're insisting that you want to do it," she says, I says, "I'll pay you the difference between the graphics card of what I've got to the 3090. And I ended up with a graphics card like this. I had a 2080 Super, I think it was, or something at the time. So it was a nice card at the time I had. She says, "I don't want anything for it." I said, "Look, let me just give you something." She says, "No." So I said, "Fine." So it ended to and fro. I ended up swapping her 3090 for my 2080 Super. She wanted to do that instead of paying it. So I said, "Fine." It ended. So I said, "How much do you want for the computer?" She says, "How much do you think it's worth?" I said, "Well, with that graphics card in second hand, if you're after a quick sale," I says, "I think you'll get probably 1,500, 1,600 quid all day long." All day long. It was a nice machine. It was virtually brand new. She said, "No, I don't want that." She says, "I want to be able to tell my boyfriend that I've got nothing for it, really." I said, "Well, what are you thinking?" She says, "If somebody wants it for £20, they can have it." I said, "I'm not selling it for £20. I says, "I am just not doing it." She says, "You either sell it for £20 or I'll put it on Facebook or eBay or something like that as a buy it now." I said, "Look, let me sell it on," I think it went on eBay or something like that. I said, "I'll sell it for you." And I think we got about 1,600 quid for it. A guy came, he travelled about 150 mile for it. Absolutely loved it. He were so horny for a computer because you couldn't get stuff. It was a while ago. Anyway, I rang her and I said, "Look," I said, "I've got 1,600 quid for you." So she came. She says, "I want 20 quid." I said, "I'm not going to give you 20 quid." And I had to force her, nearly physically, to take the money. She would not take the money. She wouldn't take it because it were a boyfriend's. And I said, look, whatever you do with it after you've left me, I'm not really bothered. She said, I'm going to throw it in the bin when I go home. Whether she threw it in the bin, I do not know. I do not know. But yeah, she would not take £1.5 basically. £1.5. She would not take it at all. So I ended up with a 3090, which I swapped for my 2080. That was my first 3090 that I had. I had a couple in end. But I ended up with a 1080. I had somebody who had a 1080 Ti, and he just bought the computer. It's going back a few years, and it wouldn't play his game because he wanted to play retro games, and graphics card just wouldn't play it because it was too quick or too powerful. He says, "What have you got?" I said, "I've got some test cards." I said, "You can have one." He said, "No, I'll do you a swap." I said, "No, you can't do me a swap." I said, "These test cards are worth like £10-15. They're really old. I mean, I'm going back to old, even older cards than I use today." And he were adamant, "I just swap you, just swap you. I just don't want," because some people just want what they want. And that's how I ended up with another 1080. And I ended up, I think I give him £200 at card and didn't charge him for any work. And again, he didn't want to take that. Didn't want to take that at all. It does blow my mind sometimes what people just want to give away. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Crazy. So, yeah, it's, but anybody in this business will be aware. I mean, this is why I've got a lot of piles of stuff, because people either give you it or don't pick it up or whatever, and you end up with a lot of working stuff. And what I generally do with mine, once I've got enough stuff to build a PC, I'll generally build it and donate it. I've just done a couple for men's mental health charity, which is a local charity. The son sadly took his own life in his 20s, and the parents have set up a support and help group, a bit like Andy Mann's Club, if you know it, 'cause some people in the UK might be aware of that. It's like a support group for men. So let me just turn this off because this is still doing a power test. So they've set one up for in memory of that. So I've just done them. I've done an AM5 system with a AM5 CPU, a 7900 CPU, I think it was, and 16 gig DDR5, a 750 watt Corsair power supply because I had one of those. I bought the case, which cost me 50-60 quid, something like that, and had the drives and everything else. So I've done that because theirs wasn't working, and I put my graphics card in I think a 1650 graphics card. So they were very, very happy with that. But what I tend to do, because I get so much, I tend to I'll pass it back down. I build a lot and donate them to different charities around. I've done some other community charities which need it. So yeah, I always think it's nice to to give back as such. So that's that. But yeah, you end up with a lot of stuff. So we are thinking this is the power supply on here. I have a power supply in stock, but I don't think he needs that. I think it's a 750 watt power supply. Let me just see if I can get a power supply, because I have one in stock. I just want to see if I've got any more orders. I did try and order some yesterday. Corsair. Oops. Corsair PSU. And they wouldn't let me order. It said I'd reached my limit. So we'll see if we can buy one today. And do purchase. No. Won't let me buy one. Why won't it let me buy one? Stupid. But I need to ring this customer anyway and tell him that it's this power supply. So we'll shut this down. Shut down. So we're all thinking it's the same. It's the power supply now, isn't it? So we've got it all working on a temporary power supply. Right, I rang him first thing this morning. Let me ring him. And let me see what he says. Because we might as well do it if he wants it. We'll do it straight away. because I have got them in stock. He rang. Oh God, I've had so many calls today. Back onto there. Can't see. Glasses down. Right, let me ring it. Bear me 1 second, gents. Wonderful. Right, I have been working on yours since I spoke to you this morning. So, right, so the good news is we've got the cooler fitted and everything else, and your thermal temps have now dropped from 100 degrees down to somewhere between 50 and 60 degrees. So I've shaved off 40 to 50 degrees. So your cooler had definitely gone. So now I've performed the remainder of the tests and stripped down and everything else. The candidate now is the power supply. Mainly because I have swapped all sorts of bits and bobs out, and the only thing which gets to run it stable is when we swap the power supply out. So process of elimination, it's looking like it's the power supply. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the strange things it was doing was it would only crash when we had a powered graphics card installed into it, because obviously your power limit's then moving up to what's drawing from the power supply. So I replaced it with a different graphics card, a 1070, which drags more current, and it still failed. Took the graphics cards out totally and put a 970 in, which doesn't have a powered thing, and it run. So then swapped the power supplies over and repeated all the same tests, and it runs absolutely perfectly fine with all of them. So obviously process elimination would say it's the power supply, because that's the only thing which is the common denominator. Ultimately, that's how you do your diagnostics to do that. So it looks like it is running, but when it's getting up to a certain load, it's failing. Now, Corsair power supplies are exceptionally good. They do come with anywhere between an 8 and a 10-year warranty on a Corsair power supply. So if you had the original receipt, you could possibly, if it's less than, let's say, 8 years, you might be able to go back to Corsair and tell them. But I would imagine this system might be a bit older than 8 years, is it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm, yeah. I've got one in. I've given my last one in stock. In fairness, I was just looking because I've built so many computers this month. I'm waiting for quite a lot of parts to come. I've got I think it's a 750 I've got in stock, which is the same size you've currently got fitted on there. But just I mean, I built two this week, one at 1400 and one at 1600. So even for yeah, yeah, mm, yeah, yeah, mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. You can't even buy cheap new ones nowadays. That's the problem. Even for a low end cheap system, you're looking at sort of 800-900 quid. It's crazy what they cost. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I've not touched it because I don't think at the moment that's causing any issues. Um, yeah, so I don't think that's causing the issues. I mean, once the new power, I mean, I put a temporary power supply on and tested it all, and it's not failing at all. So again, the assumption is it's now the power supply. As long as it doesn't fail when I fit the new power supply, I think we're all good to go. We can only ever guarantee that it's not failing when we put it back together as such. But I don't think the software's causing the issue. I think I've installed a load of drivers and whatnot because you had about 30 odd drivers missing. So I've installed a load of drivers and so on, and got all that working for what it needs to do. So whether that repaired some of the maybe driver or software issues anyway, but it is still failing even with those on. So it is clearly a hardware issue. I've also fitted another spare fan as well to just keep airflow and temps down. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I've got it in pieces, so I'll crack on and get it sorted now, and then I'll drop you a message as and when it's all done. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm closed on Friday, so it'll certainly be today that I get this done anyway. Mainly because it's on my bench and I can't work on anything else, so I'll do it whilst I'm here. Yeah. I do try and do that. So I'll get on with that now. Now, now I tend to work on things, and if I've got the parts in and I can get hold of it customer, I'll just kind of see it through. So yeah, so I'll get this done and I'll drop you a message as and when it's all ready. Wonderful. Speak to you later. Bye bye now. Right, guys, he is having a power supply and obviously the cooler, which we've already fitted on there. So I might as well disconnect the temporary one. And the good thing is, because I haven't got the clasp clips on, the power supply should just come straight up and off. I haven't got a Corsair in stock. I've only got it's a Rampage, so that should be more than adequate to what he needs anyway. It does mean just disassembling a little bit of what we put together. Move that 1070 out of the way. There's my 2060. See if we can create a little bit of space so we can work. I have done quite a bit of work with these before anyway. I repaired his a couple of months ago. This is his wife's computer, which is his old machine. He was just explaining that they kind of just recycle them. When he gets a new one, he passes his old one down to his wife. So that's the story behind that one. So we'll need the GPU out. Put to there, and I'm going to try and do this with. I am never in a million years going to be able to get. How's that coming round there? Oh. I'm going to take board out, I think, because. Oh no. Oh no. That's why they've not done it. There's no gap at the side. Oh, you look. Here. So your power supply sits down here. Your cabling for your CPU would normally come up and it would go through here, or a cutout along here, and then it would go through here, but you probably can't see the circuit board is right flush up to the case, so there's no gap. There's no gap at the back because that's where the IO shield is, and there's no gap So they've left a hole in the case, but where they've put the mount in, they've not left any space. So you can't get a cable through there at all. That is definitely not wide enough, that little gap. You're probably only talking 1/4 of an inch, if that, to do. So I'm going to have to probably put the power supply cable, because then it would normally come up down here, right down in that gap down there, and that's where your power supply cable would come. The other one is actually coming, yeah, the other one comes through here. So let's see this one here. They've actually, for exactly the same reason, round here, and that's how they fitted the power supply cable, because they can see there's not enough gap at the back there, down this side to get a cable. There's more of a gap here than there is at that side. I can't even get my finger down it, and whatnot. That's how tight it is down there. So they've done exactly the same as what I'm going to have to do, which is not what I'd like, because aesthetically it's not as pretty, but it does make the fitting a little bit easier. So we're just going to cut this one out, get his new one installed and fitted and tested, and we should be half a chance at getting things done and dusted for him, depending how many. I wonder what's failed on it then to cause it to only fail under half load. I did suggest the warranty thing, as Kiki had said, but he says he's had it so long. He says he's had it more than 10 years. So he was happy with a replacement on there. Oh, good at that one, good at that one. See if we can snip some of these off. So this one up here is going to take an awful lot of cables through that one. We've got 2 SATA drives we need to disconnect, and we've got a big bundle of wires. I'm not too sure whether it's a modular one which I've got or not. I'm not sure at all. I'll have to have a look. Them out. Them out. Do you know, whilst I've got this out as well, I don't know whether I'll be able to get. I might put another fan in if I can get into it, because we've got a spare fan for him. So if we can get another fan in as well, that might. Saying that, it weren't overheating, were it? Weren't overheating. I'll have a look, see if it's see what room we've got, and if I've got a bit of room, might just stick him another fan in as well. It's power supply, it's graphics coming out. Like putting an octopus through a letterbox, this, with the amount of cables it's got. Not that I put an octopus through a letterbox, you've got to understand. In there. Ooh. Ooh. Go tie her up together. Cable tied together. Tell you what I've never come across as yet. Do you know the new standard form factor, which is 12 volt input only? And board does all regulation for 3 and 5s. I've not come across any of those systems yet. Which I'm quite glad because I've got no test equipment for it. That's the old one put to one side. See if we can figure out how we can get a fan in. Nope. Ah, no, I can't get a fan in there anyway. I don't think the mounting's the right size for it. No, there's no mountings down there. Ah, darn. That would have been nice. They put case mountings on for a fan, so I can't put a fan in. Just have to do with fan we've got up front. Can't really do a great deal more about that. Right, so let me grab the power supply because that 850 there's for a different build. This is 750. Oh, no, it's an 800. Oh. I have a young lady here. 2 seconds, gents. Got somebody at the door. I don't know. Oh, broken screen on a HP laptop. Told them it was going to be £60 and they think I'm ripping them off. Hey, some people you can't help anyway. We have a 800 and 850. I think this one is the 800 which I'm fitting because the other one is for the other build that I'm doing. Yeah, this is the one for stock. I need a bigger office. Got too much stuff on my floor. Right, we'll get the power supply fitted in here. So they're taking it somewhere else, which will charge them less than £60. Yeah. Some people don't want to pay for anything. Right, so we'll get that there. Get a couple of screws in the back. Yeah, 17 minutes past 4 this morning I was awake, so I'm a little bit jaded today, which is probably why I am quite low energy. A little bit more energized than this. But certainly feeling the day. Lovely. Get that one plugged in. And down. Come on, locate. Yeah, tight, and it's down. Let me get the CPU, which is 2 4s. Just fits. It's a bit awkward to fit because there's no room. No room at the end for my big fat hands. Ouch. They actually said, I mean, the screen's got a big crack in it. We want to bring this in because it's my son's computer and we think he's got a virus on it. Oh, he's got a smash screen. Ah, dear. I'm going to chuckle about that all day. Got a virus on it. So I'm not going to connect his DVDs up because he didn't have them connected up. So he might have those disconnected for a reason. That is CPU, so I don't need that. And that'll be his GPU, so I do need that. Got that plugged in just there, which is his SATA SSD. That going underneath for his that one. Get his one in there, that one done, that one done, that one there. That's in GPU. Done. Now I've got 2 6s to take his 2 negatives off because I don't need those on that. Hopefully, when we get this connected and we test it, it will be working. Done. And I feel like I have been. Let's back up to this and power supply. Grab the power. Right, see if we get anything in bottom right hand corner. I think we've got everything connected. Yep. Yep. Right, let's get a keyboard. Oh, that's turning on. And a magic mouse. We have picture. So before doing cable management, our temperature is 34 degrees, 29 degrees. Looking quite nice actually, that now. It's really difficult seeing because I've got quite a lot of lighting, but it's 98% CPU use. You can see it fluctuates up and down. See temps going up and down as well. There you go. It'll white balance itself out too quick, won't it? But you get the gist. That one. Okay, let's do a furry donut. So using customer's card, new power supply, and there. So test GPU, go. Well, it weren't doing that before. JFix, greetings again. Any more scam call estate? Not as yet, James. Not as yet. I did have one yesterday for Dirt Diggler's Dolphin Daycare. I don't know if you call it, we want to call it that. I didn't stream that one. Not as yet. They hung up on me when, I got one and they hung up on me. And then the other one where I managed to take them all the way down the lines of wanting to buy it. But I said, you'll have to speak to my boss. And I was at Euro Disney SeaWorld. So I've passed more details of Euro Disney SeaWorld on. Dirk Diggler's Dolphin Daycare. Indian scammers are busy. They are so busy. I presume you heard the one I had on Monday from the Indian scam call center. They're in India. Very strong Indian accent pair of them. And then she told me I couldn't speak correct. My English vocabulary wasn't very good. which always makes me chuckle a little bit. I did say that it wasn't my first language, and I did apologise to her for not being very good at it. But yeah, she couldn't understand me because my English vocabulary wasn't very good. I know, back to school. Just I'm doing something completely wrong. And then she thanked me for wasting her time. Her thing was, she went, thank you for wasting our time. I said, thank you for making an unsolicited call to me. I mean, goodness grief. I wasted their time, but crikey. Forget about the errors. That's just a error with the GPU because it's the wrong generation of whatchamacallit that the program needs. Start. So we're at 40, 57 degrees on GPU. 61. And if we just move my base out of the way, which is that one there, we're at 60 degrees on CPU. And this is a power test. So that'll run CPU at 100%. And it'll keep on varying that, but around 100% on GPU. And then it'll stack all the things up as well. So yeah, we're running at 170 and 70, so 240. Give it a bit of overhead for other bits and bobs. We're probably topping somewhere around 280 watts. So an 800 watt power supply. It's had 750 in. I ain't got 750 in stock, so 7 and 800 is more than enough for what it needs. But it wasn't doing this before. So it does look like power supply has rectified the issue. I'm just going to run Fairy Donuts at 1080 just to double check, which is one of these. I can't see because it's that small. 1920 by that. GPU stress. GPU stress. Yep. So we are good to go on there because it weren't doing that either. So we know it's not a GPU issue. And we have, go away. Go away. Don't notify me. Just don't tell me. Just don't tell me how terrible your software is. Yes, I want to run that. So we should be able to change the color of this. This is our CPU cooler. So it's detected it as a whatever that is. Just do display settings and set that off 150 and change it down to 100 so we can see everything. I know it's tiny on there, but it means I can see everything in here. Close that and reopen it. Yes. Okay. Oh, my power supply's turned off. Not my power supply, my whatchamacallit, multimeter. Open. There we go. Display centigrade Fahrenheit. Do we want? I think that display looks quite nice. Ah, so it does. It does it according to temperature. There we go. So it'll now change colour according to temperature as opposed to load. So I think temperature one is more important. It was rainbowing before. Monochrome. It's just stayed red. I presume you can change it. So we'll do it according to temperature, which I think is the more important one. And yeah, quite like that. I don't know whether we need it as bright as we do, because it is really bright. So we can actually turn it off, but we'll leave it on. We'll leave it on low, medium for them. I'm wondering whether that'll stick to any whatchamacallit. So right, so we've got that. You can't really see it on there, but it has modified this a little. You can just sometimes see it a little bit. So we should be able to get, if we now put a load on it, I'm going to delete the things that I had because I do not want them leaving on. I do not need to leave them on. Get that one off, get that one off, get that one off, get that one off. I think that's everything I put on. Do that and do that. And go to APP and add or remove programs. And sort by date installed. We can remove that. Uninstall. Uninstall. Yes. Get it off. So according to this, I've installed things since installing the cooler. Don't think I have. But we'll believe you if you tell me you have. So that is that now done. Done. Shut down. Brilliant. A bit of cable management. Or a lot of cable management, should we say. And some screws in. Those are the back. Put the new, press the button on the stream deck then. Put his extra fan back in that I have fitted for him as well. Bring that down there. Wonderful. Yep. After this one, we are moving on to a laptop to look at next. And then I think 2 desktops and 2 more laptops to look at. Get some of this cable management stuck down here out of the way. Sparta, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the warm weather. New cooler on old CPU. Yep. It's a 4th gen CPU. But the nice thing is, it's not going to get warm. And as the customer said, it's cheaper keeping this one alive than buying a new machine. Which it certainly is. So, certainly with prices of stuff that you spend in today's market on stuff, it is certainly cheaper doing that. And some cable ties. It's not going to look pretty, this, because there's not a lot of management possibilities with this to make it look pretty. But we'll try and make it look as good as we possibly can. Oh, my dog's snoring. It's like a dragon. Oh, the lion roaring. That's one cable tied in. Yep, off that. Goes around there. Again, we're just trying to make this look neat rather than hidden. There's not a great deal we can do when it's all mounted on this side of board or cables, because they won't go on the other side. Because there's no room on the other side anyway. It's that type of case. My phone's ringing. 1 second, guys. PC repairs. Oh, okay. You're breaking up really bad. I'm getting probably one in every 3 or 4 words, Joshua. Sorry, can you repeat what you were saying? Well, try again what you were asking for. Sorry. Okay. It all depends on how many slots are available and how much the laptop will take. How much RAM have you got? Okay, and what are you thinking of updating it to? Okay, well, if you doubled it for 16, if there's 2 slots, for example, or if you've got 2 4s and to get to an 8, you take the 2 4s out, or you take the single 8 out, and you put 2 8s in to get to 16. DDR4 RAM, DDR5 RAM is extraordinarily expensive at the moment. I would say you might be best off sourcing that used rather than new, because it is so expensive. You can be talking, 150 to 200 pound for good quality DDR4 or DDR5 RAM. It's just crazy money. So if you can source some used, I'm happy to fit it for you. What's the what? Sorry. Yeah. You'd have to have a look at your specifications on the internet and have a look at the spec to see which one it was. Yeah, as I say, I'm happy to fit it, but if you unless you're wanting to buy new, but as I say, you're looking at extortionate amount of money today for DDR4 or DDR5 RAM on that one. If you let me know whether it is DDR4 or DDR5, I might be able to see if any of my colleagues have got any used RAM, what they are willing to sell anyway, because some of them do keep used parts in. If you're in Windows now, are you in Windows? Okay, right click on the bottom grey taskbar. Yeah. On the grey bar at the bottom of the screen. Right click on that and go to Task Manager and left click. And then, are you running Windows 10 or Windows 11? Okay, on the left hand side of the screen, what's come up, you should have a few little icons. I think it's the second icon down, which will take you into hardware. It's either the second or third icon on the left hand side of that screen. I think it might be second or third. If you click on it, it's a little square with a little kind of zigzaggy line going through it. Yeah, click on that, and then second one down will say memory. Click on that. And then at the bottom of the screen, it should say some type of speed on there. What's it say? Ah, okay. So, two of two is being used. So you need a couple of sticks of that. I would probably say I could probably get some of that for you from one of my colleagues, because it's pretty much available, that type of stuff. You would need to just drop it in with me, because I just need to confirm what it is as well physically, because sometimes laptops lie. They don't always tell you the truth. It might be saying you've got 2 slots and it's really only got 1, because the computer thinks it's got 2, but only 1 slot's been soldered. And sometimes it's actually soldered physically to the board as well. So we just need to pop the back off and have a look for you, just to make sure, because there's no point buying the RAM if you've got nowhere to put it. And then that. You can drop it tomorrow, and then I should be able to get the back off and have a look at it tomorrow for you. If you drop it tomorrow and I can get the RAM tomorrow, it would be done the same day. As long as I can get the RAM tomorrow, and and we've got the right RAM, and you answer your phone and you're happy with the price and everything else. Anytime after 9:15 is good. Yeah, no problem. Just check on the website, because I have moved house a couple of years ago, so just make sure you come into the right address. The address is on the website. Yeah. No worries at all. See you later. Bye bye now. gents. Let's get some more of these wires shoved down here and see if we can get them out of the way a little bit. I need a longer cable tie, cable thingy bob. Oh, we've got a follower on Twitch. Smay Collie 1001. Thank you very much for your follow on Twitch. Yeah. Smay Col 01, is that how you pronounce it? Brand new, the cheapest 64GB, 2GB. Extra FPS it should do. Oh, crikey, I've got a message on there. I didn't see that message, sorry. Let me just read that message. So, I missed a few bits while I was on the phone, but mine looks pretty, but only from the front, like Sims. I will come back to Smiles.com 01 in a second, sorry, because that's a long message. Brand new, cheapest, 64 gig. He wants 32 gig of it sounds like DDR4 SODIMM that he wants on that one. I might have some in my magic drawer of RAM, so might be able to sort him out with some on that one. That's why I suggest he came down. But the problem is, as we know, it might be telling us he's got a slot spare, and it might be soldered onto the board. It might only have one slot, so he says that he's got two of two used, a total of 8 gigabytes, 3200 megahertz laptop RAM. So I've told him to bring it down. He's going to drop it down tomorrow. We'll get the back off. If I've got it in, we'll get it on the same day for him. The RPG Rampage looks like it will give extra FPS. 800 watt Rampage PSU going in here because it's the smallest one I've got. And he had a 750, even though he don't need a 750. But that's what he's got, and that's what he's having. I'm going to drop that cable under there, do we? Right, let's look at this one. I'm experiencing very frustrating issues on my PC. ASRock Z170 AMD 7600 and an i7 6700K, specifically when playing the game Rust. The game suddenly freezes entirely, the screen locks up and the audio goes into a continuous buzzing loop. Ooh. The only way to recover is to force shut down the PC by holding down the power button. This does not happen with other games, only with Rust. I wanted to ask if you could help. Yes. Okay, Smay call 1001 over on Twitch. When you say it happens only on Rust, does it happen when you've been playing Rust for a while, e.g. 10-15 minutes or longer, or can it happen at any random time during the game? Because as Eskug has quite rightly said, it could be a RAM issue, filling up and then falling over and dying if it's only that one game. Or it could be a heat buildup, but you would normally see, depending what other games you play, because a sudden freezing with audio is usually a memory issue. And you can usually tell it's memory issue because the audio will continue to play because it's kind of looped in the RAM what's stuck, and the CPU keeps playing it. But it can also be heat, but it's doubtful to heat because it normally shuts down with heat. So I would suggest if you've got a couple of sticks of RAM in there, or if you've got, let's say you've got 4 sticks in, taking it down to 1 stick of RAM and see if you can replicate the issue. If you can, put another stick of RAM in at that place and see if it replicates the issue, because it sounds like it could well be a RAM issue on that one. But also just check what else you've got. I have 2 8 gigs. Yeah, so take one out. Have you got 4 slots or 2 slots on your motherboard? How many slots on your motherboard have you got? Have you got 2 or 4? 2 or 4. There we go. 2. I know what I'm doing. I can count, honestly. You've got 4 slots. Try me. Right, you've got 4 slots and 2 sticks. So you'll have them in, if we show you on... I'll just let me grab a motherboard. Oh. So you'll have a board. Won't be this one, but it'll be similar to this. So you'll have 4 slots of RAM. And so you'll have a primary A channel and you'll have a B channel as well. So you should have generally 99.9% of motherboards will want you to start furthest away, miss a slot, and then come in. So in this occasion, should be in red slots there. Okay. So what I would say is, if you have got it in these red slots, try it in on this board, which is black. Yours might be all black, it might be grey, might be white, might be different colours, might be all the same colour. But if you've got them in alternate slots like that, which is a channel, try them in the other one to see if it has the same issue. If it has the same issue, work on one slot of RAM, stick of RAM, and try it in the end slot there. Sometimes you need to be in this slot. It's motherboard dependent, but quite often it'll just work in single channel mode on there. If you then still get the problem with one memory stick, try the other memory stick in the same slot. So you're still working on one memory stick, but only one slot. If it still is the same problem, still use one memory stick and try it in that slot. If it's still causing the same problem, it could well be an issue with the CPU or the lanes for the memory controller. So you're then into doing that, but it sounds more like a RAM issue. It's doubtful to be a power issue, because a power issue would replicate itself in other scenarios like other games, and also heat would replicate itself in other games. But with the audio freezing and going nee or whatever, and the game freezing, it does sound like a RAM issue rather than anything else. Normally then the only way you can get around it is a hard reset, because it's locked into that frozen state. So just try doing that with the RAM on there. But yeah, Eskugs is hit the nail on the head with that one. But let us know. Please do let us know, Smay Collie. Let us know how you get on with it. And more than happy to offer some other assistance. And the community as well. We've got an amazing, amazing community. Right, let's just put that one off there. Go to there. That one, that one. Then with a larger cable. Cable tie, that one will do nicely. And this is just going to be a case of trying to make it look pretty. Not using them, so I'll strip them down and put them down there, out of the way. Might use them on another card, but we don't need them on this one. Two additional 0-volt ground connectors on the 6-pin, you know, the two additional pins you get on a GPU, PCIe GPU. Oh, I'm not going to cable tie them down, because what you don't want to be doing, if you have a lot of, let's see if we can zoom down a little. So we could cable tie them down and make that look a lot neater. I don't want to too much of a bend in there, so I'm just going to leave that natural in case I'll just hold it down slightly. But we will try and cable tie that down to some degree to make it look a bit prettier. But again, it's just going to be a case of making it look better rather than as good as we can. And I'm not going to put too much tension on there, because I don't want, again, a too much of a hard kink in that wire there. So it's nice soft curve. I did explain why, and I got called an absolute idiot for explaining it how I explained it. So I'm not going to explain it in any way, shape or form, apart from don't bend them too much. But that person will not call me an idiot again, because he's no longer on the channel. There we go. Got that. I did suggest that if you thought I were an idiot, you shouldn't watch the content. And I said, I'll help you out in case you don't know where the unsubscribe button is. So we banned him. I did actually suggest, and a couple of other people did suggest, not a problem. Let me look at one of your videos where you show us how to do it. Well, clearly he's not got a YouTube channel. He just goes around abusing people who he believes knows better, knows worse than him. There we go. Some people what do, and some people what don't. And I ain't got a microphone on. Forgot to tell me, didn't you? Sorry. Ah. There's a lot there, isn't it? Loads of stuff has just come through. That's why it's coming through on Twitch as well as YouTube. That's why it's doubling up. Just realised that. Don't need to come through on there. Some of them on Twitch, some of them on YouTube. Right. Let's see if we can get the back. That bit done. There, desk. Yeah. Larger cable, whatever they call them. Cable tie, zip ties, tie wrap, whatever you might call them in your neck of the woods. That one's just to loosely hold them together so they're not flopping about. So I'm going to shove that in that hole there. Just try and neaten it up a bit. And we'll put a couple of cable, small ones around the back. Hold the what look like SATA data cables. That's how customers got them. That's how I'm leaving it for him. He's always obviously got these like this for a reason. Not sure what that reason is. Probably because of the case is not being the best one out there. Okay, snip. Wonderful. Let's have a look what this says. Have you ever had someone come in with one of those burnt power cables from the GPU light? Yes, I've done a couple of those magnetic freeze. Not on the 5090s. I've done one on a I think it was a 4090, and also I think it was a 4080. I think it was, or the 5080. Can't remember. I did tell a story the other day where somebody brought me a 3090 in, and the power connector was totally destroyed. They'd had it they'd rung me for diagnostics on the card, and I'd quoted them my diagnostic charge. So they decided to take it somewhere else locally. Took it somewhere else locally, and they rang them and said, "Look, we think we've damaged your card. You need to take it somewhere else. Why have you damaged the card?" Well, we found a short and we injected voltage, and instead of injecting 1 volt at 3 amp, our technicians injected 100 volts at 30 amps. And he'd literally welded the, but injected it into the negative of the power connector as well and blown it to pieces. Then the customer picked it up from them and brought it to me, and I went, "There's nothing I can do. You've destroyed it." I said, "In fairness, I don't really want to work on it now. They've worked on it." I says, if they put that voltage down there, 100 volt at 30 amps, the computer's not very well. There's no point me taking the diagnostic fee off you for telling you that it's blown up and melted. So yeah, I didn't end up working it, but it was nice. It still had a part of probe welded to it. But yeah, the key with the power connectors is using as low melt temperature solder as you've got. I've got some really old solder there, which is, I ain't got much left actually. I need to buy some proper low melt. It's there. I can't find it now. Oh, I think I might use it all. Yeah, I can't find it. It's on here somewhere. It melts at such a low temp. It's ideal for putting around the pins on the board, and Case is a bit deformed. Ugh, bit of heat, bit of soldering iron, and getting them out. So yeah, not the best or most ideal one, but it is. So we are looking at that's how the computer looking. I've left this floppy, like I was saying, because I don't like to put a hard kink in it. So that'll just push down a little, and I've left quite a soft bend on that one as well, because this will take some current. It's not a high current draw machine or card. I think I can't remember what it was drawing. So his DVD players, whatever they are, were disconnected. So I've left those disconnected as well. So he must have those disconnected for a reason. And he's got his RAM in there. And I'm going to lift his front. Can I get that off? Get my little tool, which I use to get that off with. I'm going to lift that up a little bit, because it's just sitting on the RAM and I don't like how it's sitting. I'm going to lift it to make it flush with the LED display, just to give his RAM a little bit more clearance, because I don't want it vibrating on his RAM. Done. There you go. And you can't really see that. I've just lifted this a bit because it was really touching his RAM down there. So it's lifted now. We've probably got, I don't know, half a centimetre, what's that, about 1/4 inch clearance now, and it's more or less flush with the top of the LED display. I think the customer had kept his glass panel. I certainly haven't got it on my shelf, so let me see if it's in the other room. Nope, it's not in the other room, so he must have kept it. Must have kept his glass panel. So we'll do this one final boot. We'll make sure everything is working. Access to all his drives and whatnot. Not overheating, not shutting down. I'll do a quick test on it and see what's what. Power supply off, and now it's all fitted. We get a beautiful, beautiful graphics DVI 8K, 8 glorious K HDMI cable. Not that it will ever do 8K. And I suspect that it's probably a bit of a fabricated story to say it'll communicate to 8K. That's such a cheap cable, but hey ho. Power on, cross his fingers. Keep an eye out in bottom right hand corner. We have a picture. Put that on there. Right, just gonna tidy some of this crud up out of here. Just got a load of boxes. Customer his power supply back as well. Let's run a quick thermal test. Get off on the mouse. Okay. I deleted it, so I can't run a thermal test. But there should be no reason thermals will change, because we did that. So we've got CPU as obviously still showing. There's only one stick of RAM, so it must have a RAM working, and he's got 3 drives in total. So as long as we've got 3 drives, you don't have 3 drives in there. Who can't count? I can't count. That's why we do the check-in. Right, so why have we got no drive showing in there? Well, that's definitely plugged in. One-Eyed Steve, good afternoon. You need to buy a H to have 2 extra GPUs. The H, that's a cooler, isn't it? That's a cooler, the HX thingy bob. My old AX 1500, I can do 4 GPUs at once. Is that a power supply, an AX 1500i? I've got a 1200 watt in my system upstairs. I think it is. Or is it no? It's 1000 in my system upstairs. Same as what I've got in this one down here. I've got 1000 in mine down here as well now. Because I upgraded it last week. Why aren't those discs showing? Yes, Corsair. But realistically, do you know 1500 watts of actual power from a good manufacturer? And I'm not talking a cheap Chinese one, I'm talking a good manufacturer. Do you really ever need? Unless you're running latest high-end CPU with a water cooler, and because water coolers use a bit more, obviously, and also a couple of graphics cards or a 5090 overclocked. Do you really need that? I mean, my 5090 I run, I clock it down, but I've got a 9850 X3D in my system upstairs, a 5090, and it runs more than I'd put on my 1000 watt power supply. I reckon I'm probably pulling, I don't know, 800 watts, something like that, max. Let's get on back into that screen there. Get the mouse. Why can't I see these drives? Don't need that. Not in there. Advanced, no. Miscellaneous settings. No, where are our drives on here? Oh, there we go. Peripherals. On the end of peripherals. So it can see them. So it can see both of the drives, and they're both. Wouldn't not bother about a hot plug. External SATA, not that. So they're both on there. So why can't save and exit? 1000 watt Seasonic. Never had a Seasonic. I've always been a Corsair man, and I even in customer PCs I won't fit cheap Chinese, very cheap ones. You know, like the Power Max or whatever they call. You know, the green ones. I won't even fit those into the systems. What? What? So the BIOS can see them, but Windows can't see them at all. They're expensive but good. Yeah, Linus Tech Tip. He has them on there a lot, doesn't he? Where he has them on that. I can't see. It's too far away. Info. Why have the discs disappeared? What? That's confusing me. So BIOS can see them, but Windows can't see them at all. Seasonic makes some Corsair power supplies as well. Is that right? I have had a couple of people claim under the warranty on Corsair. A customer first told me about it. He'd had it about 9 years and he had a 10-year warranty, and then sending him a brand new power supply out, which I thought was mighty darn fine. You won't get that with Samsung on their SSDs today, will you? On M2s. Trying to get into BIOS. So yeah, device manager. Sorry, Nick, what were you saying? It must be a device manager issue, but I'm not even posting to Windows now. It's posted. I think it's just because I've missed the post. Afternoon, Nick, by the way. There we go. Get back onto that. Right, so it's been a busy morning. For you, is that? Oh, are you away or are you about in the UK? Because I know obviously you travel an awful lot. Home, but loads of customers say, customers, yeah. I always say, if it weren't for customers, I'd have loads of time on my hands. Loads of time. There we go. I've just disabled and put them back on. That's really bizarre because that's the NVMe which it boots from. That's one of these SATA drives. That's the other SATA drive. That's mine. I wonder if it's corrupted it with the constant reboots what we had to do. Well, at least you're home for football tonight, Nick. Could be worse. You could be in South America tonight, having to cheer for England. See if we can. I'm gonna have to put. I can't see that. It's just too far away. Display. This one 125 to give me a fighting zone. Is it in a RAID? That's what I thought it might have been, but no, it's in. They were showing as individual drives. So I'm just wondering whether, because we can see them both there, so we know Windows was seeing them because they're both there. My memory stick out, so I don't need that. So what I'm going to do is I need to put that on 150. I still can't see that. So I wondered whether it was a RAID issue as well. I've got a chance of seeing it. So let's delete everything in light grey and let's see if that will solve the issue. And I'm going to have storage controllers, which is down there. That shouldn't make any difference because that's on the USB one. And just make sure there's storage volumes. And now he has told me I can reinstall Windows. So worst case scenario, we can just reinstall Windows. to rectify the issue. Because they were showing up, and clearly the system is detecting them, but it's just not playing ball with them. Some of these will be from, certainly in here, will be from when I've had other graphics cards in, so that's one reason. And I'm just deleting anything which is in grey, which means it was connected, it's now not connected, so they're probably just from the old graphic system. No, the fault wasn't related to this. I remember when Dell was RAID in their laptops. Yeah, they used to put RAID in the laptops, didn't they, with a small small M2 on that one. Dual BIOS, it was excellent. Yeah, this has got a dual BIOS. No, the issue with this, the CPU was overheating, so we put them another cooler in because this cooler had broke, and then it was randomly shutting down, which was tracked down to power supply. It could, I know, because BIOS is saying, I was going to say it could be the power supply not feeding the drives, but the drives are getting warm and spinning. They're warm, and they're being seen in the BIOS. So it's obviously a Windows issue. So it's not a hardware issue now. It's a Windows issue. So yeah, that's where that was. So we'll give this a quick reboot. We'll just see what that restart shows up. Does it have gigabyte drives? The NVMe. Well, NVMe one that's built into Windows. That's built into Windows. That one's somebody outside. So let me grab the door, gents. Somebody here. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'll just get this customer at the door.
Because of a problem.
Yep.
Press a key or wait a few seconds to continue starting up. Then it just goes on for about another 8 minutes.
Yeah, it will be. It's likely to be a hardware issue. Now, to get into this one, with it being an iMac, the screens on these are stuck down basically with tape all the way around the edge.
Right.
So I've got to cut the tape out. I use a special tool for cutting the tape out. There is, if we looked on the inside of this screen, and I'll draw you it because you'll understand where I'm going with this.
Okay.
So we've got the flat side of the screen. This is the outside of the screen,
Yep.
and then there's a little lip like that. Okay, and you're talking that much depth there, and the foam is stuck here. Now this bit here, which is on inside here, should be a metal shroud. I have seen them before where Apple haven't fitted the metal shroud. The metal shroud is there because along here you've got ribbon cables, okay, which transmit the picture to the screen.
Right.
So when you're cutting this out, if the metal shroud is missing, you can sometimes catch the ribbon cable and it destroys the screen.
Right.
Well, it doesn't destroy the screen. Well, it does because the ribbon cable is permanently attached. So you need a new screen. So there is a risk involved in it when we're taking it out that it can, if that is the case, and I have done that, I'll be honest with you, I have done that because this shroud wasn't there. I have done that before. That's how I'm aware of it. But 99 times you've got the metal piece in. I don't know why that one didn't have it.
I would think that it's a pretty old. It's probably about 15 years old.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
So I would have thought it were built belt and braces time.
They should have it anyway.
Yeah.
It was anomaly. It's only one I've ever seen without it there.
Mm.
But also with them taking the screen out, you do run the risk. Obviously, they're not exactly flexible. Don't come out correctly. It can smash as well. So just be aware that we can't take responsibility if we do that. We'll just avoid doing it, if you know what I mean. But ultimately, it needs to come out, whether it's me or somebody else. We're all taking the same. So we've got to take it out to get to the internals. So we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to strip it down. I'm going to have to do some testing and whatnot. Do you need your data back? What's on there? Have you got things on there you need to keep?
Yeah, I've got my bank accounts. And...
Well, that's all. When you say bank accounts, you mean things you log into on the internet?
Yeah.
Right. So that's won't be on the computer. They're up in websites anyway.
Put in the cloud. Right?
Yeah, as such. So so it's things like photos, documents, music, and videos.
No.
So there's no data on there.
No.
So we can reinstall the operating system.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll put no data. Okay. Not a problem at all. Okay. I'm going to have to do some checks and diagnostics to see what is wrong with that one. With it being I ain't got room in here for it, as you can see. So I'm going to carry it through there and put that through there and make sure my dog's not gone to seat neighbour. She don't normally. Oh, she. Ah, she does that. She says it's too hot outside for me. Right, Maddie, get to bed. Come on, get to bed.
Okay.
Good girl. Right, I'll let you know how we get on, Barry.
Okay,
See you later. Bye bye. Okay, sorry about that, gents. Right, so as you can see, by refreshing what I refreshed, and did I shut it down? Is it gone to sleep? Why have I got no? Oh, I've disconnected it. I've unplugged it. So I can plug it back in. Stupid me. Stupid is stupid does. There you go. Put that back on there and we will get a picture. So as you can see, all I did was delete him out of Device Manager. As Nick said, problem with Device Manager, if you have issues, if you go to View and then Show Hidden, and then look through your, I mean, on this case, it was discs, what we were looking for. But if you look at USB, which is a prime one for most people, you'll see some which are light grey. That means it has been installed or has been connected, but is no longer connected. So you're normally safe just to delete those, restart your system, and do it. So all I did at storage volume, storage controllers and disks would delete the old disks, reboot the system, and we are up and running as we were before. So we should now, I'll just give it one last shutdown and a restart just to make sure we are good with that. Do the reboot to recover mode. Oh, Rusty Rose, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your 5 month membership. If anybody is wanting to support the channel, it's 99 cents or 99 pence. I think it starts at for a basic membership. I do try and put members videos out, which you get a bit of early access to, but it's always nice just to support your favorite creators as well. If there's anybody here with a Twitch account and you want to support on Twitch, I'm not sure if you're aware, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can go over to Twitch and you can use your Amazon Prime account for 1 free subscription per month for your favorite creator. So if you do have one of those, much appreciated. If you go over to Twitch, find me on Twitch and do your Prime subscription for me, it's much appreciated. It earns me about 70 pence. It's never going to break the bank, but it's always nice just to have a little bit coming in, and anything we make on channel we reinvest into the channel as well. But thank you very much, Russ, for your memberships, and shout out to Let Us Repair earlier, who donated yet another 5, or was it 10 gifted memberships as well. So thank you so much for that. Is it turned? Yeah, the raid in the BIOS was it was on a AHCI, so it should be okay. But as you can see, it was just a device manager issue. I'm just going to go back into here, just double check. We are still good to go on there, so we'll shut this down and we'll say shut down, sign out, all done. So I think on this we can call this one done. Keely and Mickey to one side. Oh, we are on here, and that's his name. I'll just write his charge on there, so I know I can text him in a little while. And this, oh, right there, his new. Oh, no power lead. That is absolutely disgraceful. Rampage power supplies do not provide you with a power lead. That is absolutely garbage, isn't it? Yeah, I'm definitely not missing it. That was brand new. I opened that. It didn't have a power lead with it. That's pants, isn't it? Not that you need it, I suppose. I mean, Apple did it a few years ago with their power bricks, but you just expect it, don't you? You buy a brand new power thing, and you expect it to have a power lead. So yeah, that's a bit pants, isn't it? Could be international models, so they don't supply it, but yeah, I mean, every Corsair one I buy, I always get a 3-pin plug with. So yeah, but it's a bit strange, that. A bit strange. Right, let's get this out of the way. And put this to one side. Oh, I need to put the back on. So I've done my duty with the. Oh, I've got a data recovery one there too as well. Yes. Got a hard drive coming in. Right, let's get this shifted out of the way. Swap microphones over because that microphone's probably going to go flat soon because I get about 5 hours out of them. Yep, on. Off. Right, so we've got the next microphone on. We're about 5 hours out at Mike's. Let's clear down and get on to the next one. Oh, 5 stops away from my parts coming. Oh, that's my one-time passcode, which I need because it's expensive items. So it's that one. Yeah, that'll be why, because it's due between 1 and 3. So we've got a passcode on there. That one there, that one there, that one there. Oops, not that one. That one. Done. I'm gonna send him his water cooler back with a. I wouldn't imagine he won't need them or want them, but let's send them back anyway. Here's a bag of nuts and bolts. And his old power supply as well. Done. Quickly put these in recycling and get the next job on. Time's money. Glorious day out here. Absolutely glorious. Oh, my Amazon delivery is on the street. Done. Right, I've got that laptop to do next, so we'll do it laptop. There it is. Right, laptop's next. I'm just keeping an eye out for the Amazon delivery man. And he's here. I wonder if he's going to deliver it all or whether he's going to try and borrow some. So we should have on this delivery orders. We'll have 1, 2. So we've got maybe 2 or 3 packages turning up on this. We've got that. So we should have a motherboard, a NVMe, a CPU, and a graphics card turning up on this one. Wonderful. So he's parked outside, and there's no point starting too much. So we're gonna just get my power supply sorted whilst he's doing that, because we can do this laptop. It should be that one. Not the one. No, that's too small. It's definitely even smaller, that one. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Um, bearing in mind, I have had Amazon delivery drivers try to borrow things off me in the past, so I will be checking these whilst we are live. If you remember, a couple of months ago, we had a driver come when he knew he'd got high value items and brought me one of those and went, "That's your delivery." I went, "That's not my delivery." And he went, "I need your one-time passcode." I went, "That's not my delivery. There's 2 grams worth or 2.5 grams worth of bits. That's worth 30 quid. I went, "Get me at rest at stuff." And he went, "I ain't got out else." I went, "Get to the van, get rest at stuff. I see you trying to steal from me." And I had confrontation at the door, which is straight behind me. And he were adamant he weren't. And I went, "You need to get to your van and get it." And I did this on stream. And I looked out at window here. He walked straight to his van, which is like 15 foot away, 3-4 meters. Opened side door, got rested boxes, which were waiting there for me, and brought them to the door. Absolute scam artist. What did Amazon do? Absolutely zip about it. Probably still delivers to this day. Not this guy, I must say. I've never seen him again. Yeah, absolutely zip. Right, we have. Oh, he's gone to the right house to start with. That's good. He's gone next door. Wonderful. Let me. Looking all over for that, and it's there. Let me bring the power supply up, and we will see if this powers up. This is reporters running slow. Right, I need to unlock it, and I need to put shift over. No. Hello, you all right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I need one signature.
you do. Yeah, that's that one. I want to check that they're all here. Yeah, they're all there. Wonderful. What's that one for? What am I signing for?
Oh, that's one.
For that one. There you go.
Wait.
Continue north on Stone Font Road and arrive at the destination.
Number.
148308. Okay. Do you mind if I just check it whilst you're here? Because I've had.
Already packed. I know open nothing. Check it.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Thank you. Yeah, an extremely unhelpful Amazon delivery driver there. Don't want to know. There we go. That's why Amazon are doing a world of good, aren't they? You've already taken it. I don't want to know. Right, that's good of him. Absolutely dog shite. Sorry, guys. I've got no time of day for ignorant people. But at least all the parts are there. Hey, Dave. Who is Gloria and what is she doing out there? Gloria? Gloria? What's Gloria? Oh, glorious. I think I said it's glorious outside. Do you use any form of ticketing system? Do you mean for my jobs? So he's right. What is this? It weren't with that. It were like his attitude as he's walking off. He kind of flew his arms up in air and just walked off. And his words were, "You've already signed for it." So not anything else on that, Dave. It was his, "You've already signed for it," and it were way threw his arms up in air like tough if it's wrong. So that was only bit what annoyed me with that. Because you get some drivers will go, "Yeah, not a problem," but he didn't even want me to open with them whilst he was here. But graphics card weren't even in an envelope; it was just a box. So graphics card came like that. So there was nothing stopping him opening the box and taking it out. I think I'm quite within my rights to whatchamacallit. But his attitude, "Well, you've given me a number. there you go. So that's what pushed my button a little bit. But anyway, Dave Pugwash, hello. When you open the box and there is a cable inside, yeah, because we've had it before, haven't we? We've had it before, 400 quid for a bloody 99 pence cable. So yeah, I can. What he can do, I can refuse delivery. That's what I can do. So there is things I can do. So anyway, Retro New. Yes, I do use a ticketing system. I write all the details on a post-it note and stick it to that. So everything what comes in gets a post-it note, and I stick it to that, and then everything else is just on memory. But I have a Excel spreadsheet which I put all the jobs on. And it all gets logged onto there, parts they've had, what job they've had done, costings, everything else. And then generally 2 or 3 times a month, I transfer that over to an account system, because I have a separate account system which is tied to HMRC, which is a tax body in the UK, if you're not too sure what that is. Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs who collect all the tax, and then that gets over to that. And we've just gone over first quarter tax, because you've got to submit your tax every quarter now. Maybe it's just me, but refuse it if it looks shady. Interaction with the delivery. They vary, Dave. They vary. Some drivers, I had one the other day, and I just said to him, do you mind if I just open this, because I've had stuff going? And he spent 2 or 3 minutes at the door talking to me. And I went, I do apologise for making you late. And he went, no, don't worry about it. He says, it's fine. So, but this guy out today weren't interested at all. He didn't want to hand me the envelope package until I'd signed for it. So I now want to check them. Well, you probably heard what I said. So I opened that and made sure they were there. Then I signed for it, because as soon as you sign for it, you're actually signing to say that you're accepting them. Well, I'm not accepting them until I've inspected them. So that's my right as well. So yeah. You're looking to be on the first threshold then by HMRC quarterly. I don't know, my accountants told me to do it, in fairness. It's a bit more of a pain. It's cost me 115 quid this quarter just for accountant, just to input it to HMRC. I think I pay tax quarterly now rather than annually, which is a bit better. But it's what it is. I'm not vatable. Makes it a little thing at UK. Anyway, he sorts it all out. Nothing to do with me. So we will get onto this. We have our meter showing. My multimeter's gone flat. Is it because I don't have it plugged in? Yeah, my multimeter. I bet I forgot. When I was doing it the other day, I forgot to plug a power cable in my multimeter, so my multimeter's gone flat. Yep, I'm a donkey. Forgot to plug a. I'm gonna power cable in my multimeter. So have I got a short one? I've got that one there. I was wondering why I couldn't get it working. So will that charge it? Yes, it will. At least I can charge my multimeter now. Wonderful. I forgot to plug a power cable in, so it's been running off battery. That's why it wasn't working. So we'll plug power cable in here. That's a bit worrying that it's. There we go. Just did something. Oh, see what it's doing up here? It's not taking any pre-charge. This. That'll be why. I haven't set me 6 amps set. There we go. Manual mode set. James, are you still in chat? Shift over, no, not overvolt. Shift and overcurrent, that's the one. Are you at home, James, at the moment? And are you busy? It might be something you can have a look at, if not when you are back. Do you know on the MX software, which is amazing software? I'm at work. Later, when you get a chance, no rush, James. The overcurrent protection, you can set voltage on here. So if we look up here, so let me get onto my live so I can see that I'm showing you the right thing. After adverts played. Don't you just love adverts? Nah. So the software that I use for the power supply is done by Max Power. Brilliant, brilliant software. And he's constantly evolving it. So on here, this is what we can see in general display. So I've got mine set to 19.7 volts, 8.5 amp. You can alter this down here. I just haven't had time to set all the presets. So I'll alter the current, for example, press apply, and it should, taking out manual mode, it should then apply it up here. I do the same with voltage. So we'll go down to 19.5. Thereabouts, press apply, it changes my voltage up here. Brilliant. On overcurrent, so I set that over voltage. If I do set, it will actually set it my limit. I can see it on power supply, it's set it on the power supply. There's nowhere to show you on here. But I cannot set overcurrent. Overcurrent will not activate. Would you mind checking on yours when you have time, James? There's no mega rush, whether it is, because I might just email Max Power. I can't change that. The only way I can change it, because obviously it locks the keypad on the power supply, is by unlocking the keypad, then using the power supply manually to set it, and then taking it back out of manual mode and doing it. But unfortunately, every time you reboot the software or the power supply, it reverts back to 1 amp OCP, 1 amp overcurrent protection on there. So if you don't mind checking that, James, that would be amazing, because if your version works, I'll just get a link for your version if you don't mind, because he may have corrected him. I don't like to pester him, but it is amazing, amazing, awesome software that he has created. Just need to bring it back up and drag that to there, otherwise it won't display properly. Oh, you haven't got your Riddiman box yet? Oh, okay. Don't worry then. Don't worry. I'll drop Max Power a message then in Discord and just ask him about it. No, don't worry, James. Honestly, don't worry. I just didn't want to pester Max Power about it. If it was just something he had fixed, because I think my version's a couple of versions old. Because I'm on version 1.470. So mine is a couple of versions older, probably what you've got. Because I do know he's updated it. He sent me new registration code the other day, and I still keep meaning to do a review on it. But anyway, we'll get to that. So this one up here, gents, is the power supply. We can see now I've upped the ampage, because that's why it wasn't working. It's pulling pre-charge and charge current of 720 milliamps, so 14 watts. So we're good on that one. So they are just reporting this as being slow. We have a couple of post-its there. I can move them out of the way because I don't want to broken these post-its, and that is a password. Face cam Ridden. There we go. At least we can have some power meter. I can't show you this bit because this is actually for a medical facility, and it will have confidential data on that we cannot see. Let me just log in because I do need to do. Oops. Love the password. Password's incorrect. Ah, dear me. Yeah, password is incorrect. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I wonder if that's a number. So make sure. Yeah. Ahaha, where did that go in that time? So that's number. That's a number instead of a letter. Yeah, I think that's going to go in. So let's just write that. Yay! Yay! Get that in there. Just run a bit of software. And diagnostics, and we'll run crystal disk info because I think that's probably what's causing the issue. Oh, Norton antivirus. We know what we think about Norton antivirus, don't we? But you need to try the most recent one. Yeah, the Finersi one he made a public release on Bad Caps. I think he will appreciate feedback on any reading software issue. Yeah, I have. In fairness, he's been amazing with me, James. He's been amazing. We've spoke quite a lot. Me and Max reference it, and I did a private video for him as well, with some of the bits and bobs, just showing him, and then he corrected him and whatnot. So yeah, he's been absolutely awesome. I need to look for the Finersi one because I have a Finersi one as well. But saying that, my Finersi one works brilliant. Do you know what don't work is the actual Finersi power meter. It's horrendous, absolutely horrendous. See if I can just show you why this is horrendous. I get onto there. I'm going to try and zoom in. Okay, that's my Finersi power meter. I don't know if you can see here. There's a great big thing here. There's a thing up here, and it just. I'll just turn it off and turn it back on. It just keeps glitching. Look, do you see it glitch on here and then there? It's just really now it's corrected itself. So it's not a screen issue. It's a firmware. It's a software issue. So it's nothing to do with Max's thing. This, ever since getting it, has not worked correctly, considering the price of them. They're a fortune. My phone's ringing. Let me get my phone, gents. PC repairs. On the air cooler. It's an AIO. Okay. Yeah, we should be able to do that for you. Depending what type of fan it is whether we should carry it in stock or not. All right. All right. Is it? Are they going into a controller as well? Yeah. Does it go into a little circuit board though? Yeah. Yeah. So you need fans which are compatible with that controller because they're not always standard. Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, just let us know. I am closed from Friday, so if you are wanting it doing, I'd need them tomorrow or first thing Friday morning to stand a chance of getting it sorted for you. Okay, but yeah, just give us a call. It all depends on how long it takes and what's required, because obviously you can appreciate they're not all going to be created the same. Your wiring might be accessible. I might need to cut a load of wiring out the back. I might need to sort a load of wiring out. So it could take me 20 minutes. It could take me 2 hours. So it all just depends on how long it takes. So you might be looking at 20 quid. You might be looking at 40 quid. You might be looking at 60 quid. It really does depend on how long it takes. I mean, I'm trying to be honest with you there. Without looking at it and doing it, it's difficult for me to say, as you appreciate. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, it all depends on what's involved. I'm pretty good at what I do, so I don't take too much time. But obviously, everything, time's money when we're looking at it. But yeah, just give us a tinkle when you're ready, and we'll get that sorted. Cheers, then. Bye bye now. Right, sorry. Yeah, I've got it mounted physically on wall now, so it should be thing. I've just updated it to latest firmware as well, but it only happens when I power it on, and not all the time. So as you can see, that time it came on absolutely fine, but other times it'll just it'll glitch and be a pain in the proverbial. That it will look absolutely terrible, or skew width and everything. Yeah, mine glitches. Oh, did yours glitch like that as well, Russ? Didn't realise you were in chat, Russ. Hello, happy birthday, Russ. It's it just glitched again. Did you see it just then? And it's not moved. Glitching again because there is a software. James let me know there was a software update for it, firmware update, Russ. Because mine were about 3-4 versions out of date because I didn't realise there were firmware updates. So I've updated the firmware, but it's not made that issue any better. But what I will say is the if I go on to there, I can now run both whatchamacallits at the same time. I can run both the power supply and the USB meters at the same time, which is really useful. Where before I couldn't. They were pretty much like I've just plugged my phone in now. They were either one or the other. So I am now. I've updated the firmware. It's got over that problem. Me only being able to run or have either one connected, and it lets me connect my multimeter as well at the same time. It has improved that tremendously. And I would recommend as well, Russ, I don't know if you saw me stream the other day, these silicon cables are amazing. Amazing. I've got a link to them. You get in all different colours. I know James likes his cables as well. But these silicon cables, these are 2 meter ones. I've got a 1 meter one there for testing. They are the high power ones as well. 240 watt cables, and they just are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I can send you a link if you want it, but they're not dear either. About £7 each for 2 meters, about £6.50 for the others. Yeah, link please. I will post that in chat for you now because I did it the other day. Yeah, they are brilliant. I would recommend, honestly, the cables are amazing. They are really, I can't explain what they're like. I think Nano reviewed them as well. But I was a bit skeptical because I bought some of the I bought some of the USB cables. Go away, phone. And why post this? You're gonna have to wait. And they were a little bit inflexible, let's say, and the ends weren't that clever on them. Right, that's the link. I'm just gonna get the phone, guys. PC repairs. Hello. Yeah, you can drop it over. Yeah, bring the PC. You've got the fans, have you? Yeah. If you want to drop them, bring them over. You'd have to leave it with me because I've got so much on today. But I would certainly have a look. They're going the queue for the work, which will be the later today or tomorrow. But yeah, it's no problem at all. Okay, we'll see you soon. Cheers, then. Bye bye. Somebody else coming in. Yeah, those are the silicon cables. Do check them out, guys. These silicon cables. I think that the ones I bought actually are 2 meter ones, about tenner now. But the 1 meter ones, they're just brilliant compared to standard USB-C cables. If you look at the thickness of them for a start, I mean that's a USB-C one, braided one, and you just look at difference in thickness. The plugs are just so much better molded. They're ridged and all sorts. I do rate them. They go up there with a must-have, like the thermal right things if you're using anything on USB-C. Brilliant, they are. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, have a look at the links. Anyway, where am I with this? That is somebody coming in with a desktop PC who has got issues with his fans. What's D drive? D drive is my drive. Oh, this hardly done any hours. And PC there. your silicon ones, but well, James, I have a different silicon one as well. So I will stress that. Just let me go back to this. Sorry, guys, wrong one. So this is the silicon one that I originally bought, and I bought a short one to try. I've still got tape on it, in fairness, and I thought, oh yeah, it looks all right, looks good. So let me just show you the difference. Just cut that off. And I've literally just plugged this into my USB-C meter to charge. So you think, hey, it looks all right. It's a nice flashy cable made out of silicon. Nice and flexible. It's only a 30cm one or 1 foot or whatever you want to call it. 12 inches. Really nice. Nice and flexible. Feels beautiful. You compare that to the better quality ones, the ones which I'm going on about, and then you suddenly start seeing the difference in them. And they just feel, even though they feel 2 or 3 times more sturdy, they're just equally as flexible. You know what I mean? I mean, the white one stands up a little bit more than the black one, but a little bit more erect. But even so, they're so flexible. They're just wonderful. The link I've posted is for the good ones, not for those. I wouldn't rave about those. I just use that as a power cable. But data transfer on them and everything else is phenomenal. Really, really is good. And I've been using, I've got 2. I've got an orange one, which is here, which feeds all the way around the back to there. And then the blue one, which you can see there, is the one I've just used. I use that for powering things. So they're the 2 that I use and use all the time. Put my meter back in with that one. So I would. But guys, do your own choice on it. Put that back in and charge that. I just buy cables from IKEA. They got. You know what? IKEA ones. I bought a couple of IKEA cables. They weren't that bad. They were not bad at all. Link Hunter. I think you're onto something with that one. They're not bad at all. I'm trying to think what I got. I think I use one of their triple USB plugs. You know, one of the triple one USB hub plug chargers. I find it excellent. Don't have any issues at all. Right, I'm just going to do a quick speed test on this for the drive. I can't show you this because there's so much customer information on the front, including pictures and whatnot. So there will be a lot which will identify them. So I'll just have to do this off camera. Yeah, I mean, I run a 300 watt Mechanic Max power supply, which sits there, which is a really good power supply, which is this thing here. And I never have any problems with that. That just runs, that charges max and all sorts. It's brilliant. But yeah, the cables have always been a bit of a bugbear. Even the proper genuine Apple cables, which are really, really okay, but a bit thin. Yeah, I've moved to better quality stuff. Also got 45 and 60 watt chargers from IKEA too. Yeah, I think the 65 watt charger I've got is a triple 65 watt charger. And it works brilliantly. I've got that plugged in upstairs in bedroom, in fairness, for daughter's phone. It charges her phone, her iPhone, her watch, and cracky, some time ago I had a Sony speaker, Bluetooth. Well, it weren't Bluetooth, and I converted it on stream to both Bluetooth and battery, rechargeable battery. It's one of old streams. It was a Sony speaker I picked up from the car boot or flea markets, I think you call them in the States. But yeah, you know, bring it where people sell secondhand stuff. And I picked it up for £1, and I put a battery pack in it, made it rechargeable, converted it to USB-C, and also put a Bluetooth thing in there as well. And she loves it, and it charges that as well. So that's what she's got on hers. But yeah, the IKEA stuff. I think the good thing about the IKEA stuff, it meets UK standards as well. So I would rather buy it from IKEA than buy a dodgy eBay or even Amazon stuff, because Amazon stuff doesn't meet UK guidelines all the time, does it? Let me grab the phone, gents. PC repairs. Okay. Yeah. We can get that sorted. Depending what it needs doing to it. Could be around £60-ish, I would have thought. £60 to £70, something like that, to get it all sorted out. We are open today, yeah. You can drop it off today, no problem at all. It'll be before close of play Friday, because I'm shooting Friday for training. I'm on staff training next week, so it'll definitely be before Friday. Chances are it'll be done tomorrow, but it'll definitely be before close of play Friday. We are, yes. All right, yeah, no problem at all. Drop it off. Don't bring. Only bring power cable if it's a special type. If it's a standard kettle lead, don't need it. And then just remove all USB devices and everything else. All right, we'll see you soon. Cheers, bye. Dolphin training next week, yeah. This is okay. We'll work with my MacBook to MacBook. Yes. I use it as a data. Well, I use them as data transfer cables. I use them as high power cables. I use them for my SSD docks when I'm my clone dock over there. So yeah, the data transfers was amazing. By far best cable I've tried for data transfer, better than my Apple cable for data transfer speeds when I did my data speed test on it. So I would say keep
PCDD, you little shit.
I would say it's all right. Morning, afternoon, TFN. How are you? I am going on dolphin training next week. 2 days dolphin training, 3 days tech training. Just got off work. Well, welcome. Guys, just before I am going to jump into this, because this has got some really strange readings, and I'm going to show you what the strange readings are. But I'm just going to open the thing up again and do a slightly bigger test. I'm going to fill my cup up with some water because I'm absolutely gagging. But I'm just going to redo this test, and I think if the test comes back the same, I think we'll know what's up with it. So just give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to refill that. Right, I'm back. Oh, thought I'd grab me breakfast and dinner at the same time. Right, so I think I can see what's up with this. I'm going to try and get this on screen so I can show you people the issue. Make sure we've got no personal information on there. Get rid of that side there. Okay. And that one. So what I believe the issue is here, I'm only going to do it like this. I'm not going to actually... So I've done a speed test on the disc. So this is an NVMe disc. Also, excuse me, I'm going to eat a biscuit because dogs come to see me. Banana for size. Yeah, we've got banana. Got a banana for reference. So this is an NVMe M2 drive. So look at the top figure here on the sequential QDepth 1. That's where I'd expect it to see. QDepth 2 is absolutely fine. And then you get onto the randoms down there, single thread down there, and that. They're excellent. They're all where I'd expect them to see. This is a little bit higher than I would expect to see, but it's still well in there. For an M2 drive, NVMe, brilliant. But look at the right. What is noticeably funny is that right there is exceptionally high compared to that. Sometimes it can be, but I wouldn't expect it to be twice the amount. But all of those should be similar numbers to what they are on the left. So if it's reading and writing similar, you would expect it. There's sometimes a variance, but they should correlate across. Should correlate across. So I would say on that one, random right, but yeah, Escoogs, you are absolutely spot on there. Your random right on QDepth 4 is better than your sequential right, which is just bizarre, isn't it? So I think we can agree there that that is the... We have a visitor. So we'll give her some banana. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it.
Who's a good girl?
Who's that?
Leave it. Good girl. Good girl. Take it to your bed. Take it to your bed. Come on, take it to your bed. Good girl. Make it work for it. I love fine electronics at thrift stores. Yeah, thrift stores, electronics are brilliant. £1 I paid for that Sony speaker. Yeah, and converted it. I think I had battery pack, so it didn't cost me out for battery pack. And I think Bluetooth dongle cost me about £2 on AliExpress. It's a toasted SSD, Kiki. I would agree. It's probably seen better days as that. I'm going to perform a bit of magic. I'm going to make a digestive biscuit. Here's I don't know if it's an interesting fact. We all know what that is. Yeah. It's I presume you have them in, maybe in other countries. It's a digestive. You can see the name across the second. Digestive. We're going to meet UK. I would imagine you have them in other countries. Digestive biscuit. Do you know why it's called a digestive biscuit? It never occurred to me why it was called a digestive biscuit. Oh, hot. Does it need a firmware update? The laptop are you referring to? I found Chromecast Audio Still Seal. £4. You are quite correct, Nick. They were prescribed by doctors to help indigestion. they were prescribed by doctors to help indigestion. So it was actually a medical, it was a biscuit, but they was marketed to help with digestion, with I'm old. Nick got them prescribed back in 20s. So a biscuit was prescribed in the United Kingdom, I presume it was just UK, to help with indigestion and stomach upsets generally. And whatnot. So I didn't know that's why they were called digestives. I watched a YouTube thing. I watched some terrible stuff on YouTube about which biscuits you should buy and which biscuits you shouldn't buy, and it went into history why they were called digestives. So that was their thing with that. Let's see if there's anything running in Task Manager which is eating this up. So all the cores are performing. They're all alive. It's a 2.8 gig 4-core CPU, and it's the i7 1165G7. So it's a nice CPU, 11th gen CPU. This should not be struggling with 8 gigabytes of RAM. 2 of 2. I reckon this has got fixed memory. It's an Acer 3. Intel graphics. Again, I can't show you this. I'm sorry, guys. It is absolutely, actually, we might do a bit more digging in here, so I might be able to show you this screen. I'm going to show you this screen, actually. I think there's another issue. What brand SSD is it, and does it need a firmware update? Oh, you mean the SSD brand? It's probably that one there. Oh, get off. It's an Intel. Do you know what I'm wondering? I am wondering whether... No, it's an Intel. It's a 512 Intel NVMe. So it's a good quality one. It might need a firmware update, but I think there's something else sat on here which is causing the issue. And I'm going to try and zoom down and show you. I can't link it to OBS, but I should be able to zoom down and show you what the issue is. Turn the lights off. It will go dark. There we go. That is a RAM usage. So it's using, after it's 8 gigabytes of RAM, we're using 7.8 gigabytes of RAM. Sorry, I keep putting my head away because I'm having to look. CPU usage is absolutely fine. Disk usage is 0, so it's not that. I would say the reason why there's an issue is there's something persistent what's eating the RAM. And the biggest use, 83% of RAM is being used. Oh, it's gone blurred. 83% of RAM is being used. Why is that going blurred all the time? You stupid thing. Right, there you go. 83% of RAM is being used, but the top culprit, which is the antivirus, is only using 200 meg. I need to download more RAM, I do. There's something hidden because you add all them together and we're not using 7.8 gigabytes of RAM, which it's claiming to use. So there's something sat in the background eating that RAM that's not declaring it. And I don't think it's a virus or malware or spam or anything else, because we've got Norton Antivirus in here and we know how good Norton Antivirus is. Nothing ever gets by Norton Antivirus because it's such an amazing piece of software. But remarkably, Windows Defender is the top one. Norton is all the way down here. So Windows Defender and Norton are both running. That's probably because Norton leaves it running because it knows Windows Defender's better. Norton Security Ultra, you are unprotected, but I'll still run in the background and eat all your resources. Wow, used laptop I found 16 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, you got a bargain. Bargain. Anything we ramming today. I was asking AI about a laptop issue and asking it where it got the information from, and it sent me a link to my. Oh my gosh! So James, we all look at your stuff, and even AI. You should have said to it then, "That's no good. That's my video. I need more help." That's what you should have said, James. I'm getting into using AI for all sorts of stuff. I don't use AI, and I've just bought a new motherboard. Do you know what, Kiki? I always thought it's legit now. I always thought, and put lights back on. I always thought AI were terrible, and I've had to buy a new motherboard for my PC because I built myself a new PC. So I put into the AI. I said, in Amazon UK Prime delivery for next day, I need a AM5 motherboard with a minimum of, I can't remember, 3 or 4 USB-C ports, 4 M2 ports, and there was another criteria, I can't remember what I put in. Can you tell me which comes out the best and highly rated? So it came back and it says we've got 2 options. We've got the, whatever one I bought, I can't remember which one it was now, the 870E Edge, on offer from £399 down to £179. And it gave me all pros and cons. This meets your requirements. And it gave me a link to it as well. And also to the one above it as well. And it said, but you don't really need that. And then it says at the bottom, tell me what CPU you're fitting or tell me what RAM you're fitting and stuff like that. It actually searched Amazon for me rather than me having to do it. And it said, if you want some advice on what fits with this or goes with this, let me know. So I said, yeah, tell me which is the best RAM to put in here or best power supply. So then it gave me recommendations for that. And I just thought, I mean, I didn't need that, but I just thought that is such a good tool. And it were right. It were right as well. And I thought AI really has. That would have been myself, Chris, or Gear, Let Us Repair. I've gifted 10 today, and I think Gear from Let Us Repair as well has gifted some as well. So it's probably Gear. Give Gear Let Us Repair. If you don't know who he is, have a look on his channel. More than welcome to post his link on there as well. I got the troubleshooter for the power supply. Yeah, it's the troubleshooting does work well. I started doing a video. I think Uncle Soren had done one as well. I actually thought about it before he published his. I'm sure he stole my idea. About, I was talking to James about it actually ages ago, about doing an AI troubleshooter one. And then about a week later, Uncle Soren posted his video. So I never bothered. But to see whether it would be chat, we'd have chat on one side, but I'd have AI on the other, and I'd do a VOD about it, see which way it took me. I would imagine chat would be right, because the community we've got, is brilliant. And certainly, if AI is only looking at JFix's videos, well, ask what cooler to ask it what cooler to use. It'd be funny if it links one of the live streams. Can we have a look? See what Gemini puts on, because obviously Gemini. Let's have a look. I'm thinking of building a desktop gaming PC. What CPU cooler would you recommend that is suitable for the computer? Oh no, it's not. Oh wait there, wait. Oh no. Oh no, it's not. It's gone for. It's gone for. It's gone for. Oh, it has. It has. Do you have any reviews for the Thermalright Peerless Assassin on YouTube? Yeah, there are several highly detailed reviews on YouTube. The Champ. Oh no, that's not me. No, minor. Jace 2. Oh no. I mean, you're looking at big boys here reviewing these things, aren't you? Yeah. I'm just not. Does PCDD Repairs recommend this? As I have heard, he is amazing and knows everything about computers. There you go. Just PCD. It sounds like you're thinking of the popular PCDDR. No, that's not me. So even I thought it sounds like you're thinking about the popular PCDDR. No, that's not me. No, I mean PCDD Repairs. I have never heard of this person. You must be wrong. Look at Gemini. Got it. PCD Repairs. Yes, he's fantastic. If you watch his channel, you know he does serious board level micro soldering, laptop diagnostics, and hardware repairs. He literally looks at components under a microscope to find out exactly why they failed. Clearly, they've got the wrong channel. While his daily content focuses heavily on bringing dead motherboards and liquid damaged laptops back to life, the design of the Thermalright Peerless Assassin aligns perfectly with the exact hardware philosophy and repair technicians like him would appreciate. So yes, a professional who spends their days diagnosing hardware failures would absolutely agree that a massive, highly effective air cooler is the most safest and most reliable bet. There we go. Didn't link to one of my videos, but it got there eventually with a little bit of cajoling. AI just takes you in circles, and all you have to do are saying. It said my power supply was too old for new graphics cards. The graphics cards can spontaneously draw power quickly to trigger. And most people wouldn't even think about that as a reason, would they? They'd think an 800 watt power supply should be more than enough, rather than it being enough, big enough capacitors, whatever else in there to do it. Peerless Assassin 140 worked well in the heat recently. Yeah, I mean, I've got a 140 in this one down in my office down here. It must be 30 odd degrees in my office now, and I'm probably, I don't know what temperature sitting at because I don't have a temp monitor on it anymore, but it's probably rare that my gaming system goes above 70 degrees even on full tilt. I have the Dark Rock Pro. Yeah, honestly, the budget cooler market is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've got 3 people turning up. I am more into Daft Punk. I do like All Around World. That's somebody next door. Oh, I've gone to the wrong house. No, I thought Chris had gone to the wrong house. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm going to try and put on. Let me see if I can put on. Can we remember how we get on to? Dog, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! She's not shutting up, chat. She's not shutting up, chat. Right, can you remember? I can't remember what it was called. In Device Manager, you had. I haven't got it anymore because I got rid of Windows 10 by accident. Performance Manager, that's what I'm after. Brilliant. Windows is brilliant at their search, isn't it? Performance Monitor, that's the one I'm after. And we'll see what Performance Monitor shows me. Oh, this has changed for Windows 11. Ooh. I don't know if I'm keen on that anymore. Let's turn the lights back off so we can see. We can see. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't use it on the new. No, that's not it. What is the one called which used to be in Windows 10? You used to bring Task Manager up, bottom left-hand corner would make it big, and then if you went onto hardware side, hardware monitor. That's what I'm after. Hardware. Oh, no. Resource. That's it. Resource monitor. That's it. Just you, Russ. Parkside stuff. Yeah, Parkside. Lovely. Yeah, resource. It's the resource one I'm after. Because you could see if it had hard faults, couldn't you? Resource monitor, not performance monitor. What were I thinking? There we go. That's the one I'm after. You used to be able to get to it from oh, what's it called? Task Manager. Must be a link to it. I wonder if I can show you this on OBS. See if we can track down what's causing that issue. Yeah, we have picture. So, I had a 750 watt power supply, recommended PSU, so I bought a new one with 1000 watts up or more. Yeah. How's your internet connection going? I presume you're talking to Russ on that one, because mine's fine. You can still get it from Task Manager. It's under one of the. Is it under one of the 3 dots? It used to be. Oh, there it is. No, it's resource. Yeah, resource monitor. Yeah, it used to be in performance, didn't it? It used to be down in bottom left-hand corner down here somewhere, or down right. I can't remember. So it is up there. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you very much. Sparta. Oh, Sparta, did you say on Task Manager? And I think you did. Do you know when you're looking at tasks, you can freeze a task by using Shift. Same time every day. Is that mine? Oh no, that one. Is that what you said? You could freeze a task with using Shift. I did try it, but I couldn't. I can highlight it. Control. Yeah, I thought it was you. Yeah, it lets me highlight, but it doesn't let me. Still moves them down. So I'm pressing Control and clicking. You press Control to stop it moving. I see what you mean now. That's a good one. So as you can see, it's scrolling up and down. Everything's changing. You press Control and it pauses it. See what you mean? Yes. I see exactly what you mean now. That is a good one. So it like takes a snapshot so I can see what's what. So if you do suddenly get a spike, we can see what's. Yeah, that's useful. Thank you. I understand what you mean now. Because I was looking to see if you froze the thing. But anyway, we're going to look under Resource Manager. Resource Monitor. This is useful for digging a little deeper into seeing what's eating some of the resources on these. I will tell you now, I am not a proficionado at this type of thing, but we want to go on to a memory. So if we look at memory down here, and we're going to see, you can see what's committed. You can put these into anything else, and hard faults is a good one. So if you get somebody coming in saying, oh, they're thinking the computer's running slow because they need more RAM, have a look at hard faults. So currently we've got 0 hard faults. And what a hard fault is, you can see it here. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, but this is what I understand it being, is an issue where it's run out of RAM and it's having to dump the information to the hard drive. So it creates what they call a hard fault. So if it runs out of RAM and it's trying to do things, so if we open Microsoft Store, because we're trying to, can you see it suddenly jumped up to 180, 200, things like that, because we were nearly at maximum RAM capacity anyway. As you can see, 84%. So it is actually dumping some stuff to RAM. So if we open that, so we've got Edge open now. We see Norton suddenly jump in there as well. Norton's got 105 hard faults. So even though Norton's not running, it's still wanting to connect to internet and do stuff we don't really want it to do. So it's creating hard faults. So this is a way of seeing if more RAM would help the system. I would normally say anything less than 500 is probably not too much of an issue on a modern NVMe system. But if you're getting into thousands hard faults per transaction, I would then say it's going to cause some issues. And that's how I understand it on there. There's a monopole in the area which is used. Fully extend. Since they don't care enough to even look at it properly, I'll let the lawyer handle it. And it's massive mass suit, according to him. A lot of people have problem. Oh no. But anyway, if we just close and look at these, your committed is, I've got, let's close that down, which is, close that down because I don't need that. I've got 3 tabs opening there, and we'll close store back down because we don't need that open. So if you look at the committed and put that into order, it's still only, it's a customer here, it's still only that, even though we're still eating 79% of his RAM. So we've got 8 gigabytes of RAM, and we're using 80% of it. What's that, about 7 gigabytes or so? But the top one's only using 300 and something. So let me grab the door, guys, because there's somebody here. 1 second. Agent's got another one coming. Going to mean is your photos, your music, your videos, and your documents. Okay.
But I'm not really worried about
What I
that.
can't back up is your software. So like
The hard drive stuff,
software, so games, can't back
Games,
games up,
right,
can't back
okay.
your antivirus. They're all software related stuff, so you're going to have to re-download them, reset them back up.
Okay.
I can't back up anything that's got a virus or malware in it. I can't back up anything that's corrupted, and I can't back up anything what's not on the computer, which sounds really silly. But the last one refers to anything you might have in the cloud, like on Google Drive or OneDrive or Dropbox or anything. Looks like it's on the computer, but it's really in the cloud. Yeah, so I can't back that stuff up. So if you want, I'm happy. That's the best way you can handle it.
Yeah,
I can,
to be honest, if you just go with that and wipe everything out.
do you just want me to wipe everything?
Just wipe everything.
Not keep anything in, start from afresh?
No, start from fresh.
Okay, that is honestly the best way. How many drives have you got? Just the one?
Just the one, I think.
Yeah, so Windows 11 or Windows 10?
I think it's Windows 11. Okay.
You can have either. Don't make any difference to me.
I think it's Windows 11, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it probably will be on that age of computer. So Windows 11, wipe everything, no data. Okay, so it'll come back with latest versions that the computer will support. I'll install all the WHCQ drivers and get all them done for you as well. And then it'll come back and ready. You'll have 2 accounts on it. The admin account you can then use it as a computer.
Yeah. So have I got a password in it? Do you need a password?
I don't need a password because if I'm wiping everything and you're not keeping anything, I'm
Oh,
just
you
going
don't
to
need to
delete
do it
everything.
now.
So I
Yeah,
don't need a
that's fine.
password at all. And then I'll get it all set up and it should be ready either tomorrow or Friday at the latest. I'm closing on Friday for a week's worth of training. Okay, right. That's a nice. Oh, I think so. Oh, white gaming computer to look at. Put that through there. Oh my gosh, my living room's getting chocker. Absolutely chocker. I've got 9 desktop computers in now. Well, I was supposed to be going for a run tonight, but at this rate, I'm not going to have time. Oh, dear. Sorry about that, gents. Just obviously, with customers coming, it's difficult for me to say what I say and do what I do. Right, so, need to speak to that. Oh, yeah. We don't use Carks. No, we don't. We're on. That's James saying that. I play games a little bit. I need a different system. I will show you what it's like in my living room at the moment. And even dog is looking at me strangely. So we've got one computer there, we've got computers there, we've got computers there, we've got computers there. There's actually, what you can't see, there's actually another computer behind it, and then one behind there. There's actually one behind here as well. You can just see plug and everything for that. There's one on there, and then there's a dog, and then I've got dining room table through here, and I've got another couple in there, and I've got some laptops in there as well. I just haven't got the room at the moment, but I would love to say it's a one-off, but again, regular viewers will know I'm usually pretty busy. Always something to do. Considering I don't advertise, I must be doing something right. Anyway, where are we with this? That one there. So we are looking at this. So that's taking 400. That's 350. That's 750. That's 1,000. So that's 1 gig in those. 1.2, 1.35, 1.45, 1.6. Let's say with those two. So we might have 2 gigabytes in total, and we're using 7.8. So there's something else sat residing in here, which is hiding itself from Windows. So I would say that whatever it is which is hiding is something which shouldn't be on the system. So I think it's probably got a virus or something like that. Norton is sat there and saying, oh, look at me, look at me, look at me, but doing absolutely zip about anything because it's been deactivated because they've probably not paid the subscription. So can't really see, but it does say behind my lovely face that it's not running. So thanks, Norton, for that. You are unprotected. So I think she's probably got something on here which is not playing ball. Juarez virus. I use dolphin. I could put them in the dolphin house. Good afternoon, cows. Good afternoon. I think I'll speak to them and just find out what they want me to do, because I think first protocol is a fresh install of Windows, because with the amount of life that the hard drive has got, which is here, I don't think that is any. I mean, it's done 105 days. The drive, 92%. Let me bring up another, that one there, and go to one level up and come back onto that and bring this back up. Yes. Close that. and go back to that. If we just do another quick one of these. PCDD is training the Dolphins. It's PC. I keep training Maddie, but she's having none of it. Oh yeah, let's have a big moo for cows. If anybody's at a loose end and they want to come and help me, I've got 2 days to get everything done. I'm supposed to be running tonight, and I've put myself on my run tonight. It's only going to be an 8k run tonight, but it's not a long one. I think I'll only be out maybe an hour in total. By the time we meet up, do warm up, do run, and do cool down, and drive back, I'll be gone about an hour. So it's not like it's going to be mega long. But football's on as well, so I don't really want to work through football. So they were consistent with what we got before, if you recall. Let's see what the rights are. If you remember, these rights were all over the place. Right, that's still low, still very low compared to Reed. Exceptionally low compared to Reed. Which could explain why it's sluggish. And it did feel sluggish when I first came on it. Felt really sluggish. Again, they look bottlenecked on something. With them being so close in value, a bit like them two. I don't think the drive is the bottleneck. I think there's something else bottlenecking that. Again, that's not half, but yeah, it is half, isn't it? More or less half. 466.8 would be that, so it's more or less half, isn't it? So these numbers aren't as skew as they were before, but yeah, that'll be limited on cable though, James. I'm just thinking. I think that'll be limited on the cable more than anything else. I've got a message on Discord. Sparta. Oh, let's have a look. Visit. Thank you very much for that, Sparta. Is this the? Oh, that's the SSD, is it? It's got a DRAM on it. End of life in 2020. Oh no, end of life now. Sorry, it released in 2020. PC. Is that the right? Yeah, that's the right screen. So this is the tech spec. Check performance table. Ah, no, so you're right. Thanks, Sparta. Yeah, Sparta just pointed that out. But look here. So your read is 3000. You're right, it's 1600. So yeah, it's right. That is quite a bit different to what I would have expected. Certainly from an Intel one. So they're actually in line where they should be. The right cache is okay, and because we're nowhere near those. And your IOPS, look at IOPS on that. Read IOPS and write IOPS. Yeah, I would say that actually that is right. I think it might be where I was thinking before of maybe something it's different speed you was getting at the beginning. It is different speed to what I was getting at the beginning, James. You are right on that, but Let's just try that again. I did try that soon after it booted though, so that could just be something eating it. But they were considerably low, weren't they? 10 and 16 or something like that. Let's just do a quick one. I mean, this you're right. You're right. You read, sorry, where it's saying, and you write to where it's saying as well. So it must be controller which is limiting that then, because your writes should be on the bus should be similar because the bandwidth is there. So it must be the controller on board. Yeah, not normal on that. I would say the 10 megabit. We're at 10, 29, 16 or something like that. And then 163 on Q depth. 139 weren't it on the Q depth 4, which was the random one, random Q 4K one. Yeah, I couldn't see anything starting up. It's still concerning me if we look at how much RAM that we are eating and using. It's still quite high. So that 1649 is about where it should be. 1800 I think it was. So 3000, 1800, 3000 read, 1800 write. So that's not out of way. So we can see bottleneck here must be controller. It must be limited by controller there. They must do that for lifespan of the drive. 123. This was 168 last time, I think, or something like that, weren't it? '23. I think a reinstall on this. I think recommended action be a reinstall of Windows, and then let them have it back, let them use it, and see what it's like. Would we agree? Fresh install, because if there is something on there, get rid of Norton altogether. Fresh install, let them use it, let them see how it is, and then take it from there. There's no point, I don't think, at this point, change any hardware, because I don't think there's a hardware issue. The RAM issue, I think, is software related, and obviously resetting Windows is going to get around anything which is on there which is causing an issue. So yes, well decided. Stick another 8 gig in it. Yeah, I could do. Should we whip back off and see if I've got any yeah. I would say it's probably malware in Task Manager as well. Ooh, that drive's a bit warm. Let's get back off and see what is pertaining. Let's screw it on. Because they need this back double quick. I'm just running through my head now what I need to do today. After this, I've got to get another one built, because he's expecting it tomorrow. And now I've got all the parts. And that's the one which is going to be a bit of a problem one, because he wants it building in his old case, and his old case is quite small. So we need to strip his old computer down, build his new computer in the case, and migrate some of his stuff across, like his old hard drives need putting across as well. And sorting out. I think I need to do that one next, because he is expecting that. And if I'm finishing it at 5, it gives me about an hour to get it done, doesn't it? So yeah, I think that's going to be the next job. We'll get one built. Normally, it shouldn't be a problem, but with me having to build it in the awkward small form factor case, not mega small, it's just smaller than a normal. It's a pre-built computer case as such. Right, can't put any more RAM in it unless we swap the 8 for a 16. Oh, guys, that's why we've got an issue as well. Trying to see what a microscope will turn on. You'll see what the issue is. So we've got 8 gigabytes of random access memory. There we go. And that's what we've got sat in there. Got a 4 gigabyte piece. So, let's see what we've got in here. Oh. So we've got 4 gig, 3200. If we've got any DDR4, 8 gigabyte piece. 4 gig. 8 gig. No, that's DDR3. That's DDR3. That's DDR3. Got loads of DDR3. Got DDR3 coming out of my ears. Might send this to Pitco and see if he wants it. DDR3. If anybody needs any DDR3 RAM, let me know. Got tons of it. I've got 4 gig. Well, there are 16 gig then. PC4, 4 gig. Got some more 4 gigs there. I'm looking for an 8 gigabyte piece. I ain't got any 8s. Oh, we've got an 8 gigabyte there. Wrong speed. I don't think it'll make much difference, but we'll give that a shot. Um, 8 gigabytes PC4. 4 gigabyte PC4. 8 gigabyte PC4. A couple. I'm just looking for speeds now. PC3, 3. 3. 8 gigabyte PC4. 8 gig PC4. Plenty of 8 gig PC4s, but I'm just looking for one at right speed. There we go. 8 gigabyte. That's the winner. 3200 mega transfers. There's no point me trying to match latencies up because it's soldered on RAM. So we can't really match the latencies up because I can't see what chance of me being able to get a matched pair against it is pretty darn slim. Got plenty of 8 gigs. I'm just looking to see if I've got any more 8 gigs on 3200 speeds. Yes, if there's anybody in chat who needs any 4 gigabyte PC3s, let me know for their laptop. I am happy to post you a couple out if you need them, as long as you're in the UK or you want to pay for postage. Oh, PC5, look at that. Got some DDR5 there. Rich all of a sudden. 16 gigabyte piece. Woohoo. Got another 8 gig there. So we've got plenty of, we've got a couple of 8 gigabyte pieces there. I'll keep that 8 gig to one side. 4, 8. 4, 8. Put that back in there because I've got plenty of 8s. 32, 8, 8, 8. Plenty of 8s actually. Who wants any 8s as well? There you go. We've got several lots of 8. Oh, there. Oh, ka-ching! It is. One on the top side, yeah. I think we'll find that it's probably not on the top side. I think we'll find it's soldered on. Nick, I would have thought. See you later, Chris. Run Tour got me motivated. Just finished Game Gear mod and going on 8 miler. Crikey. Good luck on that. Is that an 8 mile run or an 8 mile walk? I mean, what's 8 mile? That's about 15k, is it? 13k, something like that. 8 gigabyte. 3200, 8 gigabyte. Yep. Done. Put that back in. I'll make sure it posts. Yeah, what that is. Check cooler out while we're at it and just have a quick scoot in there. I'm probably getting it at the point tomorrow where I might start refusing work. There's no dirt in it. What model is it? It is a Aspire 3. And everything else is worn off. Everything else is worn off. Including board number. Yeah, board number and everything is missing. So I can't even tell you a board number. It's a Aspire 3, but I don't know any other spec. It's got the 11650 i7 in it, or i5 in it. There's a strange, you can't really see on it, but there's a strange white powder. Can you just see that on the end of my finger? In certain places around the board. I don't know what it is. Ew. And there's a blob of something on there. I thought that was going to be Coca-Cola or something, but it's not. I don't know what it is. Oh, no. It's not a hole anyway. That's good. Yeah, if you look, I just don't know if this is where. Can you see here where it's got? Oh, it is that we're all, several places at board. There was some here. It's where ribbon cables are, by the looks of it. I don't know why. It's like, I don't know, like a really fine powder. I wouldn't have thought it was air track from dust. You know, sometimes you can get it tracking across board. Bit strange that. So I've put 8 in. Plus the 4 it's got, that's 12 gig. That should give a 5 gigabytes of breathing space. Let's just try posting that and see if that's any better. It's always nice. Do you know when when you find some RAM in your drawer like that, you just think, oh, I weren't expecting that. It's always nice when you do that, isn't it? Even though I don't know how to put it. That's it. It's turning on. Let me just put the bottom case on a little bit, just to give it a little bit of support. It's a female. Thinking it felt a bit like talcum powder. That's what I was thinking, Nick. I nearly said talc, but I just weren't. I've got a picture anyway. I didn't want to stereotype, but with the, I know what environment it's used in. It's used with children's services and whatnot, so it could be something they use in that environment as well. Plus, it could just be dead skin cells. I don't know. Could be. Turn that one off and turn that one on. There we go. Get the right one showing. That one there. Just need to put the password back in, which is that. Which is that. Password incorrect. Brilliant. There we go. Right, memory is up at 12 gig. It's steadily creeping. whatever's loading is clearly eating more RAM. Copilot's loading. System. IPS monitor 32-bit. Main window view. Is that a printer? Open file location. Yeah, print and scan. Copilot. Right. I'm going to turn some startup items off because I think... Right, we don't need Edge starting every single time. We're going to disable that. We need OneDrive, mobile devices, I'm going to turn off as well. Norton, I'm going to turn off because it's not activated, so there's no point having that. TWDSUI launcher, is that printer as well? Brimmer A20, right, that's a scanner because it's under Twain. Oh, we've got a subscriber, Gabrielle Hosen. Thank you very much for your subscription. Gabrielle, is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, Gabrielle. The Wonderful World Mystery Wipeout. Yeah, we've all been caught up in that one, Sparta. 4 gig of non-removable RAM, max supported 25 gig. So it has got 4 gig of non-removable. Yeah. So it is that one. Thank you very much for checking. Hivit higher. Thank you very much for confirming that. I would say I'm going to turn that off as well because that's a scanner and it will still work. It just won't do it every single time. And I'm going to turn the software updates off for the printer and that one as well, and that one there. Yeah, it's brother. It's part of the Twain interface, isn't it? I love Twain. It's me, that and SCSI, and my best two little acronyms. Both of my love. Technology without an interesting name. And small computer system information. They're my two favourite things. So we've got 2 versions of MST loading, MS Teams, Microsoft Copilot, Microsoft OneDrive, and IPS Monitor. So the IPS Monitor is that one as well. So we're going to disable that because I think that's the printer. And I'm going to turn it off. Now, I will leave Teams running and I will just give that a quick reboot. I'm just going to see what effect that has on resources. System internal auto runs there. I didn't see it. Does your Ventoy have AV and anti-malware software that you can run? I've got the Kaspersky ISO, which I can run on there as well. For that, Nick. So I could always do a virus scan with that to see. I'm just going to turn them components off just to see if there's anything else sat there. But the system does feel a little bit snappier now. OneDrive is running. I think they probably use OneDrive because it's a business machine. So I'm a bit reluctant to turn things like OneDrive off. Yeah, it's got it in. And OneDrive is really, really resource hungry, as we all know. Task Manager. Wonder if Norton's actually expired. Let me just open Norton up and have a look. So if Norton's expired, I might just uninstall it. I can pause it. Yes, I can. It's you can download to check what's starting automatically all in one place. Like 20 different ways you can make something start automatically in one place. Ah, I didn't know that one. Right, Norton has definitely run out. So I'm going to use my Magic Software and uninstall Norton for him. And system internals. I will get that for my brilliant. Yes, I'm about until oops, wrong time. I've got another got somebody else coming in that wants a full build done. I think I might end up working all weekend. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to work all weekend and get this done. What was I doing? I was taking Norton off, weren't I? Oh, don't tell me I've not got it on here, you donkey. Oh, I've got some Discord messages. 1 second, I will have a look at those. Let me just set this off to remove. Get rid of their Norton. Symantec. Uninstall. Yes. Starting setup. Right, let's get onto Discord because it's beeping away. Onto there. Yeah, done. Uninstall. Yes. Get too many ads pop-ups. Yes. Don't want to see a solution. Just want to uninstall. Cancel uninstall. Preserve my data set. And don't want to do that. Get rid of everything you've got. 17 times it asked me whether I want to keep it now. Right, so we've got that. So once this is uninstalled, I am going to ring them and just I'll have a conversation with them and see what they want me to do, whether they want to take it back and try it or whether they want me to do a reinstall operating system. I'm under the belief that, do you know when you've got a virus, because they're so complicated to remove nowadays, that you never actually fully repair the system back to where it was. Through the match and into tonight. I could do that as well, Nick. So I always prefer to, and do you know what time it takes to do all that? It's as broad as it's long to do a full reinstall. Certainly because I've done reinstalls for them before, and they always go, we don't keep anything on it. It's all central. So I think that's probably what they'll choose on this one, which is to do it all centrally. And then I can get on with doing these 2 system builds I need to do today, and then the other bits and bobs. Is it Wednesday today as well? Right, this is rebooting. While that's rebooting, let me stick some screws back in here. I had a customer yesterday, and they came early yesterday morning. I was still in the shower, in fairness, and my other half answered the door. And cut long story short, he had got an issue with his computer, so not brought his computer, even though he'd travelled about 20 miles to get to me. He brought a picture of the issue on his phone. So it was a really simple issue for me to sort, which was he was trying to open a document, Word document, and it was coming up as the wrong font. It was trying to open Notepad, and it just weren't compatible with Notepad. It needed something like Microsoft Word on it. Didn't have it. So I said to him, I said, look, I says, ring me when you get home. I'll log in remotely. I'll sort it all out for you. No problem at all. He said, how do I pay you? I said, I'm not going to charge you. There's no charge. I'll just log in remotely to do it. And by his own admission, he was not tech savvy at all. So it took me about 30 minutes on the phone to install AnyDesk. So we finally got AnyDesk installed so I could take control of his computer. So I got AnyDesk installed, up and running, and then sorted it within a couple of minutes. He didn't want to pay for Microsoft Office, so I put LibreOffice on it for him, or OpenOffice, I think it was. Anyway, got it up and running, opened his document, wonderful. He says, can I pay you? I said, no, it's no problem, no charge. So, excuse me. I said, do me a favour. I says, I'll send you a link to my Google page if you don't mind putting me a review on. Not a problem, not a problem. Bearing in mind, he's not. He said he weren't tech savvy. So about an hour later, I get a text message with a very short review on, and he obviously texts me it rather than put it on Google because he didn't know how to put it on Google. It just made me laugh a little bit that. He sent me the review rather than posting the review a little bit on it. But managed to get him sorted. He was very happy that his machine was back up and running as it should. So we are sitting now at 4.6 gigabytes of used RAM, which is still a little bit higher than I would like to see, and we are sitting at just short of 3,000 threads. It's just going down a bit. So things have booted and they're shutting down. So that's good. So 295, 747, yeah. So 24133, so 2,900. So thread count's dropping and processors are dropping as well. Got 196 processors sitting there, and RAM's not really going up. I'm going to speak to him and see really, because that RAM is pretty level down. It feels so much more responsive than it did before. Now I've got rid of some of that junk and I've given him a bit more RAM. So I think I will have a word with them and say, this is what I've done, this is what I can do, this is what I think I'll sort it, and then we'll take it from there. And what is happening in safe mode? What do you mean what's happening in safe mode? Missed that one. Oh yeah, it boots safe mode. Chances are though, with safe mode, it'll probably still load virus anyway. I understand what you mean now, but you don't always get a true representation in safe mode anyway, because it won't load some other system components. So while it still may not show issues in safe mode, sometimes it doesn't show you the thing, the cause, because in safe mode it can still do that. So I'm going to have a word with them. We'll put that to one side. I'm going to put that through here. I'm going to grab this PC because we do need to start taking this PC to pieces. If we want to stand any chance of getting this one done today. Put this one to one side. I better move that banana skin. Oh, we've got another subscriber. Thank you very much, whoever that was. On I'm Just a Girl. I'm just a girl, you're just a boy. Isn't that a song? Thank you very much for your subscription. Oh. All right, I'm not a girl. I'm not yet a woman. That's it, isn't it? There's rattling in there. So this is the one where we're building inside. Building inside. Oh. Quickly get auto runs so you can check it out. Auto runs, yes. Let me download that. I'll download it to me Ventoy disc actually, and I'll put it on my Ventoy disc. I'm going to come back to that one. Just need to crack on and get this one done. Auto runs. Runs. System internals, that's the one. Oh, it's a Microsoft. Oh, actually, I think I might have had this. And extract. Yes. Oh. Can't run this on your PC. Oh, thanks for that. Can't run this on your PC. System internal, yes. Ooh, no idea what I did there. Is that it? Oh, yeah, we go. Oh, yeah, I've seen this before. Wow. Wow. This is my computer. It's scary how much stuff I've got running. Power Agent, Asus Power Agent. I don't even have an Asus motherboard anymore. Wow. Right, I am going to save that to my copy, cut, desktop, and memory stick. Put it in there and put it in diagnostic. Paste. Okay, put that onto my Ventoy disk. Thank you very much for that, Sparta. I will have a look at that. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby listening to Iron Maiden. Maybe I've told you, Comfort Repair, stay for karaoke. Would it not be great if the chat was actually voice and not text based? You can just imagine how complicated it would get for the host. Certainly on some of the big chat things. Can you imagine, like somebody like I don't know, Nathan, Parts People. If he's got 1,000 people in chat, he's crazy enough to do that. You can send stuff down from it to virtual tool, and it also flags in red stuff. It doesn't recognize. Yeah, I've just noticed that, and I mind the red and the yellow. And because I brought the disc over from my old system, that's why it was showing that. Oh, the Yahoo chat rooms back in the 90s with lag as well and echo. Oh, that used to be brilliant. Only one voice active. Yeah, it could do that. A bit like it does on Teams. Oh, I've got 1,400 subscribers, guys. Brilliant. Thank you so much. I would 10 off my 1,400 subscriber total today. Thank you very much. Had a really good run of it lately with this. Another message from there. We have gained 1,401 subscribers. I've gained 299 subscribers in just over a week. 299 subscribers in just over a week. That is absolutely crazy amounts. Crazy amounts. Look at that, 299. Just over a week. Absolutely crazy. I posted a video, which was an M2 video. And it's had 696 views. Since publish. which is one of the higher videos that I have received. So it's good. We've got another one. Oh, Luke. Lucas MC just subscribed. Thank you very much for your subscription, Lucas. Lucas, 299 GG. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That'll be 300 now with that one going through. Face screen smiling. Harrier Dolphins. Well, words got out, you see. I think what it is, I think it's all call centres which are subscribing to me. That's what it is. System internal suite is bona fide. Ah, that's the other one, is it, Dave? I will grab that one as well, Dave. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think even on Twitch, you know, I'm probably approaching 100 followers on Twitch, which is always good news as well. But yes, right. Let's get back onto this. This is the one which we've got to set to pieces, and as you can see, it's not going to be pleasurable because we've got a great big chunk of metal here and stuff like that. So I am hoping, for goodness sake, we can get it done. My issue is going to be this opening here, trying to get stuff in and out, and how dusty it is. I don't really want to get it. So we're going to get it dismantled, get everything off, get it to pieces, and try and rebuild his whatchamacallit inside of it, his new computer inside of it, because he wants to keep it. And the reason why he wants to keep it is because of this. He wants that, and he wants them keeping. So I did say I can get all the cases, so we can put these in. They're not as common as they used to be. We can get all the cases where we put these in, but he wants that there. And I went, well, we can get them on there. No, he wants them there. So it is this case that he wants to keep. I said, well, the case I normally build in is about £40. I said, so that's one I would recommend. No, it wants me to build in this one. So we're building in this one. We'll see how it goes. If I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. So we'll address that as and when. So it will be a very speedy teardown of this computer, as quick as we possibly can. And then a quick rebuild back up. So I reckon I can probably tear this down in 10 minutes. And we'll do a quick speed run, as they call it in the gaming world, to get this speed run done. This is having everything new, barring them two hard drives, but I have treated him to a new NVMe drive. Even though he didn't want it, he wanted to use old existing drives, and I went, I'll just put you one in. I'm not charging for the NVMe drive. I thought, you're buying a new computer. There's no point putting in a mechanical drive. We are still putting mechanical drive in, but there's no point leaving a mechanical drive in there as a boot, or his old SSD as a boot. Might as well get it done. Timing myself now to see how quick I can get this. Look at that quality. The quality just oozes. I bet that weighs about the same as a gnat's nut. Oh, look at the dust. Ooh. Oh, yeah, Hoover. Put it on mute whilst I Hoover because it's noisy. 1 second. Boy, that's a bit noisy. Oh, Kato, good afternoon. How are you? How's life in Sweden treating you? Doing a speed run build here. Wondering what we're doing. strip a PC out, build him a brand new PC, and seeing the time frame that we can do it in. How much you betting? I forget to put something in. Right, this is all bored out. Done. IO shield, done. That's his case stripped. Done. New board. CPU. Cool. Let me grab his cooler. Oh, got another customer here dropping off a full build. You've got to give me a little bit of leeway. Come on. When customers come, I can't be allocating that time and this time and every bit of time. Right, 2 seconds, guys. Got somebody at the door. Right, that's another one. That's a full build and 3 disc clones on this one, and they want it for tomorrow. That's not going to happen. And he is a musician, that guy. So he's performing at the moment, so his parents have dropped it off. So there we go. He's in Belgium performing. Get back to this. So we'll continue this speed run of things. Okay. What have I missed? My moped got nicked like 2 or 3 days. Oh no! What's the new spec? Other than that, it's all good. Oh, they stole it from my garage. Was going to go to the store. Oh, no, that's crap. I think in some ways, theft is probably one of the worst or underappreciated crimes, because it affects people in different ways, but it just kind of undermines their, I can imagine it undermines their trust in human nature. I know I get stolen from all the time by customers. They well, they think it's okay to steal because I'm a business, so they steal things all the time. But it kind of just makes you a bit untrusting and mistrusting to the world and society. Get me a little arrow lined up, it works better. Done, in, down. Everyone's cooler. So many coolers and so little time. Oh, I need to order some more coolers. Guess what cooler we're fitting, gents? Go on. Guess what cooler we're fitting? Yep, you got it. A water cooler. Did I say water cooler? You'd think I'd know how to fit these. I fit that many without looking at instructions. I'm going to put Apple AirTags on it. Busy day. Alternator replacing for neighbours. Alternator replacing for neighbour Infiniti. Infiniti, that is a car into Q40 2014 sway bar needs to be dropped. I don't even know what one of them is. A sway bar, is that something to do with suspension? I have got no 60 volts of performance in Belgium, but want it done for tomorrow. Yes, I said the same, Steve. Yeah, I just said I don't think it'll be done for tomorrow. So even if I stay up late tonight, there's probably not much chance of getting it done for tomorrow. So what I was saying was about that plate falling off, it's done exactly that. So we'll stick a couple of pieces of tape on there. How do you manage to get work done with the amount of people dropping items off? Derek, it is challenging sometimes. I probably do, bear in mind it's just me, work for myself. I probably do some months 80 jobs. So pushing, I think 86 is my record of what I've done in a month. I'd like to think I'm quite efficient at what I do. So if I'm not streaming, I probably get twice the amount of work done if I'm not streaming. So when I am extremely busy, and I mean extremely busy, I don't stream because I'm just too busy to stream. But it does get difficult. What is really tricky is that people go, yeah, I'll come, and then they don't come, or they come at the wrong time, or what often happens is then they want to have a conversation with you and things like that. And I'm not rude enough to actually turn a lot of people away. And I will try my best to help where I can with other issues, and I kind of get dragged into doing things I really don't have time to do. But I don't mind doing it in all honesty for a lot of people. But yeah, it's tricky. It's sometimes tricky trying to keep up with everything what's going off. Certainly when you're taking a lot of phone calls, and like Monday I had somebody ring up who was one of my customers who said my daughter's come down and she's left her charger at home. Can she borrow? Have you got a charger you could sort her out with? I said, well, I'll lend you one. Unfortunately, they've not brought it back, but I can't remember which phone number it was. So it was a proper Apple USB-C, big USB-C power brick, genuine Apple one, and a genuine Apple charger cable. Well, they ain't cheap, and I forgot who it was because I was so busy. But I'll still do the same again. I'll still lend people stuff and stuff like that. So sometimes it's you forget what's what, who's who, and everything else. Or like another one what's been dropped off now, that we're only supposed to be fitting a fan. Now that's fitting 2 fans and wiring his computer up for his fan hub, and now also swapping his thermal paste because he wants me to disassemble his water cooler and swap his thermal paste. So that, which was just a couple of fans as well, it's tricky, but yeah. That one. Always blimey chat. 1,400 subscribers. Yeah, nice. 1,004. I will drink to that. Thank you, Edinburgh. Have one on me. Have one on me. It's yeah, I don't know where they've all come from, if I'm being honest. No idea. But I'm not going to complain and grumble. I'm not going to complain and grumble at all. I would be doing this whether I would be streaming or not. So it doesn't make much difference to me whether anybody watches or not. It's always nice to get people watching. I tend to live stream because I like the interaction. But it's my job to do this. And I am in a fortunate position where I've done this for a lot of years and I love what I do. And they say, if you like what you do, you never work a day in your life. Which is certainly true. That even though it's tiring and stressful, I will add, I enjoy what I do. So it really doesn't feel too much like a job for me. Here's my 32 gig of RAM. And that one. So 32 gig of DDR4. 1822, 2242. So nice latency on these as well. And it's 3200 mega transfers. So it's what it needs for an AM4 processor. It's only an AM4. I'm going to put 2 slots in here. I am speed running this. See where we go. If we assemble 90% of it out of case, it makes it so much easier to do. There. I'm going to be finishing at 5:30 because I want to go running. I haven't run today and I want to run tonight, so I'm going to run at 5:30. So I will be signing off, come what may, at 5:30, so I can get changed. So just a heads up, guys, it might be a very quick goodbye when the time comes, but hopefully we'll have this one built and Windows partly installed, if not all the way installed. Benefit of putting this on prior to putting it in the case is because it's so much easier to do. Certainly in this case, what's coming up, I'm hoping it just makes it a lot easier. So we'll connect both these into one. Get that tucked neatly out of the way under there, so it looks pretty. Not so much pretty, just out of the way. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Case. Oh, power supply in next. I need to order some more power supplies. My last power supply and my last cooler. Oh, I've got one cooler on the shelf, but that's being used in this other one up here. Oh, it's modular. That's why we're saving this one, because it's a modular supply. Because we are limited on space. Another reason why I'm saving this one. So power supply is going to go in there like that. Let's have a look, see where this, I can go in the bin for recycling. It's going to be a tight fit. So gone. Oh, that one is coming out. Wonderful. Oh, don't you be a penguin with me. That one is coming out and relocating it into that hole there. Dear me. It is James, and if truth be told, I didn't want to build in this case, and I did tell him that. But he's insisted that I build it in his case, because he wants to keep the case. So every time I've looked at this, I've kind of looked at it and gone, I don't really want to do that. But it's what it is, doing what the customer tells me to do as such. Normally I'd put quite a bit more resistance up, but he was very adamant that it was this or not at all. So, I really didn't have another reason behind it apart from the fact that I think you should go for a brand new case, sort of scenario. So that was it. Oh, cable ties. Again, try and fit as much as I possibly can out of the case. Because it just makes it a darn sight easier. I'm just doing his CPU 12-volt rail. cable tying that on. I'm not sure whether we're going to have room for a back fan, but we will have a look if we do. We've done it. Funny feeling we're not going to get room for anything on here. Take that out and put 2 plastic standoffs in there. I don't like them little lugs, so I'm going to get rid of them both. They're just some clip fastener lugs. I'm going to put 2 standard lugs in there. Have some spares. Let's hope they're the correct thread. Slightly different colour. It's a black one. I think I've got another black one here. That's the right thread. Fred? Who's Fred? Just everything's really, really tight. To get in. Got it. Oh. Ooh, I don't think his lid's gonna fit. Now that could be a shame. That's his USB 3. Let's just move that down there, out of the way. And that is his front power. Let's see if I can remember where I put his lid. I think he took his case back. Yep. He's took his side panels back. Basically means I don't know whether this is going to fit. Ah, what a... For all you people who don't speak French, that was... Put a couple of these wrong screws in there just to hold it in position a second. So that board won't fall out when I tilt it upside down. Yeah, I don't think that's going to fit. Nope. Cut the top off the cooler. Tiny but mighty. One fan centre, the second fan is overkill. It's not so much that. It's the height. I can move fans. It's the height. You'll see exactly what I mean if I can get this angle correctly. Can you see? Huh. Right. That's good. Well, at least I can work a bit later now because run's been cancelled. Wonderful. So that is the problem. Yeah, it's the height. I know. I don't really want to put a stock cooler in. I've got a stock cooler. I think the white one's a shorter cooler. I'll go an extra 6.2 mil for you. Can you Google the case and see what the panels look like? Well, that's what I was thinking. If the panel's got a slight bow in it, it'll fit. But I've got a funny feeling, you know, the white one I fitted earlier, the white cooler, I've got one left on the shelf. I think it's a slightly different fan. So I could fit this and just not put his thermostat on. But it is a different bracket and all sorts. Yeah, I think it's a slightly shorter fan profile. Let me just measure it rather than taking it out. That's scuppered my plans. So 32 to there, so go there too, and that takes you up to 40. 42. No, exactly the same height. So it's not that. Yeah. I'm going to have to put a standard cooler on it since he's going in this case, which is more than good enough because the AMD coolers are okay. It's just I would have preferred to put. It's a 5600, so it's certainly well within there because I think that's got a, is it 65 or an 85 TDP? But that's really darn annoying. Take these two screws out. You have to strip that down. Put the blinking things in the bin now. The mounts for the cooler. I know. The mounts for the cooler. So good news is my run is cancelled, so I'm not rushing up. So you've got me until probably 7ish. So that's good news. Look at that, you can all talk to me for a bit longer now. To help, I'll go on a bike ride. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, means a lot. Ah, dear. So much for speed run. So the other good news is it means I've got 2 coolers left. I'm still aiming to get this done for 5:30. I've still set myself the target time, even though I've put myself behind. I cannot remember last time I fit the standard cooler. CPU fan goes on there. Looks about right to me. I feel like an AMD technician now. It'll certainly give us a little bit more a breathing space. Shall we go around that way? AMD that way? Yeah, why not? I'm definitely going to put that back fan in there. So it's got a nice flow of air. I'll just tell him that I can't fit it because of his case, which is why we can't fit it. Nice and flat round here in Portsmouth. Yeah, I'm not too flat where I am, in fairness. There's a couple of, well, I only do off-road cycling, but there's a couple of nice routes. Went out last week, did about 16k, and that was reasonably flat. I think there was only one hill in all of that off-road, so so that was absolutely spot on. Just put a little loop in there, and it just helps to wedge it under there. So we're back on track now. I'm not even going to show you it floor near my desk. It's appalling. Not my IPA over. So where were we? We were back to case. Please get this. And the good news is it will fit a bit better now. Not a great big tool in its way, but I will have to put another couple of fans in the back. And these IO Shield are now playing silly games with me. Got it. Whew. What's a hill? Is it really that flat around your area? That wrong thread screws. Even though that's what came out of it. Oh, that came out of there and still wrong thread screws. Bag of screws. Wonderful, that's in. Plenty of case screws in here, or board screws should I say, because we're slightly different thread to case screws. I can tell I'm rushing now. Not rushing, just trying to achieve my target. Just knew this one wouldn't go to plan though. 2 more screws and then we're into exciting stuff. Oh, that is definitely wrong thread. So's that. Oh, come on, screws. On there. Line this centre one up. My gosh. magnetise the screwdriver. That's better. Need one more board screw. One more board screw, and drops about 8 on the floor. Last board screw, which goes in the top corner up here. Come on. You know what they say, more haste, less speed. I am certainly feeling that. Done. Board screws, finished. Leave them there because I will need them out. Yeah, average height change for about 5 meters. Is that it? The one I did was probably about 30 meters high. So not a massive one, but big enough. Big enough to make you feel it, let's put it like that. But it's nice coming down to the side. I think I clocked up to about 30 mile an hour coming down the other side. So it was certainly worthwhile going up to come down. So power switch. Which is lights on first, reset hard drive. Dark, can't see what I'm doing. Tell you what is going to be bad is cable management on here. It's going to be terrible because there's nowhere to put cables. It's such a small case. Is that hardware? That's reset. That goes at the back. Should have a power switch, which is the last one. That one just hiding just there. Done. Power supply next. CPU PC in that. It's a bit different when you go off Portsea Island. Is Portsea part of it? Is that what it is? I don't know that side of country or that area of country at all. We need a GPU one, which is that one. So we've got a powered GPU, and we need are they SATA and SATA? So we need 2 SATA connections, which we have. Lovely. 1, 2. Both those need plugging into there, along with that one and the other end of the main power cable. And we'll get this one connected up. Into the hole, nice tight fit. And serial 88. That's PCI connector for power supply, and the other SATA connector. Done. Whew. Cat's fed. Well done, Arnold. Portsmouth is on Portsea, linked to the mainland by 2 main roads and railway. I thought Portsmouth was part at mainland. I didn't realise it. Is it a separate island? that what you're saying? It's separate. Technically, yes. Didn't know that. Did not know that at all. Is it just a bit like Anglesey? Anglesey then, which is gonna. There's gonna be no room down here at all to get anything in. Why do I let customers talk me into doing it their way? I only got myself to blame, haven't I? Only got myself to blame. And the strip the screw, wonderful. That one out. That one in. And some silver screws in the back, since it's a silver case. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I need to turn the power supply off. Keep forgetting to turn my power supply off. There you go. So that's the exhaust fan for the computer, is the power supply. This is why it's a bad idea building in old cases, because the power supply is the only ventilation out. So power supply is basically drinking all the hot air and making it even hotter before it kicks it out of the back, rather than doing something sensible like building it in a case which is more in this century. But again, now where we are. Screws. One screw there, one screw there. This is a tight fit. I know I'm not looking at chat much, but I am just trying to. Feel like I'm working a bit with a broken leg at the moment with this case. Done. 7 hours 40 minutes ish. Yes. The gap at Anglesey is much bigger. That's a good point. That counts. Just let me grab a glass of water, guys. Is it like that Welsh one then? Thanks, cows, for that. Is it like the Welsh one then? You know, where they you just kind of drive over the river or something like that? Is that what it's like? Is it Wales? Not Anglesey. Get this screwed on. is CD-ROM's not going to go in because there just is not the physical room behind it to actually push it home. I'm going to fit it as tight as I can fit it, but I don't want to push it too much because I think you might have issues. Give it a quick tighten up with the big boy screwdriver. Make sure they're nipped and tucked. Done. USB 3 and we've got a USB there also. And we've got a SATA. Got another SATA cable knocking around somewhere. Got it. That's it just there. So we've got two SATAs there. And a USB 3. Oh, you absolute... Oh. I was going to swear at myself then for not getting the right kind of board. I thought it didn't have USB 3 on the board. I was absolutely going to call myself a name. But didn't need to. Because I'd got the right one. Which we knew all the way along that I'd got the right one. Didn't need to worry about that, did we? Oh, an update on one of the jobs we did the other day for the printer. That all worked. Another one where we had to resolder the IC a couple of times and so on. So got that all sorted and working as well. So that was a nice update as well to that. Where's the other SATA data cable just gone? Is that in my hand? There it is. Got ya. Oh, saved. Yeah, feels like it. Don't like how tight we've got that CD-ROM against there. Really, really don't. But again, can't. There's just no room in this case at all for anything. Those are plugged in. Do I need power? No power cables for it. Cable ties. Cable, yeah, some of them little plasticky, blacky thingy bob things for doing cables. Put a couple in. Make it look pretty. No. Like we explained earlier, sometimes you can't make it look pretty, can you? You just got to make it functional. Certainly in smaller cases, you can't make it look pretty. I need to get his drives positioned back in. Oh, I'm going to connect his SATA cables up first because they're going to be an absolute swine to connect up after. Should have a new cable which is sat there. That one in there and that one in there. One in there like so. Which was here before, so it must go in again. Move that out of the way. Only with 2 screws before. Not how they had mounted it. Yes, they appears. Oh no, they've mounted it in there. So that's all right. I mean, it's lopsided, but they've mounted it. Better. Not that screw there. Done. Let's get a couple more screws in that. Good job, actually, we didn't put that cooler in because that hard drive wouldn't have fitted in its place because fans were right up to there. So there were a lot of things in this case which were stopping that. We'd have had to find a creative way of fitting that, if that was the case. Never like these straight onto chassis. I prefer them with rubber grommets, but this is how it came. And that's what you can really do on these cases sometimes. I didn't really think about stuff like that too much when they were oiking stuff back in the day. Put an SSD in there. Oh. What time are we on? Are we still on track for an hour for this build? An hour build time, I would say, rather than an hour, because I've had a couple of stop starts. We have, again, it's never going to be pretty in here because there's nowhere to hide things. Still got to get his GPU in there. That's definitely going to be fun. I'll put his GPU in next, actually, before we are fitting a 5060 Ti. Bit of a peel reveal, as the great J-Fix would say. Whoa, look at that. One for the dads. Let's get naked and undressed. If we can take it off seductively. Cadbury's caramel. Whoa, look at that. Who's your daddy? There you go. Oh, look at this. We're gonna get there. Come on. Come on. We know you want it. Say my name. Say my name. There we go. Off. Lovely. Please fit. Stupid computer. I'm gonna cry. Why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? No. Love a peel reveal. It looks pretty dumb, stupid thing. This case is absolutely, honestly, when he said it to me, Ronnie, and I'm just like, I don't really want to, I want to keep the case because of that. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, for sake of another 40 quid, I can put it in a nice case. No, I want to keep the case. Okay. And normally I'm pretty robust and resilient at going, no. Because you've got to be sometimes with customers. You've got to tell them. And I kind of give in a little bit on this. And I just thought, it's going to be awkward. And yeah, it's proved to be. It's going to be a tight case to build in, I can tell. And I was right. We've got no backplate on it because I think he must have took it off or somebody's took it off. I don't really care. It's missing. So we've got a couple of silver screws to build in. Because there's screws missing from places as well. Because the customer, I think, had partially disassembled. We've got his power, his graphics card in. We've got his RAM, we've got his cooler on, we've got his NVMe, we've got his hard drives in. We've got no air coming into the computer at all. I'm going to see if I can take his front panel off and just see if there's anywhere at all I can put a fan. I'll stick him a 120mm fan in. I think he needs one. Ouch. That's one drive plugged in. Two drives plugged in. We still need the USB 3 down there. We've got one SATA drive plugged into there. We've got power plugged into there. And power plugged into there, like so. Done. 5-minute countdown. Thanks for pressure, James. Only joking. Let's plug his tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Let's plug his GPU in. We'll do cable manage in a minute. How the hell am I going to cable manage any of that? I do not know. And the worst case is I ain't even got a side to put on it because the customer's kept the side. So it's not like I can put the side in and go, yeah, it looks perfect inside. I've got nowhere to hide. I've got nowhere to run. USB 3 and another USB there, which is for his front panel. Are we down to single minutes yet? I need to get it posted in the next 2 minutes. I need to get this USB 3 in. Can only go in one way. Is that in? Is that in? That is in. Oh, guys, we're in. Right, excluding cable management, I reckon I'm good enough to post. Please post. Let's get a USB HDMI. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Rushing, rushing, rushing. HDMI, HDMI, HD. In. Again, no flipping power cable. Thank you for not providing a power cable. Off. There. Post. Where's on and off button? Oh, we've got life. Keep an eye at bottom right corner, see if we get a picture, gents. Whilst I get the keyboard and the mouse. It'll take a while because it needs to RAM train. Come on, come on. 850 watt power supply in this. We've got a 3060 Ti graphics card and a 5600 processor. Russian lots, yeah. 67 count now. Come on. Come on, we're just waiting for RAM training. We've got a white light. Yes, we've got a green light on H drive. I need to get into the BIOS. Come on, BIOS. Come on, BIOS. Come on, BIOS. Come on, BIOS. Come on. Come on. Oh, don't do this to me. We've got a white light on something in there. I can't quite see, and it's flickering to green. Come on, ram train, ram train, ram train. Are we going to miss the deadline? We're going to miss the deadline. Oh, guys, come on! Yes! Might be a few seconds after, but we did have the setbacks. Gotta smash that like button for that, guys. With the setbacks we had on this one. Come on. Working it wrong case completely. Everything else. I know we've still not booted into Windows, but we've booted into something what works. Right, let's set a few things. At least timed right. We're going to set XMP profile number 1. I need a USB drive. We're going to see if we can get Windows installed. I want to check the temps. That's what we want to check. Is system settings. Where are temps on here? Temps, top of screen, 43 degrees. Not brilliant for that, but I am what I am with that thing. We are where we are with that. So coming back to save and exit, and we will do a save change and reboot. I'll only change an XMP there. So it should boot a bit quicker because it's now memory trained. So we should be able to get into the BIOS a bit quicker. Come on, come on. I'm saying it's going to get in a bit quicker. Keep an eye in the bottom right hand corner. Oh, because I put XMP on, so it'll just retrain off there. Certainly going to have to get some more airflow in here. Now we have got quite a bit of space at the front. We have picture, so let's go to settings, boot, save and exit, and choose that. Might need to install a secure boot key, please, please, please. There we go. Let's install secure boot key. I can't see for not having glasses on. Enroll key from disk, and I think Ventoy. Enroll key from disk. Continue. Yes. Reboot. Yes. Oh. This should now go into there and go into save. Oops, not that one. Save and exit. And select that one now. Because we've enrolled the key, we should be able to do latest with updates. Yes, done. Now I want to be installing it to the Acer drive. Don't know how big his other drive. We might need to unplug one in a second, just to make sure I don't get it confused. I'm just going to show you the mess in my office. Because my office isn't big enough. I've literally thrown all the boxes just down there. It's just an absolute pigsty. So we'll focus back on there and we'll go back onto HDMI. So the disc that I am after, where's the mouse, is disc, not disc 0, disc 1, not that one. Allocated disk 2. So that's when we're going to install Windows 2, because the other two are his old drives. So we can tell that's the drive we want because it's all unallocated and it's a brand new drive. So we'll say next on there. This should be his NVMe drive. It takes about 6 minutes normally for this to install on the average system. We'll just make sure it is going to install. Please install. Please install. Yeah, getting files ready. Start ticking along. So that's where we are installing this one here. So we'll just keep an eye on that. I am just going to pop to the little boys' room. So if you give me 2 seconds, guys, I'll be back in a second. Just keep an eye on that for me. I have just realised, unless I get some stuff moved out of the living room, I'm not even going to be able to watch football. I can't even see the blinking telly at the moment. I've got that many computers in there. Magic Smoke? I hope you're joking, Mr. J-Fix. Do you remember? I did have Magic Smoke once, and it was the soldering because I'd been soldering. And I think I'd complained about this before. And I'd been soldering, it had fallen out when I'd gone downstairs and it had been touching and it ended up melting. I can't remember it melted now. It melted something round here. And I think chat were going, something's on fire, something's on fire. Trying to tell me that I'd got smoke. Obviously, I was I was not in the room, so I couldn't hear or couldn't read, should I say. No, yeah, that was that has happened before. Let's see if we can put this on here without blowing things up. This is a little spacer. Get another screw. So what do you think? Do you think the customer should have stuck with this case, or do you think he should have let me put it in a new case and sacrificed his DVD or writer? I could have got one with their DVD slot. There's a lot less with 2, I must say, because he wanted 2, because he wants the whatchamacallit one as well. So it would have been harder. But the case I normally build in, that silent case as well, is amazing, and we've got good airflow in that one as well. And we could have put USB. I know I often say that to people. Look, if you want to do it, why don't you just buy a DVD writer? I don't think anybody ever buys them because they realise they don't use one for 10 years. Videotape that DVD to the top. New case without a question. Yes, I think that would have been. I think for the aesthetics of a new case as well, because obviously it would be nice without any scratch or anything else on. And I often build in that silent case, and I do like it. It would have just been so much better. I am gonna have to see if I can just get any case fans in here. I can't put a fan on the bottom. There is a slot on the bottom down here, but it looks like it's for a 90mm fan. So it'll be whizzing its bum off if I do that. Plus, it hasn't got any feet on here, so it's virtually flush to the floor, and there's no filter. So all we're gonna do is pull nasty air in. I am going to see if I'm going to get a front filter, a front fan, but I think the only place I can put a front one is probably on this bottom section, because here, right here, is the on and off button. So I can't put one here, and you'll see what I mean. So we've got the on and off button here. We've got USB connectors here, and then we've got double slot up here for what the thingy bob. So I ain't even got anywhere I can put a fan. I could put a rear case fan. I might have to put. I don't even think I'll get a case fan in there. I don't think I've got. I don't even think I've got any 90mm fans. I'm gonna have to look and see if I just get an air intake fan in there instead of an exhaust fan. Put it as an intake fan. I need some cool air in this computer. But on the side might have fan holes. I don't know because he's not brought me the case. So do not know at all. Velcro the DVD to the top. Wonder how the stock cooler will perform. The stock cooler will be okay because it'll throttle itself back. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as a aftermarket, as we're all aware, but it still needs fresh air. It still needs fresh air. I'm gonna have to see if I can find a 90mm fan to put at the back here. Because I don't honestly think I'll get anything at the front, but I'm gonna set the front panel off once I've installed Windows. Just have a look. I have to ask as well, why did he want a 5060 on a AM4 Gen 3 board? Would have been better if an AM5 would not. It was down to cost. The cost was cheaper on an AM4 board, but he wanted a graphics card which had, whatchamacallit him, future-proof him a little bit. He's doing some video photo manipulation and things like that. So it was just to get a good workable balance. And the 5060 Ti compared to the 5060, and it's got the Ti, was about 15 quid or something like that. So 20 quid or something. So I can't remember what it was. It wasn't a great deal of money difference when I were ordering it for him. But to move to an AM5 platform over and above the AM4 was because he wanted 32 gigabytes of RAM, for example. I would say was probably 200 quid difference. So he could still have the half decent graphics card and move to that. That case, we know. Sometimes you just can't tell people, James. You just can't. You just can't say that. Yeah, it does across the VRMs. I do think I'm gonna put a rear case fan here to get some cold air in because it is just gonna cook. And if I can, I'm gonna see if I can get a 120mm fan at the front. And see if I can just get some air coming across it. Because power supply is going to cook as well. Because it's just all cooking from inside. Graphics card is just going to radiate heat out. CPU is just going to radiate heat out. It's just going to be a puddle of hot air, and it's going to fry it board. Go for an Antec 900. Is that what's an Antec 900? Is that a case, or is that a fan, or is Antec 900 a cooler? Oh, we've got a picture. So at least Windows is up and running and operational. So let me see if it's hard drives there. Yes, I know you're installing graphics. Thank you. Yes, all these drives are sitting there nicely as well. So I am just going to shut this down. Shut down. And see if we can get a front-facing fan in it. Huge case. Oh, is that what it is? Honestly, guys, I gave him the choice about the case, and really, I can't express how much I did not want to build in this case. I've had the computer since Monday. I mean, I've been waiting for parts, but I've had the computer since Monday, and it's been stood looking at me, teasing me, going, build me, build me, build me, build me now. And I've really not wanted to build it. Let me loosen these screws back off because I can't get the DVD player out. Can't get the front panel off, sorry, without the DVD player out. It's that tight, it's got like a auto eject mechanism on DVD. Wow, 250 quid for the anti. Is that what it is? What? That's a chunk of money for a case. Right, so that's the problem. That's the issue. We've got nowhere because the blinking power button is right in the way for a fan. Plus, there's nowhere to fit the fan. There's no mounting bracket on here. So the only hole I've got is on the bottom, unless there's one on the case. So I can't put anything in here because it's just not going to fit. So again, we are where we are with that. I will highlight it to him again when I send him his invoice and message for collection that if it's heat related issues, I'm not going to stand any warranty claims because it's built in the wrong case. I think it's only fair, isn't it? Can't get the screws in. I'm pushing the DVD back into an unnatural position on that one in. Get these just slightly recessed or screwed in, and then go back to the correct. Oh, it's a bit dusty. Pushed all the way. New case for sure. DVD, USB, Velcro. Yeah. A little mini. Well, he wanted his card readers as well because he does photographs. But I'd have suggested a USB card reader as well. I mean, this has got lots of things on, but again, we could have got him a card reader in a little dock, which was sat next to his keyboard, rather than having this thing on here. Right, I'm gonna have to see if I can find a 90mm fan. Ouch. Right, let me see if I have. I better. Oh, what's the first thing I find is I found a 12 volt 90 mil fan. Wonderful. But it's DC only. Fit into a Molex. So that's not a problem because I can put a Molex connector on it. It used to have some beautiful RGB ones. I think I probably threw them away. Oh, drawer full of graphics cards there. Forgot I've got them. Right, I wonder how fast this is going to run. Have we got any Molex connectors? We have. Time 17:50. Thank you, Dave. I was going to go running at R5, but they've cancelled my run, so I'm not running. So I'm just going to probably finish about 6:30 now, Dave. Thank you very much. Anyway, but yeah, they've cancelled the run. I got the message come through to say that they're not doing it. I think it's because we normally get about 30 people on tonight's run, and with the football being on, I think people are probably going to opt for watching the football and going to the pub rather than slogging it out on a run, which I get completely. Oops. Get that in there. I wonder how am I gonna. Oh, I left myself a space. I did. Look at that foresight. As opposed to anything else. I get it in the hole. Oh, it's PCIe, that's why it needs to be in SATA, which is. Can't see. You know what? That torch, when you don't want it, if everyone's got an iPhone, it'll come on every time you don't want it. As soon as you want it, it don't come on. That's SATA down there. I'm going to try and get this in a socket where I can't get my hands. Why can't I get my hands? Because there's a bloody DVD player in the way. Just in case I've not mentioned it. I wish I'd not done it in this case. Can't see because there's no light. Finding this frustrating now. Get in there. Ah. God, it went in a way as well then. And then I moved and it fell out. Power supply didn't feel a thing. There you go, in. We can go in top one. Bother which one that goes in, as long as it's in. Excellent. Yeah, 850 watt power supply. No idea how fast that fan's going to be, but I would imagine it's probably going to go very fast. Do you know what? Yeah, it's not too bad, that. I'm quite okay with that. It's not amazing, but I am making do with what we've got. Some case fan screws. Fan screws. Fan screws. Oh. Yeah, certainly not going to struggle with powering his system, is he? Never going to struggle with that. So I'm going to use this as an intake fan because we've got no cold air coming in at all. So we'll get that as an intake. And silver fan screws, yes we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. We've got an intake fan there. Let's see if I can cable manage this wiring something like down here. I'm going to get something to cover this side up just so we can test it for some type of thermal performance. So I can leave it flat down like that to pretend the bottom's on. Yeah, got a little. I have got a very tiny one. Peter Dinklage fan should do the job, yeah. Oh, it needs something. It certainly needs something. It's a crammed old case. It's a crammed case with no breathability. I know what's going to happen, and I'll tell you now. I'm going to say this to customer again, and he'll go, "Oh, well, I'll go for other case," and I'll go, "Well, I've built it now, and I did tell you before, and I'm going to have to take it all to pieces and rebuild it. So there's additional charges for that, and he might not want to pay it because he's made wrong decision." Sometimes people don't want to pay when they make wrong decisions. Look at that. Beautiful. Like it's meant to be. Keep an eye on the bottom right. Tell you what, it's quiet. Oh, let's see if we get a picture. Custom built. Definitely custom built. Right, we've got a picture. I can hear his CD-ROM whizzing away. Let's get some drivers installed and then we can do a thermal test. put this on 150% so I can see what I'm doing. That's that done. And what am I doing? That's what I'm doing. And we want some diagnostic software. So we need temperature software. And we need something to stress test it. So we'll bang OCCT on there. Don't think there's any point doing anything other than that. And we want Snappy Driver. Let's see what drivers we need. Hopefully, not too many. Allow 15. Yeah, there's not too many on there at all. So I'm just debating whether to stream tomorrow because I've got so much on. I've got another 2 full builds, which will be a damn well. One is a strip down, a rebuild, and cloning of 3 drives. So that ain't going to be straightforward. Another one is a full build. I've got 2 screen replacements. I've got a DC port on a laptop to replace. I've got 2 data recoveries to do. I've got 3 diagnostics to do. I've certainly got enough to keep me busy tomorrow. US as a Tiny Homes TV show. This is PC. It's can you remember Tiny as a company as well for PCs when they used to. Oh, it's gone all black. That'll just because it's Instagram graphics driver. Yeah, Tiny PCs. I wonder why they called themselves Tiny PCs because they weren't any smaller, were they? Because it were a tiny company. Is that what it was? How many drivers we've got left to install? Don't know. I can't see on there. Not many. Not many, and then at least we can give it a thermal test and see what temperature it's kicking up to. If the temperature is going into 90s, I think I'm going to say to the customer, look, I'm not happy leaving it in that case. I think if it's mid 70s, I'll give them a warning that it's not performing as it should. But if it's into 90s, I think I've got to put my foot down and say, I know you want that case, but it's completely wrong decision. We need to buy you another case. And you need to consider whether you want a PC which is going to be reliable and performing or something which could well break in next year to 18 months and I'm not going to cover it under warranty because it's built in a case where it's going to overheat. We'll give that a quick reboot, shut down, a restart, and we'll see how that performs. Oh, crikey. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's gone 6 o'clock. Time. Oh. Right, so we should now have we got graphics drivers installed? I would imagine so. Don't display. Yeah. So we'll just change that back to something I can see because for whatever reason it's decided to go back down to 100% and I can't see 100% on my little tiny monitor. So we are running at 4 point whatever gigahertz, 32 gig of RAM at 3600, and we've got a whole selection of drives installed. So let's get a bit of temperature showing on here. Sensors only, close that, run that. So since we haven't got the size, we'll just make do with the size. I mean, we're not even doing now to we're up to 58 degrees. 56 degrees. Yeah, we And the other issue I've got now is customer wants this for Friday, which isn't a problem, but the case will take at least 2, if not 3 days to arrive. So he's not going to get it now for Friday. I would never use a A520 VM heatsink missing. Yeah, they're a suitable board for suitable reasons. If it stays in its 70s, I'm not going to complain too much on there. Your VRM temps, I think we can read them on here, can't we? Your MOSFETs are only up at 50 degrees. So I don't think that's too bad, that, Arnold. Yeah, Amazon don't have that case in what I'm building. They don't. They stock it because I get it from Amazon, but it comes from third parties, so it takes like 3 days. And my supplier, which I normally get it from, has gone. So 51 degrees on that. I know it's creeping up, but it's not too bad. CPU's up to 79. Yeah, double. It's doable at 51. I don't want to sit it too high. I mean, this is under extreme test as well. CPU extreme. We're pulling 78 degrees on CPU, and we're pulling nearly 80 watts. It's probably okay. So MOSFET's 53 degrees. I don't think I'd like that into going to sort of 65. I would say 65 or above is probably where I wouldn't want it to be. But let's just do a power test on it, which will kick everything in, won't it? Because this will generate heat from the yeah, CPU will climb. It's just not getting much fresh air. That's the thing, and the only exhaust fan is the power supply. So we are kicking the if you look up here, we are kicking the 73 degrees. That'll throttle. That will throttle, I'll tell you that now. I can hear fans kicking in more. So CPU fans kicking in. Just ignore this because that's not an error. It's just I ain't got the respective software in there for it. So yeah, CPU's climbing. Yeah. Yeah, the BIOS can be problematic. I want to see where that's going to cap out at. It's found a couple of errors, hasn't it? I think it'll start throttling itself back. So at 3.6, when we get to about 85, 86 degrees, I think you'll start seeing this dropping a little bit. And we'll get the thermal throttling down here. The fan is at full speed, but he's never going to put a sustained load at 100% on everything for 2 minutes. So GPU down here, his MOSFET is sat at 58 degrees, so it's still below 60. I'm comfortable with that, below 60, 65. I would say I'm not comfortable with, or getting to the point of not being comfortable. So I'm okay with that. And his graphics card. Can't see his graphics card here. Did I miss his graphics card? Yeah, must have. Oh, but yeah, I don't know why his graphics card's not showing. But we can see graphics card up here at 82. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. We will start getting into thermal throttling. Bearing in mind, I've got it as close case at the moment as well. This is because it's not getting any fresh air. Getting no fresh air at all. It is the stock heatsink, yeah. It's trying its best. It's just heat soak. It's just heat soak. You can tell it's not a good cooler because I've stopped it, and look how quick look how slow it's returning back to that. There's just not enough thermal mass in stock heat coolers for sustained load. I'm going to have a conversation with the customer and explain it all to him. I'm going to have a word with him first and see what he wants to do, reference his cooling, and then probably update everything all in one go on it. I'm presuming you mean GPU BIOS, aren't you? Oh, wait, no, I want everything running, not just sensors. There you go. Get off. Yes. Oh, do you reckon it needs a motherboard BIOS update as well? Oh, 2025 it does, doesn't it? I need one of these plugging in then. It's off on the network. Yes. That's the latest one. Oh, wait, then, what's that? Go away. Next. Cancel. There you go. So we're on version. The last one again. 7C96. Which looks like it's one version back. What? That can't be. Oh, gone back too far, that's why. Oh, stupid thing. So it's. Doesn't tell me which version it is. 1KO. I think you would actually put that. Keeps taking me to the bottom at list. Go away. Stupid thing. I'm presuming that that's the one it's got there. So there is one after it, which is a beta version. Yeah, I got 1K. Yeah, considering that's only a beta version, and it's only uprating the TPM. I'm not gonna bother too much about that one at this moment in time. He's not a gamer, but we'll do it. Go on then, we'll do it. And extract. We like a bit of BIOS updating, don't we? So what we need to do, got it, to fix the BIOS issue below, information. I presume I just do this like we normally do it. I'm going to try it straight from the root of C, because sometimes it works. I know it doesn't always work. Paste. Continue. I'll get a TPM error without it. I don't know if I've got a... That's my... I think that's my FAT32 one just there. Let me have a look. Stick that in. Take that one out. Stick that in that hole. As I always say to the ladies. That one there. And properties. Yep. Smart get off. And delete. Why can't I delete? I'm just going to put it in there. Paste. Try again. Must be that one. Where's me? Oh, it's that one there. Yeah, it's that one. Right. Needs to be formatted for FAT32, you say. I bet it don't let me do it. Yeah. Done. Paste. Bang it in there. Paste. Done. Let's reboot to BIOS. Close everything down. And do restart. Let me start banging that delete key. How does it support NTFS? See if we can get into BIOS. And we want mFlash, yes. Ooh. See if it'll boot into mFlash. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, oh, yeah. It's AM5 with, right, okay. It's not coming into mFlash very quickly. Oh, we go, entering flash mode. And we want, not that one. Gotta be one of them. Yeah, it must be that one. 16th at 7th, that's today. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because I formatted drive, so it must be that one. Right, I'm just gonna tick while that's flashing. That done? Oh, look at that. Time that right, didn't I? Oh. One nice when the motherboard you have is new enough to still have updates available. Hey cows, did you get the drives fitted? Those drives I sent work. Oh, dog's come to see me. She's saying it's dinner time, Dad. I know it's dinner time. This is still flashing. Don't worry about it going onto a black screen, guys. I can't really speed it up. We'll just put it on that. We'll keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner down here. Say again, the drives. I sent a couple of M2 drives into NVMe's. Just wondered whether they worked, along with the damaged CPU that I've sent you. And thermal paste. At least thermal paste works. I didn't know whether the two 1 terabyte drives are any good for you. I think the two 1 terabytes I sent you. I can't remember. I've slept since then. Yes, the drives are perfect, thanks. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Worryingly, this is not. It might be memory training. I'm not going to touch it. We'll keep an eye out in the bottom right hand corner. We have picture. We had picture, which has gone back off. We've got a cursor, top left. I'm not going to touch it. I am not going to touch it. Not touch it. Not touch it. Not touch it. We have. Guess what we've got, guys? We have picture. Yes. Right. So that is the. That's that done. I need to have a conversation with him and see what he wants me to do. References cooling. Because I am not. I'm not overly happy with it being. If he'd have left me side panels and I could try side panel, I could have got that cooler in. I'd have been happier. If he'd have left side panels and I could see whether there was fan intakes, because that's the big thing, is getting some cool air in there, I would be so much happier. So I think I'm going to have a word with him and see if there's any fan intakes on there. And if there's a 120mm fan intake on the side, I need him to drop the side panels off and I'll fit a 120mm fan and see if that helps the cooling. That should help the cooling dramatically. Dramatically. They are not as hard as you'd think, cows. Well, you've seen how I do it. I've done it a few times, fixing pins back onto CPUs. I think, well, I did it on that one, didn't I? On stream. Motherboard BIOS updates. Horrible anti-cheat software has locked me flat. I get anti-cheat on my gaming system if I put XMP on, or whatever it's called on AMD. Yeah, I get that, Arnold, on mine. If I set me XMP to 6,000 mega transfers, I get anti-cheat coming through, even though I've only got one game installed and I've got no cheats to do that. Yeah, cows. It's and straightening in my I use, well, you've seen with the Craft Nice as well. It is EA Sports mine, which shows a cheat on that one. I'm gonna ring the customer and see what he says about his case side panels, because I do not have them here at all. So I'm gonna have a conversation with him, and I'm gonna have a conversation with the other customer, reference that laptop what we've done as well, and so on. So what I might do is I'll give you an update on this one tomorrow when I stream, and then I'll be streaming tomorrow because I've got some other bits to wow, got a Zen book somebody wants looking at. Yeah, I'll give you an update on this tomorrow, see what he decides to do, and also I'll stream tomorrow because I've got I've got several others to do tomorrow and Friday. So I think I'll probably stop taking work in tomorrow and do that. Yeah, nearly 9 hours. I started this morning. I woke up at 17 minutes past 4 this morning, cows. So I am feeling a little bit jaded and a little bit tired. And I did lapse during the day, I must say. Went a bit low energy. So it's been an awfully long day for me as well. Because I think it's been until probably about 1ish either. So I had about 3 hours kip. So I am feeling it a little bit. So guys, I'm going to cut that for tonight. Thank you so much for everybody who's sat in the background, joined us, subscribed. We're at just over 1,400 subscribers now. It's been mental. I'll give you an accurate update of what we've had. We are on 1,404 subscribers, which are just over 300 for the week. Just gone crazy since I put that other video out. So thank you to everybody who subscribed. Thank you to everybody who sat in chat today. Thank you to everybody. I will try and stream tomorrow. I'm going to grab some food because I've had a banana and 2 digestives. I'm going to grab a drink, going to grab a shower, going to move some crap from in front of TV so I can see the blinking TV. And then hopefully celebrate watching England outperform Argentina to get to a World Cup final. How good would that be? And then we'll all be in good moods tomorrow instead of going for my run. So thanks a lot, guys. Thanks to everybody who's been there and everybody lurking in chat. And we'll catch you all tomorrow. Have a good evening. If you're following football, hope it goes well for us as well. But if not, see you later, guys. Take care. Bye-bye now.